Chapter 613, Demon Shine, Go. Chapter 613, Demon Shine, Go. Traveling along the dark corridor, all the way into the deepest depths of the fourth floor, High Lord Bloodfire finally arrived in front of a shadowy temple. As he opened the door, there was only a gently creaking sound as it swung open. The darkness within that temple hall was like the endless maw of a ravenous beast. "If you please, High Lord Evil God," High Lord Bloodfire said with a twisted smile. Behind him, several other High Lords followed, faintly cutting off Lin Ming's escape paths. Lin Ming hesitated for a moment before Demon Shine's voice sounded out in his mind. "Go in, they don't matter." As Lin Ming stepped inside, his field of vision completely darkened. Creak. The door leading in slammed shut. Lin Ming felt as if he had fallen into a completely separate dimension. There was no sound, no light, nothing at all. "Don't worry. Everything you're seeing is an illusion, including this great hall and even the door into here. In fact, when you entered through the door, you actually passed into an illusory magic array arranged by that old fellow. Look, that old fellow is standing right in front of you at this moment. He wants to take advantage of the moment when you're startled and plant a slave seal in you." Illusory magic array. Lin Ming's mind stirred. He was very familiar with array formations, and he also had the samsara martial intent to defend his mind. It wasn't impossible for him to destroy this array and break out of here. "Calm down. Don't break this array, otherwise that old fellow will think that the illusory magic array isn't enough to deal with you. It will be troublesome if he tries to hold you down himself. Just fidget a little like you're struggling here, and then we'll put together a good play for him." Lin Ming nodded, immediately calming down. But at this moment, there was a screaming noise as a trident-holding 10-winged heavenly demon appeared out of thin air and rushed towards him. Lin Ming's eyes filled with a hint of believable panic. He thrust out his spear, chasing thunder. The power of thunder was particularly potent in dealing with ghosts and illusions. With a scratching sound, the 10-winged heavenly demon turned into a wisp of black smoke that quickly faded away. In the chaos of fear and confusion, you can still defend your mind, indeed worthy of being a titled Azura. Outside of this illusory magic array, around 100 feet away from Lin Ming, a black-cloaked man was quietly muttering to himself. His eyes were as deep as the stars in the night sky, and from his appearance he wasn't from any specific race. Instead, he seemed like a hybrid of a giant demon and Goliath, of the Blood's Slaughter Steps 12 Skysplit Towers. He was the Tower Master of Polaris Tower, High Lord Limitless Demon. "Unfortunately, your cultivation is too low to break through this 10,000 devouring ghost array formation. When these 10,000 ghosts overcome your mind, you are mine." Within the illusory magic array, more and more ghostly 10-winged heavenly demons were appearing at an increasingly fast pace. Not only were there 10-winged heavenly demons, but there were even some massive 12-winged heavenly demons mixed in. It was becoming difficult for Lin Ming to deal with. Puff. With a light sound, Lin Ming finally wasn't able to avoid the attack of a 12-winged heavenly demon. A wisp of soul force pierced into Lin Ming's spiritual sea like a needle. Lin Ming grimaced. He revolved the samsara martial intent and twisted this wisp of soul force into pieces. But then, the other heavenly demon ghosts followed this up with a barrage of attacks. "Ha ha! So what if you're the #1 talent of the last 10,000 years? You'll still become my faithful dog. I'm really looking forward to your growth. During the trip to the Eternal Demon Abyss, you will be my best tool. Soul Slave Seal, go!" The middle-aged man squeezed his fingers and formed a pitch-black seal. With a flick, it shot straight towards Lin Ming. This seal was mixed into the attacks of a 12-winged heavenly demon. It was impossible for Lin Ming to find. You've broken my soul seal? Good. Very good. I like you more and more. Such a fierce tiger is truly worth taming. Soul slave seal, 3 is 1. Go. The middle-aged man flicked his fingers and 3 black seals flew towards Lin Ming. Taking advantage of a 12-winged heavenly demon's attacks, they rushed into Lin Ming's body. The 3 seals mixed together as one. During this, Lin Ming intentionally weakened the defense of his samsara martial intent. Ka. 2 of the 3 black slave seals were twisted apart, leaving only one that soared towards Lin Ming's spiritual sea. Demon Shine, it's your turn. All right. These past years, a bond of trust had formed between Lin Ming and Demon Shine. The first reason for this was because their common interests aligned, and the second reason was because of the frightening deterrence of the main soul within the magic cube. Because of this, Demon Shine had long since discarded any thoughts of swallowing Lin Ming's spiritual sea. As the seal flew into the skies above Lin Ming's spiritual sea, Demon Shine turned into a 3-headed demonic divine hound that rushed out from the spiritual sea. Only in this soul world was Demon Shine able to maintain his most mighty and valiant appearance. Demon Shine roared and separated a mass of pure soul energy from his own body. This soul energy rapidly turned in a ball of light in the air. Puff! The black slave seal sank into this ball of light, instantly turning it pitch black. This saint has separated a piece of soul energy to create a miniature replica of your spiritual sea. Once this slave seal is planted into this replica spiritual sea, it won't be able to affect you in any way. As long as you don't try to rashly disturb this slave seal, that old fellow will never know what happened. As for those orders that he sends to you through this slave seal, I will reiterate them to you, and you can act along. Understood. To use a portion of his soul force to create a fake spiritual sea in order to deceive the Tower Master, Lin Ming couldn't help but admire Demon Shine's methods. Although this old dog boasted a bit too much of his past exploits, when he was in the realm of the gods, he was still someone that had qualified to participate in the encirclement of the Verdant Feather Holy Lands. Although his current soul body was injured, dealing with someone from the mortal world whose strength was in the earliest stage of life destruction was too easy for him. The illusory magic array slowly faded. Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a bit of a confused color. Ha! Congratulations to Sir Chief High Lord for obtaining another general, High Lord Bloodfire said from outside the illusory magic array. Bloodfire, you've done well this time. 3 years later, the eternal demon abyss should reopen again. When that time comes, I will allow you and Lin Ming to accompany me to the 1,000-mile perimeter of the eternal demon abyss. Yes, Chief High Lord. Is it time to allow Lin Ming to enter the Road of Emperor now? Bloodfire thoughtfully asked. Lin Ming's mind stirred at these words. Road of Emperor. Although he was faking being controlled, Lin Ming still didn't like this situation. He simply didn't like being forced to follow the whims and mercy of others. Right now, what he was thinking of was to enter the Road of Emperor as soon as possible and obtain the highest level of strength that he could. He could then end these matters within the blood slaughter steps and return to Sky Spill Continent. The situation of the Sky Spill Continent caused Lin Ming to worry endlessly. In a flash, almost 2 years had passed. How were Mu Qinyu and Qin Xingxuan doing? Was Divine Phoenix Island able to persist until now? When Lin Ming first left the Sky Spill Continent, his cultivation had only been at the early Xiantian realm, and his strength was comparable to a normal peak early revolving core powerhouse. As for killing Lei Jingtian, a large reason for that was because of the suppression of the demon god Imperial Palace's laws. It couldn't really be considered his true ability. Now, Lin Ming's cultivation had reached the extreme Xiantian, and he had also made breakthroughs in other areas. His strength was on the verge of being at the life destruction realm. As long as he could break through to revolving core, Lin Ming had confidence he could defeat a first-stage life destruction powerhouse or even kill them. Only by reaching Revolving Core could Lin Ming return to the Sky Spill continent. Otherwise, it would be meaningless to return. And the Road of Emperor was the fastest shortcut to making a breakthrough in his strength. Although Lin Ming wasn't sure if he could reach the Revolving Core realm within, his strength would surely be increased by a great deal. Even if he couldn't break through to Revolving Core, there was the high chance he would finally become strong enough to fight with a first-stage life destruction master. Road of Emperor, Polar Sky Split Tower's Tower Master hesitated for a moment. He glanced at Lin Ming and said, "Do you want to enter the Road of Emperor?" Lin Ming expressionlessly replied, "I naturally desire to enter the Road of Emperor, but I shall follow the commands of Chief High Lord." The Tower Master shook his head and said, "Wait another 2 or 3 years for the Road of Emperor. It's still too early as of now." 2 or 3 years. Lin Ming was dismayed. In 2 or 3 years, he estimated that he would be able to quickly break through to Revolving Core during this period. But the Tower Master would likely closer monitor his cultivation. He wouldn't allow him to make a breakthrough so easily. If he couldn't enter the Road of Emperor, then there was also no meaning in staying at Sky Split Tower. This old fox is too damn cautious. Within Lin Ming's spiritual sea, Demon Shine was vulgarly cussing. Did he discover something unusual? Humph! If the fake spiritual sea that this saint created could be so easily unraveled by this sort of junior, then this saint might as well die right now. What he fears is the speed of your growth. He is afraid that if you grow too fast and your strength surpasses him too far, then at that time, he won't be able to control you. Lin Ming took a deep breath. Whilst being in Polar Sky Split Tower for the last 1 or 2 years, it was truly filled with layer upon layer of obstructions. He really couldn't imagine how the 8 Fall War Emperor had once become a 12-winged heavenly demon. Demon Shine seemed to know what Lin Ming was thinking and said, according to this saint's speculation, when the 8 Fall War Emperor was here, there still wasn't a unified management organized, nor was there anyone that tried to stop the birth of a 12-winged heavenly demon. Or else, let alone the 8 Fall War Emperor becoming a 12-winged heavenly demon, he would be lucky if he was able to leave Sky Split Tower alive. These past years, the Blood Slaughter Steps had been doing everything in their power to avoid the birth of a 12-winged heavenly demon. For Lin Ming, a single person, to resist the 12 Sky Split Towers, the hurdles he faced could be imagined. Lin Ming, starting from today, go practice on the 3rd floor. Remember, without my order you cannot break through to the Revolving Core realm. High Lord Limitless Demon icily issued an order before turning to leave. Lin Ming responded with silence, frowning as he left. Entering the Road of Emperor was far more difficult than he had imagined. Lin Ming, don't be so restless. Although you can't enter the Road of Emperor now, at least you can still stay in Polar Sky Split Tower and practice. As long as your strength slowly rises, then all problems will be easily solved. As for this Polaris Tower Master, it's impossible for him to always be checking up on your cultivation. If I'm right, then he can't stay in Polar Sky Split Tower for too long. He will likely need to go to the Blood Slaughter Divine Temple that was mentioned and be supervised there. Otherwise, even this Tower Master might have the chance of becoming a 12-winged heavenly demon. This is something that the Supreme Ruler of the Blood Slaughter Steps will absolutely not allow. As soon as Demon Shine spoke, Lin Ming's mind moved. Indeed, this Polaris Tower Master was already a peak 10-winged heavenly demon. If he wanted to, it wouldn't be too difficult for him to become a 12-winged heavenly demon. This sort of event would naturally not be allowed to happen. The rules of the Blood Slaughter Steps were truly strict. There were even layers of rules aimed at limiting the Tower Masters. Demon Shine, even if Polaris Tower's Tower Master doesn't notice my cultivation, I can't wait that long. If I follow this path to break through to revolving core, then it might take another 1 or 2 years. That is simply far too late. I made a promise that I would return in 10 years, but now I can't imagine what the situation in the South Horizon region would be like in 10 years. I want to return to the South Horizon region within 3 years. Now, for time, there is only a year left. Chapter 614, The Eternal Demon Abyss Erupts. Chapter 614, The Eternal Demon Abyss Erupts. Sir Evil God, these blood demon crystals are for you. An impeccably beautiful fey girl was kneeling in front of Lin Ming, offering up a tray with her hands. A jade box rested on the tray, and within the jade box was the small amount of top-grade blood demon crystals that a High Lord would receive every 2 months. 2 months had passed in the blink of an eye since Lin Ming became a High Lord. After he faked having the slave seal planted in his body, his days at Skysplit Tower had become peaceful. There were no more High Lords plotting against him again. Lin Ming had become a true and recognized High Lord of Skysplit Tower. Now, wherever he moved in the 4th floor, every servant would have to bow or kneel to him as he passed. I understand. You may leave now, Lin Ming calmly said, leaving behind the jade box. Yes, the young fey girl bowed as she excused herself. Within Skysplit Tower, every High Lord had 10 such exceedingly beautiful, top-quality fey girls under their command, rigorously serving them. If the High Lords wanted, they could freely use these girls in any manner they wished. Your cultivation has consolidated a great deal these last 2 months. Hee. Demonshine jauntily laughed from within Lin Ming's spiritual sea. Indeed, although I can't enter the Road of Emperor, it's quite good to be able to enjoy the other resources of Skysplit Tower's 4th floor. Lin Ming had used these past 2 months to completely solidify his cultivation. Within the King's Cage, he had broken through his limits multiple times, but his cultivation wasn't steady due to this, and he needed stability in order to slowly consolidate it. Lin Ming declared, "At most I'll wait for another half-year. If there isn't a chance for me, then I will look for my own chance to enter the Road of Emperor." Lin Ming, if you enter the Road of Emperor, then High Lord Limitless Demon will know that something happened to the slave seal in your spiritual sea. It doesn't matter whether he knows or not, Lin Ming casually said. I've already investigated the matter, clearly the last 2 years. The Road of Emperor and King's Cage are similar in that they are both self-contained worlds. As long as I can enter the Road of Emperor, it doesn't matter what High Lord Limitless Demon discovers. If he wants to deal with me, then his only choice is to wait for me to come out. But at that time, I may possibly be his match. You're right, but at that time, High Lord Limitless Demon might look for someone to help deal with you. Or he might set up a killing array to wait for you outside. You shouldn't take such a drastic approach until you're forced to. As Demonshine finished speaking, the ground suddenly and violently shook. Within Lin Ming's practice area, the stone bed, furniture, everything began to tremble. Lin Ming was dumbfounded. Just what was going on? Skysplit Tower was a relic left behind by some mysterious force from the ancient times. It contained its own array formations and was extremely firm. When Lin Ming killed High Lord Heian, the profound gold arena stage had been destroyed, but there wasn't even the tiniest bit of damage to the actual 3rd floor infrastructure. Thus, one can see just how solid and stable Skysplit Tower really was. Such a sturdy Skysplit Tower could actually shake. The shaking continued, and it was even becoming more and more violent. Lin Ming was amazed. Just what was going on? Lin Ming left the practice area and discovered that the corridors, halls, roads, distant temples, and buildings, everything was shaking. The entire Skysplit Tower was swaying. Just what was this? It wasn't just Lin Ming, but also Skysplit Tower servants who were panicking. Skysplit Tower seemed ready to collapse at any moment due to these vibrations. It was at a height of tens of thousands of feet. Lin Ming wasn't sure what was happening when he just happened to see High Lord Bloodfire pass by. Brother Bloodfire, what is going on? High Lord Bloodfire actually had a joyous expression plastered on his face at this time. Brother Lin, I never thought that our lucky chance would arrive so soon. The shaking of Skysplit Tower should be because the Eternal Demon Abyss has erupted. The Eternal Demon Abyss erupted. Lin Ming paused. In a jade slip that had been left behind after High Lord Heon's death, it had recorded such eruptions of the Eternal Demon Abyss. Every several decades or even centuries, the Eternal Demon Abyss would have a large-scale eruption just like a volcano. Then, a massive amount of infernal energy would gush out. Simultaneously, some demon god bones would be thrust out of the Eternal Demon Abyss with this massive amount of infernal energy for millennia upon millennia. The reason that people could find demon god bones at the very outer edges of the Eternal Demon Abyss was all thanks to these natural eruptions. After every eruption, those martial artists that braved the Eternal Demon Abyss would have great harvests, but correspondingly would suffer higher risks as well. After the Eternal Demon Abyss erupted, the violent surges of energy would overflow and form various danger hotspots and death zones, causing people to die when they wandered into these places. Lin Ming also remembered that in that jade slip, it stated that in the last millennium, 170 High Lords had fallen victim to the Eternal Demon Abyss. Of these High Lords, half of them perished because they explored the Eternal Demon Abyss right after these eruptions. Brother Lin, the eruption of the Eternal Demon Abyss can last for several months or even a year. During this time period, anyone who enters will die, but after the eruption ends, the Eternal Demon Abyss will enter a stable period. When that happens, we can enter the Eternal Demon Abyss together and seek lucky chances for Sir Chief High Lord as well as ourselves. For these following days, you should prepare for this. High Lord Bloodfire excitedly said, "Seek lucky chances for the Chief High Lord." Lin Ming looked at High Lord Bloodfire with pity in his eyes. To risk his own life to look for lucky chances for others, and also to do it with such joy in his eyes, in a manner that he couldn't wait to go, was truly the horrifying nature of the slave seal. With the slave seal planted within you, it would be better to die. At this moment, two sound-transmitting talismans appeared in front of High Lord Bloodflame, as well as Lin Ming. The contents of the messages were similar. It was about the matter of the Eternal Demon Abyss eruption, as well as telling the two to prepare for this, increasing their strength as much as possible in order to enter the Eternal Demon Abyss. But at the end of this sound transmission, there was some news that overjoyed Lin Ming. This was because Lin Ming was allowed to enter the Road of Emperor to increase his strength, so that he could better prepare for this journey into the Eternal Demon Abyss. Road of Emperor. Lin Ming took a deep breath. His wait was finally over. Life was full of twists and turns. Because of the eruption of the Eternal Demon Abyss, he finally had the chance to gain entry to the Road of Emperor. As long as he could enter the Road of Emperor, even if he couldn't break through to the revolving core realm, Lin Ming believed he wouldn't need to fear High Lord Limitless Demon anymore. Haha, Brother Lin, congratulations. As long as you are loyal to Sir Chief High Lord, he will not treat you unjustly. Do you want to prepare a bit, or would you like me to bring you there now? High Lord Bloodfire had also received similar news. No need. Let's go now, Lin Ming calmly said as he tamped down the rising elation in his heart. He had food and drinking water in his spatial ring, so he didn't need to make special preparations. Good. Let's go then. High Lord Bloodfire led the way. The Road of Emperor was located in the center of the third floor. After journeying down several roads and corridors, they finally came to a temple. This temple was built entirely out of obsidian, and when stepping into it, it seemed as if it was a completely separate dimension. Within this temple, there were all sorts of ferocious and savage-looking demon statues. Without exception, all of these statues were 12-winged, heavenly demons, and a massive blood red, altar was surrounded by these statues. This altar constantly emanated a rich infernal energy, as if it were completely carved from blood demon crystals. The entrance to the Road of Emperor is above that altar. Step onto the altar and sprinkle your blood onto it, after which you will be able to enter the Road of Emperor. Brother Lin, I wish you good luck. Chapter 615, Entering the Road of Emperor. Chapter 615, Entering the Road of Emperor. Lin Ming stepped onto the crimson altar. As he felt the thick, bloody, infernal energy emanating from the altar, he was secretly surprised. This altar was carved from a massive chunk of pure blood demon crystal. Not just that, but it was high-grade blood demon crystal within a blood demon crystal mine. They were usually found in small blocks and chunks. It was particularly rare to find such a massive hunk of blood demon crystal like this one. Lin Ming stood at the center of the altar and cut his own palm. He believed that High Lord Bloodfire wouldn't have set any traps here for him. After all, High Lord Bloodfire still believed that he had a slave seal planted within him and was completely subservient to the Tower Master's orders. Blood flowed onto the altar and was instantly absorbed into the deep crimson stone. After several breaths of time, beneath Lin Ming's feet, a massive deep red totem lit up. This was also in the pattern of a 12-winged heavenly demon. In the next moment, a radiant red light shot up into the sky, directly swallowing Lin Ming within. Infernal energy, an evil, dangerous, and brutal energy directly smashed into Lin Ming's spiritual sea, followed by a massive pressure on his soul. If it wasn't for the fact that he had passed the king's cage and had already become accustomed to the heavenly demon force field, then this pressure would have caused him to nearly faint. In fact, many martial artists, including Yan Qi and Maha, would immediately faint upon first entering the Road of Emperor, only waking up after a long time. The heavenly demon martial intent was released, and Lin Ming used the Azura force field to resist the pressure of the Road of Emperor. In the next instant, he had arrived in another space. The place Lin Ming appeared at was still a deep red altar. This altar was the exact same as the one at the entrance to the Road of Emperor. As he looked beneath, he saw that under the altar was impressively the dark abyss. A rich infernal energy wafted up from this abyss. Lin Ming had a deepening suspicion that this abyss under the altar was the source of infernal energy. If he fell all the way down, then he would fall into the eternal demon abyss. Above this abyss was a 10-foot wide wooden plank road. This road wasn't supported by anything. Instead, it was firmly suspended in midair. Along this wooden plank path, every 100 feet or so, there would be a group of lights. Underneath these lights were statues carved from obsidian. These statues didn't have any support either. They were also held up and suspended in the air through some mystical power. As Lin Ming looked at these quietly burning ghostly blue flames, he could feel a very rich soul force coming from them. It was like these weren't flames, but rather the blaze coming from a burning soul. What a strange place. Lin Ming was startled. He tried to fly, but as he expected, flying was restricted in this area. But that was probably for the best. If he really tried to fly and fell down into this abyss, then he would most likely die. The Road of Emperor was the same as the King's Cage. Both were mere practice areas. But since ancient times, for those martial artists whose luck was poor, or those who misjudged their own strength, there would always be people that perished in here. Without a doubt, this 10-foot wide plank road was the Road of Emperor. Lin Ming didn't hastily step onto the Road of Emperor. Instead, he sat down in meditation, adjusting his mental and physical state to their peak condition, and then stepped onto the plank road. As soon as he entered the Road of Emperor, Lin Ming immediately felt a pressure cover him. This pressure was completely different from that of the heavenly demon force field's pressure. This pressure came from soul and will. And Lin Ming was no stranger to this pressure either. This pressure was the Emperor Will. When Lin Ming fought with Yan Qi and Maha, he had once felt a part of the Emperor Will. When an Emperor-level powerhouse died, the will they left behind would not fade away even after thousands of years. This was the so-called battle spirit. A battle spirit was the condensed will that a martial artist could form after they reached a certain boundary. This will could be attached to any object and could be used in a multitude of ways, such as killing people. For instance, if one attached a battle spirit to the air, they could directly crush a massive boulder into powder. If they attached a battle spirit to a skill or treasure, they could double their attack power or even increase it by several times over. Emperor Battle Spirit. I wonder when I will be able to comprehend my own battle spirit. Lin Ming was filled with expectations. When a martial artist reached the emperor level, they would normally have their own battle spirit. Of course, there were even some lucky individuals who didn't need to be at the emperor level. If they had a great enough destiny fall onto their body, they could often comprehend a battle spirit at the higher stages of life destruction. This was only the situation within the Sky Spill continent. If it were the realm of the gods, then it was probably even more abnormal. It wouldn't be strange for those at the revolving core to be able to comprehend a battle spirit. Thinking of this, Lin Ming asked, Demon Shine, when would a top talent of the realm of the gods usually comprehend their own battle spirit? Demon Shine, who had been staying within Lin Ming's spiritual sea the entire time, hadn't replied. In fact, it was like Demon Shine hadn't even heard his question. This caused Lin Ming to be a bit surprised. As soon as they entered the Road of Emperor, Demon Shine had been incomparably quiet, not even making the smallest noise. Demon Shine? Lin Ming asked, worried. Lin Ming, this Road of Emperor. I feel like I've been here before. After being silent for a long time, Demon Shine quietly and eerily spoke. Lin Ming was slightly startled. Well, it's more accurate to say that my big brother came here. Demon Shine sounded a bit sad. This sort of mood rarely ever happened to the proud and talkative dog. Your big brother? My original body is that of a three-headed demonic divine hound. And my soul is also a trinity of three souls in one. My big brother was born first, and then as his strength grew, my second brother was born, and finally, me. When we sieged the Verdant Feather Holy Lands in the past, big brother and second brother tried to protect me. And because of that, they were twisted to nothingness in the soul storm. Within my body are some of the remnant soul fragments of my big brother and second brother. As Demon Shine finished speaking, he let out a long sigh. In just the snap of the fingers, tens of thousands of years had passed. Recalling the past now really made one feel a bitterly painful nostalgia. As Lin Ming heard Demon Shine speak, he suddenly froze, a light seeming to go off in his mind. Yes, he had forgotten but something. When Lin Ming was still on the second floor, he had killed Shui-Man and obtained a nameless ancient tome from his spatial ring. This tome had vivid, lifelike images of people rubbed into all the pages. One could even faintly feel the aura and dignity of these characters as they were when they were alive. Near these images were written notes that listed out these characters' lives. As Lin Ming had read through them, he realized that every single one of these characters were all either Emperor-level powerhouses or peak Emperor-level talents of the last tens of thousands of years of the Holy Demon Continent. This included the Netherworld Great Emperor, and even the Demon Emperor was impressively included in there. Lin Ming immediately dug out the tome and quickly found the page that the Demon Emperor was listed on. Within the tome, the Demon Emperor was holding onto the great desolate blood halberd, his ink-black hair recklessly flying in the wind. One could even vividly feel the terrifying aura and majesty of the Demon Emperor. Beside the Demon Emperor's picture was a note. Demon Emperor. His birth was ominous, and his death was ominous. Cause of death is unclear. This is... Demon Shine was stunned. He exclaimed, "This rubbing is exactly the same as the Demon Emperor himself. Yes, It is exactly the same. Not just that, but the demon emperor died in the realm of the gods, and he was in existence from tens of thousands of years ago. So, who carved the image of the demon emperor, and how did they know that he died? Lin Ming's mind was filled with doubts. Demon Shine said, "Lin Ming, look at the base of those lights." As Demon Shine spoke, Lin Ming looked up and was suddenly astonished. In front of him, not too far away, was a carved relief of a Fey martial artist at the base of the lights. This Fey martial artist was handsome and held a long sword in his hands. He was a jade-like beauty with a heroic appearance. Lin Ming suddenly remembered that this Fey martial artist was one of those whose images were rubbed within the tome. Lin Ming opened the tome and found that the carved relief of this martial artist was the exact same as the rubbing. Lian Ku, born in the Holy Demon calendar year of 26,720, died in the Holy Demon calendar year of 26,750. This person was a peerless talent of elegance and grace. He reached the Fey King realm at 24 years of age, and within his realm there was no worthy opponent for him. His path to becoming a Fey emperor was inevitable, but what a pity his destiny was lacking. As he was seeking his own lucky chance in a danger zone, he perished there, ending his life at 30 years of age. A Fey king was equal to the human revolving core. For someone to become a Fey king at the age of 24 was similar to reaching revolving core at an age of 24. This was a speed that would be around 5 or 6 years faster than Mu Qinyu. In fact, it wasn't even that different from Lin Ming. A peerless hero of his generation, his path to becoming an emperor was a matter of time. However, he perished in the middle of his path. Lin Ming, I remember some things. In my big brother and second brother's memories, these lights that you see each represent an emperor-level powerhouse. Even if they aren't emperor-level powerhouses, they are still peerless talents of their generation that should easily have become emperor-level characters. But these people all have two things in common. The first is that they are dead, and the second is, when they were young, they once stepped into the road of emperor. These lights each represented an emperor-level powerhouse that had once entered the road of emperor. Lin Ming's mind chilled. As he looked at these quietly burning ghostly blue flames, he couldn't feel any heat from them. Rather, he felt a bone-biting chill, as if these flames were burning souls. Of course, this was only a feeling. If they really were souls, then they would have burned out long ago. Demon Shine said, "The will lights of the Road of Emperor are not crafted by human hands, but naturally formed. Otherwise, across a span of tens of thousands of years, no one would have the ability to carve out a lifelike impression of all these peerless characters, perfectly keeping even their aura and majesty. If I'm not wrong, then every peerless genius of their era who has entered the Road of Emperor will be remembered by the Road of Emperor. After they die, lights would form here as a symbol to them." As Lin Ming heard Demon Shine speak, he felt an inexplicable chill fill his heart. The Road of Emperor, just what was it? The force underneath the eternal demon abyss that was behind the mystical curse, what was that too? After every martial artist died, flames would light up as a symbol to them. Then what was it that the Road of Emperor used to remember them? A part of their will, spiritual energy, or maybe a soul mark? Even a peerless existence like the Demon Emperor, a great character even within the realm of the gods, still couldn't rid himself from the Road of Emperor's memory. After he perished in the realm of the gods, the Road of Emperor also formed a group of lights that corresponded to him. Like mortals that could not escape the cycle of samsara, those peerless geniuses that stepped into the Road of Emperor similarly couldn't rid themselves of their destiny. No matter how unrivaled they were in their lives, they still returned here, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Lin Ming took a deep breath and clenched his fists. Regardless of what was at the end of the Road of Emperor, regardless of what was at the deepest depths of the eternal demon abyss, he would not hesitate to continue forwards. The world was large, far beyond what he could ever imagine. Even the demon emperor, standing before the true peak of martial artists, was probably just a minor, unworthy person. In the past, in order to compete for the magic cube, he had died. This magic cube that had extinguished the lives of 10,000 powerhouses from the realm of the gods. Just where had it come from also? All of these powerful and mysterious existences did not cause Lin Ming to be crestfallen or even feel low. Instead, there was nothing in him but a limitless fighting spirit. He had already set firm his determination to step onto the highest peak of martial arts and have a good look at what the scenery from that peak would be like. Chapter 616, Battle of Wills. Chapter 616, Battle of Wills. Here, Lin Ming followed the road of Emperor, going forwards one step at a time. Every 100 feet or so, there would be quiet, eerie blue flames that appeared, burning in the air like spectral illusions. Guyu, 9,000 years, he was a peerless, heroic youth of the giant demon race. A title de jure of Fascination Skysplit Tower. He died at 30 years of age. Every time that Lin Ming saw anew, will lights appear. Name of that martial artist who corresponded with that light would materialize in his mind. Fascination Skysplit Tower was one of the 12 Skysplit Towers. Thus, it could be seen that this road of Emperor wasn't solely just the heroic young elites of Polar Skysplit Tower, but of the 11 other Skysplit Towers also. It was even possible that the road of Emperor found in the other 11 Skysplit Towers all shared the same path. The Emperor will filled every inch of the road of Emperor. Not just that, but as Lin Ming moved forwards, it became increasingly strong. Ho! After Lin Ming passed by Gu Yu's light, the light extinguished itself all the way down. Every time Lin Ming passed a light, that light would naturally fade away. So far, he had passed by 10 lights, and 10 lights had been extinguished. Xiao Yu, 3,000 years ago, she was a proud, heavenly daughter of the Fae, a title de jure of Heavenly Cloud Skysplit Tower. At 36 years of age, she perished her cultivation at the 5-star Fae King realm. As Lin Ming saw the 11th will light, some information about Xiao Yu appeared in his mind. As he passed this light, it also faded away. Lin Ming found that all of the martial artists he saw so far hadn't lived to the age of 40. Every single one had died when their cultivation was at most a 5-star or 6-star Fae King. When Lin Ming had read through the nameless tome, peerless emperors had occupied the vast majority of the pages. Were the will lights of the emperor-level powerhouses further back? Thinking this, Lin Ming continued, slowly and cautiously. He could feel the pressure of the emperor, becoming steadily stronger. Lin Ming, careful! As Lin Ming passed by another will light, he suddenly heard Demon Shine's voice call out. Right after, a bright ray of light emitted from a will light and stabbed into Lin Ming. Bang! A massive pressure arrived within Lin Ming's spiritual sea. He grimaced, taking a step back as he immediately revolved the samsara martial intent to block this pressure. However, at this moment, it seemed as if his body had been separated from his soul. Fighting spirit filled his heart. This fighting spirit was not Lin Ming's, but rather came from that light. A bloody battlefield, endless plains of slaughter and death. An armored martial artist fought with every ounce of his being. Within Lin Ming, he could clearly feel the infernal energy of the endless killing grounds. The feeling suddenly disappeared here. With the sound of a gust of wind passing overhead, the light was extinguished. It was over. Lin Ming looked at that light. He had a faint impression of the man that was carved into that relief. His name was Zhang Jun. He was a quasi-emperor powerhouse. In his life, he was a peerless talent of his generation. He died before his time, just a single step away from becoming a true emperor-level powerhouse. That just now was Lin Ming, what you felt just now was the battle spirit of this martial artist left behind. All of these lights beside the road of Emperor contain the will of those powerhouses that died. As Lin Ming walked, he had already passed over a dozen lights already. The inherent strength of their will was very small, but just now Zhang Jun's light had actually contained a vast will that smashed into his spiritual sea. Although he had been able to bear it, he had been forced to take a step back. Lin Ming, I remember now. The first half of the Road of Emperor is a test to bear the Emperor will. Those lights that you first encountered up until now were all from weaker martial artists that hadn't even formed a complete Emperor will, thus you were able to easily pass through. But from now on, every step you take will be much harder than the last. The Road of Emperor is paved with the immense will of countless Emperor-level powerhouses. How deep you can go will all depend on whether or not you can resist their will. I understand. Lin Ming glanced behind him. It was clear now that after he successfully withstood the will of a martial artist, their will light would naturally extinguish. The next one. Lin Ming looked at the light ahead of him and was surprised to see that this light burned several times more vibrantly than the ones before. The flames were already twice as high. To be more precise, after this light, the later lights would continue to become more and more exuberant. This also symbolized that the inherent Emperor will of these lights was also becoming stronger. Now, Lin Ming was prepared. He took a deep breath, adjusting his mind to an ethereal state as he simultaneously revolved the samsara martial intent and then stepped deeper into the road of Emperor. The moment that he passed the next will light, Lin Ming felt another great pressure enveloping him, even more formidable than the one before. Kill. Kill. Lin Ming instantly felt his soul and body separate, his mind arriving in a completely separate dimension. At this moment, a 10-foot-tall demon was cutting down at him with a massive axe. What a superficial move. Lin Ming coldly snorted. Although this enemy's attack seemed to be deadly, the truth was that it was full of holes. The speed of it was slow to the point that it simply didn't enter his eyes. He took a step back and flourished the purple comet spear. He wanted to use Chasing Thunder to deal with this demon when, at this time, Lin Ming was shocked, let alone using Chasing Thunder, but even taking out his spear felt incomparably slow. This feeling was the same as if Lin Ming had returned to the body transformation stage. After being used to the limits of his own speed and strength, he found it hard to adapt to suddenly losing all of this. What's going on? Seeing the large axe cut down at him, Lin Ming's pupils contracted, golden rock shattering the void. Lin Ming retreated backwards, but his speed was several dozen times lower than its eek state. Too slow. Chi. Lin Ming could only helplessly watch as that massive blood-red axe cut into his body, right through the middle. A severe pain seemed to come out from his soul. At this moment, the feeling of death was so real. Ever since Lin Ming started practicing martial arts, he had faced life or death situations several times, stepping near death's door during many of these. But it was only close to death. It had never been like today, where he watched as he was cut directly in half. Fresh blood sprayed out. Lin Ming's face twisted in pain, and a feeling of death spread through his spiritual sea. Samsara, martial intent. Kacha. Lin Ming forcefully twisted apart the symbol of that deathly energy. Everything is only an illusion. I have been practicing martial arts for almost 8 years now, and my heart of martial arts has been tempered every step of the way. I will not allow some phantom mirage to kill me. Lin Ming's mind flashed with this thought. In that moment, he felt a vivid force swell up within his body, making him feel several times stronger than before. His body that was cut in half slapped back together, instantly regenerating. Lin Ming grabbed the purple comet spear and thrust out, Chasing Thunder. Little arcs of electricity sizzled around the purple comet spear. These arcs of electricity were too weak. He was fundamentally unable to use chasing thunder. My strength has been reduced by 99%. Lin Ming had never felt this powerless before. Although his strength had suddenly risen just now, he was still only capable of such a weak strike. But what surprised Lin Ming was that the great demon in front of him seemed to have consumed every bit of its strength in that last attack. It weakly stood there as Lin Ming's spear pierced into its body. With a pitiful scream, it melted into a pool of blood and pus. The illusion disappeared, and Lin Ming returned to the road of Emperor. He was still standing on that lonely plank road, and the will light beside him had now extinguished. He passed. Lin Ming felt a cold sweat drip down his back. The illusion he just felt was far too real. There was really a moment where he thought he had died. Being cut in half had left a deep pain in his soul, as if his soul was being torn in half. Lin Ming was certain that even being physically cut in half like that wouldn't be so painful. Was that just a battle of wills? Lin Ming asked. Yes, it was a battle of wills. You felt your strength weakened by 99% because your will hasn't yet manifested, let alone condensing into a battle spirit. Thus, in that world of will, you are in fact a weakling. I really am weak. Lin Ming nodded. That demon he had faced just now was already weak to the point of being a complete mess. His moves were slow and ridiculous. Everything that demon did was just for looks. But as for Lin Ming, facing this demon fellow that he would normally be able to kill without even lifting his finger, he had actually been cut in half. If that wasn't weak, then what was? Demon Shine slyly smiled, shaking his head as he said, I said that you are weak, but that is only in comparison to a true emperor will. In fact, your weak level is already abnormal. You should know that 99% of martial artists first facing an attack of wills would not even be able to make a counterattack. They wouldn't even be able to move. They could only stare helplessly as their enemy's attack splits apart their body. And I'm talking about a top genius. There isn't even mentioning an ordinary martial artist. An ordinary martial artist wouldn't even have the qualifications to undergo this sort of smelting trial. Their spiritual sea would be instantly crushed to nothing by the emperor will. Oh, Lin Ming was a bit surprised. Indeed, his willpower had always been his most impressive aspect. If Lin Ming's abilities could be arranged in order, then his willpower would absolutely be first, followed by his perception, and then his natural talent. Hey, boy, this saint rarely compliments others, so how come your reaction is so cold? You are at the extreme Xiantian realm, but other martial artists are at Revolving Core realm, Demon King realm, Fey King realm, and if their perception is poor, then even a life-destruction martial artist may be beneath you. There is no limit in this world. There is always a higher mountain and a higher heaven. Lin Ming shook his head. He had experienced a great deal in his journey to the peak of martial arts so far. He was well aware that he was just a frog in a well, but the greatest difference that separated him from those other frogs was that he was aware of just how great the outside world was. In that battle just now, I feel like my willpower was tempered, becoming stronger. When Lin Ming had broken through the illusion, he felt an influx of strength into his will. Although he had already left the illusion, that strength still remained there, permanently becoming a part of him. Of course, this is the terrifying advantage of the road of Emperor. It is able to temper your will. If you can withstand it, then you can even form your own battle spirit. Demon Shine excitedly said, at that time, you will no longer feel weak within your world of will. In fact, it is possible that you will be even more powerful than in reality. Chapter 617, One Light, One World. Chapter 617, One Light, One World. I will be more powerful in the will world than in reality, Lin Ming asked, slightly startled. Then what happens if I kill others in the will world? Will they die in the real world, or would they be affected in some other way? Demonshine said, if you can completely destroy someone else's will within the world of will, then they will also die in the real world. Lin Ming felt a chill crawl up his back as he heard this. But I should have died just now. That bloody axe already cut me in half, but I'm not dead yet. Demonshine chuckled. Hee. This saint said that you will only die if your will is destroyed in the will world. This saint didn't say that you would die if your body was cut in half in the will world. Destroying someone's will isn't as simple as it seems. I see. Lin Ming nodded. He had fallen into the mindset that being cut in half would kill him. But the truth was that the world of will had a completely different set of laws that governed it. Perhaps within the will world, being cut in half was the same as a minor wound. Demonshine continued. Within the will world, being split in half, beheaded, or even crushed won't kill you. This is why there are many martial artists that when they reach a high level, such as your so-called emperor-level powerhouse, if they have confidence in their own willpower, will have matches in the world of will. In there, it's not as easy to be injured. But of course, in a real life or death battle, they would combine the power of their will world and their actual combat strength into one whole and fight in the real world. This is also how they can use their highest degree of strength. Every time Demonshine mentioned the emperor-level powerhouses and emperor-level talents of the Sky Spill continent, he would usually add in something derisive before it, such as so-called. Obviously, to him, these powerhouses were nothing more than low-grade minions. If they went to the higher-level realm of the gods, they simply wouldn't even enter Demonshine's eyes. Combat in the world of will only looks at how strong or weak your willpower is. Your actual combat strength is irrelevant. Within the will world, you are God. You can create and be anything you want. For instance, as long as your will is strong enough, you can create a heaven-step treasure, a saint-step treasure, a powerful summoned beast, contract beast, or if your willpower is at the very limit, you can even summon a god beast. As long as your willpower is strong enough, you can completely sweep away all opponents, even if they are several times stronger than you in reality. Create a saint treasure? Create a contract beast? Or even a god beast? Lin Ming was shocked. I can even create a god beast? Would it really have the power of a god beast, though? Within the world of will, the god beast that you create will truly have the power of a god beast. But that is only limited to the will world. As this saint has said, within that world, you are God. The will is an important symbol of whether or not a high-level martial artist is weak or strong. The sooner you comprehend a battle spirit, the greater its advantages will be towards your future. This is because a battle spirit, regardless of your perception, lucky chances, heart of martial arts, and other factors such as that, will often naturally grow along with your cultivation. Lin Ming, this road of emperor is your chance. Even if your strength doesn't grow here, you still have to start forming the foundation for your battle spirit. When you reach a high boundary, your willpower, which is in essence your battle spirit, will be a great portion of your strength. Not just that, but at that level it will even be an integral part of your combat style. People at that level will also respect a martial artist that has a formidable will more. I've got it. Lin Ming nodded. The same ability would often have different values for different people. For instance, within the Sky Fortune Kingdom, even if a landlord and merchant had the same amount of wealth, a landlord's status would be higher than the merchant's. This was because land farming was considered a more legitimate business, while being a merchant was much more low class, even if they earned the same amount of money. In fact, after many merchants earned a fortune, they would often purchase large swathes of property and became local landlords, even if the profits from these properties were far lower. Lin Ming, continue on. If you can use this road of emperor to thoroughly temper your will, then it will have a profound influence on your future growth. Don't miss out on this chance. I will. Lin Ming was overjoyed that he met Demon Shine from the magic cube space. With his guidance, it was much easier to see the path before him. Otherwise, if he came to the Road of Emperor and used increasing his strength as the only goal, he would have missed this rare chance. Continuing along the Road of Emperor, the will lights that appeared were from quasi-emperors. They burnt even more vividly than before. As Lin Ming stepped forwards, a light flashed, and he once again appeared in the world of will. Ha ha ha! Laughter echoed in Lin Ming's ear like a thunderclap. This was a voice that came from this world of will. The more powerful the willpower was, the more heaven-shaking and earth-shattering the voices would be. Kacha! Between heaven and earth, a massive thunderbolt crashed into the ground. A Goliath martial artist with a full head of red hair grasped a halberd and rushed towards Lin Ming. Concept of thunder. Lin Ming was surprised to discover that even in the world of will, there were still manifestations of laws. With the concept of thunder combined with this strange halberd skill, this quasi-emperor level powerhouse's attack was certainly strong. It was just that its speed was slow. It was obvious that the will that this quasi-emperor powerhouse left behind was very slow. Perhaps it was because it had been worn down through the long passage of time, or perhaps it was because the amount of will left behind in the light wasn't much to begin with. Otherwise, the momentum of this quasi-emperor powerhouse's attack would be much more than this. Lin Ming directly faced this Goliath powerhouse's halberd. He did not dodge, only thrusting his spear out. This was because he knew that with his current speed, dodging was impossible. Puff, puff. 2 bursts of blood shot out like a rain shower. In the world of will, having his body pierced through was a horrific pain, as if his soul was being shredded to pieces. Lin Ming originally wasn't a match for this quasi-emperor's will. However, the strength of this quasi-emperor's will wasn't able to sustain itself. Every time a bit of this strength was consumed, it would be gone. But as for Lin Ming, his will actually grew without end. This was his greatest advantage. After a harrowing and violent battle, Lin Ming successfully destroyed the Goliath quasi-emperor powerhouse. Ho! The corresponding will light was extinguished, and Lin Ming was ejected from the world of will. I can actually comprehend a great number of things from these seniors' martial arts skills. Aside from tempering his will, when that quasi-emperor attacked just now, the moves that contained the concept of thunder gave Lin Ming some inspirations. Because the will that this quasi-emperor had left behind was already very weak, the attacks were slow, and the striking power was also low. This way, the mysteries within those attacks were much more clearly seen and easier to understand. If I'm not wrong, then most of the young heroic elites that enter the Road of Emperor probably use the majority of their energy to study their opponent's moves and concepts. Even Yan Qi and Maha, as imps who are proficient in soul force, probably also tried to comprehend these concepts and moves. It's just that at the same time, they were probably trying to figure out how to capture some of this Emperor will for their own use. But no matter how much Emperor will they captured, in the end it wasn't theirs, so it had no capacity for growth. The moves and concepts of quasi-Emperor and Emperor-level powerhouses were no doubt valuable, but compared to tempering the will and forming a battle spirit, they were far less important. It was simply incomparable. However, one couldn't blame Yan Qi and Maha for being short-sighted. Their own willpower was limited, so the chances of them ever forming their own battle spirit was far too distant a goal. Normally in the Holy Demon Continent, a martial artist would form their own battle spirit around the time they became a peerless emperor. As for Yan Qi and Maha, the two of them only had a cultivation of a 1- and 2-star demon king. In addition, Yan Qi and Maha were only from relatively normal sect backgrounds. These sects had never produced an emperor-level powerhouse, so the knowledge and legacies they had of battle spirits was literally nothing at all. Yan Qi and Maha simply didn't know the method to form a battle spirit, nor did they understand their importance. Lin Ming carefully recalled the attacks of that supreme elder from just now, and after perceiving some insights, he decisively moved on to the next battle's spirit light. Compared to the last flame, this one was far too bright. It was extremely radiant and dazzling, like a smaller, darker sun. Lin Ming's mind moved. His eyes locked onto the relief below the lights, and he saw that indeed, this was left behind by a true emperor-level powerhouse that had died. Gu Xiao, giant demon. She walked the world 6,000 years ago. She became a demon emperor at 109 years of age and perished at 130 years of age. When she died, her cultivation was a one-star demon emperor. Information about Gu Xiao appeared in Lin Ming's mind. Without a doubt, if this Gu Xiao could become a demon emperor, then she was an emperor-level talent. However, after becoming a demon emperor, she was only the most ordinary of demon emperors. All those able to become demon emperors were emperor-level talents. Wanting to stand out in this crowd of monstrous geniuses was extremely difficult. Gu Xiao had become a demon emperor at 109 years of age. This achievement wasn't early. In fact, her talent was much worse than Xiao Yu and Gu Yu's from before. Those two had earned the glory of becoming titled Azuras. If they hadn't died at such a young age, they definitely would have become existences capable of jumping ranks to fight even after becoming emperor-level powerhouses. Lin Ming took a deep breath and adjusted himself to his peak state. What he was about to face was a true emperor-level powerhouse. Even if this person was the most ordinary of emperor-level powerhouses, they were still in existence he couldn't even compare to. He naturally had to be extremely sincere in this battle. Stepping into the range of Gu Xiao's lights, Lin Ming only felt as if he had crossed a space barrier, arriving at a completely different dimension. One light, one world. The will of a true emperor-level powerhouse was enough to manifest their own world. When Lin Ming's will entered this world, he felt like a mortal that had been dropped naked into a field of winter snow. This kind of chilling cold was enough to freeze his marrow. A thick killing intent suddenly filled the air. With a rustling sound, a massive python suddenly appeared out of thin air and killed its way towards Lin Ming. A transformation? Lin Ming recalled that Demon Shine said that within the world of will, a martial artist was God. They could turn their will into different forms in order to kill their enemies. This massive python in front of him was most likely the transformed shape of the Emperor Will. This python was over 100 feet long, and its body was as thick as Lin Ming's waist. It opened its massive jaws and bit towards Lin Ming. Its speed was much quicker than the last several martial artists. With Lin Ming's speed, it was impossible for him to dodge this bite. He fiercely grit his teeth and thrust the purple comet spear into the python's open mouth, bringing with it the concept of thunder. The purple comet spear was like a bolt of lightning that shot into the python's upper jaw. Blood sprayed out, but that python also bit down on Lin Ming. Bang! The earth was cracked apart as the python's giant head crashed into it, and Lin Ming was swallowed into the python's stomach. Lin Ming, you are not a match for this Emperor Will. Immediately withdraw. Demon Shine's voice sounded out in Lin Ming's mind. Chapter 618, A Shining Will. Chapter 618, A Shining Will. The python's stomach was like a separate world. Locked within, Lin Ming was tossed around like a leaf in a storm. Bang! His consciousness crushed. Lin Ming gave a stiff cough, instantly feeling like he lost sense of his own existence. His brain was muddled, and his senses were in confusion, as if he had been cut off from all contact with the outside world. Lin Ming, hurry up and withdraw from the world of will. If you suffer such heavy damage in the road of Emperor's Will world, you won't die, but it will damage your will. Demon Shine shouted out, But in this situation, his voice no longer reached Lin Ming's ears. Chaos ran rampant. After an indefinite amount of time passed, a weak whirlpool formed within this chaos. After this whirlpool appeared, it began to slowly and gradually expand, spinning faster and faster. In the center of this whirlpool was an azure light. This light was the essence of Lin Ming's endless will. After this azure light appeared, it shot out like a vorpal sword, cutting through space. With a ripping sound, the void itself seemed to tear apart. The azure light pierced through all, directly shooting through the python's back. Reform the body. Within Lin Ming's mind, his will pulsed with an intense belief. As long as his willpower was strong enough, he was God here. He could control all. In the void, countless rays of azure light rapidly spun together, rapidly coalescing into Lin Ming's body, restoring all of his senses. Seeing Lin Ming reappear, Demon Shine's puppy eyes turned perfectly round. He never expected that Lin Ming would be able to break out of the python's body and extricate himself from danger. This was a vicious beast that was formed by an emperor-level powerhouse. Sa! The python let out a loud roar as it rushed forwards once more. Purple Comet! Lin Ming thrust out his hand, and the purple comet spear instantly materialized in his palm. Blazing on spear shaft, thunder and flame howled. Penetrating rainbow. Spear and man became one. Lin Ming shot straight towards the python. After his will went through another transformation, just now, Lin Ming's striking power had surged greatly. On the other hand, the python itself was severely wounded. Pung! Lin Ming flew forwards with the spear, directly piercing through the python's jaws. The python let out a miserable cry as a fountain of blood gushed out from its head. Its body began to violently twist and contort, slowly losing the power to struggle before turning into a stream of light that floated away. In the next moment, Lin Ming withdrew from the world of will. In front of him, the lights that symbolized Gu Zhao's will still burned as radiantly as before without a hint of even extinguishing. This meant that Lin Ming hadn't been able to withstand Gu Zhao's will. Lin Ming had merely destroyed a python that Gu Zhao's will had created. Lin Ming had, in actuality, failed to kill the main body. Currently, it was far too difficult for him to deal with the will left behind by an emperor-level powerhouse. This was the will of an emperor-level powerhouse. Lin Ming took a deep breath. His back was already soaked with sweat. The recent battle had exhausted a great deal of his energy. Boy, you really are a monstrous genius. Within Lin Ming's spiritual sea, Demon Shine was praising him. Today, you've made amazing progress with your willpower. If it continues to grow like this, then you really might be able to form your own battle spirit before you reach Revolving Core, aside from all other aspects of talent. In will alone, you are the most magnificent junior I have ever seen. Forming a battle spirit before Revolving Core. Lin Ming's eyes blazed with a fiery light. He was increasingly knowledgeable of just what a battle spirit was. For him, if he wanted to use the road of Emperor to break through to the Revolving Core realm, then it would be easy. But if he could condense his own battle spirit now, then it would be of unlimited benefit to his future growth. It seemed that Gu Xiao hadn't even formed a battle spirit yet. Yes, Gu Xiao is only the lowliest of ordinary demon emperors. A true emperor-level powerhouse that has a battle spirit will leave behind an even more terrifying will. If the current you face is an emperor will that possesses a battle spirit, then you will instantly be smashed to smithereens. If you can temper your will to the point that you can withstand that sort of impact, then you might be able to form the seed of a battle spirit within your will. Within the tens of thousands of miles that comprised the blood slaughter steppes, other than the 12 main cities, there was also a blood-red temple. Blood Slaughter Divine Temple was its name. Within this temple lived the the master of the blood slaughter steppes, and also the only emperor-level powerhouse of the blood slaughter steppes, Luo Sha, titled High Lord Divine Demon. Luo Sha was also the only 12-winged heavenly demon of the 12 sky-split towers. The giant blood-red doors opened, and Luo Sha strode out of the great temple, his red cloak dragging on the ground as his footsteps echoed in the emptiness. High Lord Divine Demon was 15 feet tall, the height of 2 adult men. He was considered a giant, even amongst the already tall giant demons and Goliaths. Father, as High Lord Divine Demon left the temple, a middle-aged man, already kneeling on one knee, waited for him outside. This middle-aged man wore a dark blue robe, and his eyes were as profound as the stars in the jet-black sky. If Lin Ming could see this person, then he would have recognized him. This person was the Tower Master of Polaris Tower, High Lord Limitless Demon. Nearly no one knew that the Tower Master of Polaris Tower was Luo Sha's son. Father, I have already followed your instructions and enslaved Lin Ming. High Lord Divine Demon nodded. Lin Ming, even with a slave seal planted within him, will surely blossom in glory in the future. He will be a big boost to our forces. Father, I have already sent Lin Ming to the Road of Emperor. When he reappears several months from now, his strength will surely have risen by another step. Road of Emperor. Luo Sha faintly smiled. The eternal demon abyss has erupted. Every sky-split tower has sent many people to enter the Road of Emperor and gain experience. These people think that they can increase their strength, enter the eternal demon abyss, and take a share of the treasures. Exquisite towers Lan Xin, heavenly cloud towers Duanmu Kun, 5-color towers Xuanyu. All of them are future successors to their holy lands, characters who can be called saintesses and saint sons. These people have all entered the Road of Emperor. Duanmu Kun is even entering for the second time. I wonder just how far in they will manage to go. Oh, as High Lord Divine Demon spoke to hear, Polaris Tower's Tower Master frowned. The people who his father mentioned just now were not only monstrous talents, but also had extremely terrifying backgrounds. They came from holy lands with 4 or 5 emperor-level powerhouses, some of which were 2-star Fey emperors or even 3-star Fey emperors. Even the blood slaughter steppes was terrified of these superpowers. They had no choice but to open a part of their resources to the descendants of those elite holy lands. This included the Road of Emperor, and even the eternal demon abyss. All of it was a compromise. The eruption of the eternal demon abyss is rare opportunity. You will also enter. High Lord Divine Demon ordered. Yes, Father. After the eruption of the eternal demon abyss, the chances of dying within rose to over 30%. Polaris Tower's Tower Master had sufficient strength, and coupled with his years of understanding of the environment of the eternal demon abyss, his chances of dying inside were much lower. Chapter 619, Lin Ming's Choice. Chapter 619, Lin Ming's Choice. Road of Emperor. World of Will. Blood rained from the skies. Lin Ming's spear pierced through a tiger-type vicious beast, but his body was also slashed by that tiger's claw, the entire right half of his body completely breaking apart as crushed bits of meat flew everywhere. This sort of battle could be called utterly tragic. Luckily, this battle was held within the world of will. If this were the real world, then even Lin Ming would need several months to recover from such a heavy wound. Ho! Lin Ming was drawn out of the world, thick drips of cold sweat dripping down his face and back. Half the reason was because he had consumed a great deal of energy, and the other half was because of the excruciating pain he had suffered. In a fight within the world of will, the feelings of being ripped and torn apart were still there. As soon as the soul was broken apart, a bone-aching pain would follow. Even though Lin Ming's will was extremely firm, it was still difficult to bear this pain for days on end. As Lin Ming left the world of will, he was shocked as he saw the road of Emperor in front of him. The original single-planked road of Emperor that led towards an infinite jet-black darkness had actually divided in two. In front of Lin Ming, there were two rows of Emperors. The first road of Emperor was the same as before with lights that hovered at both sides. But on the other road of Emperor, it was instead surrounded by stone tablets. What is this? A test? An illusion? It is neither a test nor an illusion. For you, it is a chance, a choice that you can make. Demon Shine said from within Lin Ming's spiritual sea, "You have already been defeated in front of Gu Zhao's lights many times now." Gu Zhao is an Emperor-level powerhouse who hadn't yet been able to create her own battle spirit. She can be considered amongst the worst of Emperor-level powerhouses. Behind her lights are Emperor-level powerhouses that have condensed their own battle spirit, including even 2-star and 3-star demon emperors. Not only have they formed their own battle spirit, but the laws they have perceived have reached a very high limit, the peak that these so-called Emperor-level powerhouses can reach. You have already been stranded here for 10 days. The road of Emperor probably recognizes that it's impossible for you to go any further. Thus, it has created another path for you. This is a choice that you may choose so that you won't leave without having accomplished anything. Demon Shine had once followed the Demon Emperor into the road of Emperor. The current situation was only his guess, but it should be more or less right. In other words, I can reduce the difficulty. Lin Ming was inexplicably filled with a disheartened feeling. Up until this point, he had encountered powerful martial artists everywhere, and there hadn't yet been any martial artist whose talents had exceeded his own. But now, as he was crossing the road of Emperor, he was actually pushed back to this degree. Only 10 days here, and he was given the chance of reducing the difficulty. He was obviously disappointed. Hee boy, you shouldn't be so sad. After passing through the entire road of Emperor, you can become an Emperor-level powerhouse. What sort of cultivation do you have? And you still want to cross the road of Emperor? Dream on. If that actually happened, then wouldn't the Chief High Lord Limitless Demon or South Sea Demon Region Sovereign just be crushed under your feet? Boy, although your willpower is formidable, your cultivation is far too low. Compared to the will of an Emperor-level powerhouse, the difference is simply far too great. Still, this saint is pleasantly surprised that you were able to kill the python, scorpion, and tiger that Gu Zhao created. At that time when Gu Zhao had formed a python, Demon Shine had urged Lin Ming to quickly leave the world of will. He believed that Lin Ming would be defeated without question, but he never imagined that he would actually win. Relative to Lin Ming's cultivation, this was absolutely only possible because he was a freakishly monstrous genius. The difference is indeed too great. Lin Ming shook his head. For more than 10 days, he had been fighting Gu Zhao's remnant will. However, he had never seen the true form of Gu Zhao's will. Every one time he fought with Gu Zhao's will, Gu Zhao would first send out 3 vicious beasts to deal with him. These were a python, scorpion, and tiger. After these 3 fights, Lin Ming had basically consumed every ounce of his willpower. Lin Ming, there are many top-grade blood demon crystals in your spatial ring, and even 2 demon god bones, right? Your foundation is very solid. If you use these top-grade blood demon crystals and demon god bones, then with the tempering of the road of Emperor, it will be very easy for you to break through to revolving core in a short period of time. When that happens, you can start forming your battle spirit, and it will be much easier than it is now. At least, you should be able to defeat the will of an ordinary Emperor-level powerhouse. Cultivation had an effect on willpower. The deep one's will was, the easier it was to form a battle spirit. Lin Ming's will was tenacious and resilient, but his cultivation wasn't deep and his background was insufficient. Willpower was easy to exhaust, but forming a battle spirit was another story altogether. Lin Ming shook his head and said, if I fully concentrate on breaking through to revolving core, then it will still take a great deal of time if I want my foundation to remain solid. Moreover, the eruption of the eternal demon abyss will end in half a year to a year. I don't have the time to wait. After I leave the Road of Emperor, I don't know what will happen between me and High Lord Limitless Demon. I have to seize this chance and try to form my own battle spirit as early as possible. My advantages in the future will also be greater too. Lin Ming wanted to form his own battle spirit while he was still at the extreme Xiantian realm, compared to condensing his battle spirit at revolving core or life destruction. There would be more room for growth. Well, there are many people who understand that, but very few people who can actually follow through. Who doesn't want to form their own battle spirit as soon as possible? You make it sound as if it's as easy as folding paper. The will is not the same as the physical body. Once the will is injured, it is very difficult to heal. If you can't withstand this suffering, then not only will you not be able to form your own battle spirit, but you'll only end up causing permanent damage to your will instead. Demon Shine shook his little doggy head, not too approving of Lin Ming's choice. The Road of Emperor has given you another choice. This second path is instead surrounded by Emperor tablets. It is specially aimed at increasing your cultivation and strength. If you choose this road and walk down it, then with your talent, it shouldn't be too difficult to break through to revolving core. Your strength and moves will all be greatly enhanced. As for the first road, that only aims at tempering your will. If you walk down that road, then your strength won't rise by too much. If you are successful, then the advantages to you will naturally be incalculable. But if you are defeated, then not only will there be no benefit to you, but you will damage your will instead. Think carefully before you make your choice. As Demon Shine spoke, Lin Ming understood. Two roads. One road aimed at the world of will, and the other road aimed at realistic strength. To martial artists at lower realms, having a greater strength in the real world was much more valuable. This was true even for Lin Ming. Maha Kaiyang and others like them, after being defeated in a trial of will, most likely diverged onto this other path in order to increase their cultivation and strength. Lin Ming could envision that if he stepped onto this second path, his strength would sharply rise. However, if he stayed on the first path while he wouldn't see short-term benefits, it would have unlimited benefits for his future growth. If Lin Ming missed this chance, then it would become very difficult to form his battle spirit. He could forget about attempting to do so during the Xiantian realm. If he couldn't even form his battle spirit during revolving core, then he could only wait until he reached life destruction. Within the Sky Spill continent and Holy Demon continent, forming a battle spirit during the life destruction realm was a first-class achievement to be proud of. But if this achievement were placed within the realm of the gods, then it wasn't much at all. Lin Ming's sights were set very far. If his starting points kept falling behind those geniuses of the realm of the gods so much, then how could he ever manage to compete with them if he ever truly soared into the realm of the gods in the future? Can I choose both roads at once? Lin Ming didn't have much hope for this, but he still asked, "Nice try, friend. If you complete the Road of Emperor, by that time, all of the mysteries of the Road of Emperor will be open to you. You can experience the fires of will, the Emperor's stone tablets, and maybe even things that I don't know about. But after passing through the Road of Emperor, you will become a peerless emperor. If you want to completely finish the Road of Emperor now, then it is absolutely, absolutely, absolutely impossible. Honestly, make your choice, because once you do, the other path will vanish. Choose as you will." Demon Shine said absolutely 3 times in a row, enunciating these words clearly to completely dispel all of Lin Ming's unrealistic fantasies. Lin Ming took a deep breath, hesitated for a moment, and then firmly said, "I choose the road of will." Demon Shine seemed to already expect that Lin Ming would make this choice. He shook his head and lazily said, "Well, good luck to you. This saint is going to take a nap now." After Demon Shine's soul was injured, he had to spend 90% of the day resting in sleep. Lin Ming didn't bother with Demon Shine anymore. He sat down and began to adjust his breathing. He took out a top-grade blood demon crystal from his spatial ring and began to slowly absorb the blood demon crystal's energy. Lin Ming didn't know this, but as he was facing his choice in the Road of Emperor within the exquisite Tower's Road of Emperor, a beautiful and slender young Fey girl was similarly making her choice. This young Fey girl had long blue hair, and her eyes were also blue. Her face was lovely without even the slightest flaw. It was just that on the cheeks underneath her eyes, there were several small blue scales, but these scales did not ruin her beauty. Rather, they lent her an air of mystery and wonder. She was the #1 talent of the exquisite tower, Lan Xian. She came from a Fey sect, the Blue-Silver Holy Land. She broke through to a 1-star Fey king at 25 years of age, and was equal to a human early revolving core master. In fact, she was even a bit better. Although her cultivation was higher than Lin Ming's in terms of willpower, she was far inferior. When she faced a quasi-emperor's will world, she couldn't pass. She had already been stranded in front of this quasi-emperor's will light for 12 days now. In the Road of Emperor, there was a general time given to each challenger. This was 12 days. If she couldn't break through the Road of Will during this period, then that only meant her talent or cultivation was lacking. In short, if she couldn't pass through the complete Road of Emperor, then it was impossible for her to become an Emperor-level powerhouse here. These were one of the mysteries that Lan Xing didn't know of. She was only curiously looking towards the stone tablets that surrounded the second Road of Emperor. As she glanced at them, she was immediately attracted to these stone tablets. The stone tablets had all sorts of strange figures and diagrams engraved upon them, but as she saw these images, she felt as if her soul was falling within, unable to release itself. What a strange stone tablet! Lan Xing hesitated for a moment, and then stepped onto this second Road of Emperor. In the moment that she did, the first Road of Emperor disappeared. It was like the series of lights that she had first passed through slowly fading away. Lan Xing was dazed. She was faintly aware that she had unknowingly made a choice of some kind. Since she chose this Road of Emperor with the stone tablets, that meant she had given up the road with the will lights. Having lost the road with the will lights, Lan Xian thought it was a bit regretful. But if she were given the chance to make her choice again, she would still choose this one. After having stayed on the Road of Will for several days, her strength hadn't increased by much, but the soul-tearing pain she had experienced during that time still made chills crawl up her spine. Chapter 620, Prime Emperor Force Field. Chapter 620, Prime Emperor Force Field. Lan Xian was a woman, but her will and beliefs were very firm. Otherwise, she never could have arrived at this point. However, when facing that soul-tearing pain in the Road of Wills, she really found it hard to bear, and she had to do so every day without end, from morning until night. Even when withstanding such tortuous pain, the increase in her strength was actually limited. Lan Xian found this hard to accept. As Lan Xian stepped onto the second Road of Emperor, she regretted a bit that she wouldn't be able to sharpen her will any further. But this regret also disappeared soon, because she had been completely attracted to the first Emperor Stone Tablet. Now, this was truly worthy of the Road of Emperor's great fame. The Road of Will that she had passed through until now hadn't been much better than the King's Cage. After Lan Xian made her choice at Heavenly Cloud Tower, Duanmu Kun was also making his. Duanmu Kun's background was even more terrifying than Lan Xian's. Lan Xian also originated from a holy land, but even holy lands were divided into ranks. According to the long-standing traditions of the Holy Demon Continent, once an emperor-level powerhouse was born to a 5th-grade sect, then that sect became a holy land. Those holy lands with only a single one-star emperor-level powerhouse were naturally the weakest. In fact, some could even be considered mere high-level fifth-grade sections. As for those holy lands that had two emperor-level powerhouses, or even 5 or 6, some of which were even 2-star, 3-star, or had formed their own battle spirit, or had reached high attainments in certain laws, those were the pinnacle existence of holy lands. This sort of holy land could be considered a peak 5th-grade sect. Higher than that was a 6th-grade sect. That would be a holy land on the same level as the demon god Imperial Palace. Duanmukun happened to come from a super holy land that was almost a 6th-grade sect. He was different from Lan Xian. Before entering the road of emperor, Duanmukun already had a decent understanding of it. The moment when he was given the choice to take a second road of emperor, Duanmukun knew that he had failed. He ruefully shook his head and said, "It looks like I was too confident. A mere one-star Fey King, actually wants to condense his own battle spirit. My goal was simply too arrogantly high. This is only the second quasi-emperor will light, but I am unable to continue any further. Behind this, I would even have to bear the will of true emperor-level powerhouses. The difficulty of that could be imagined. Even if I grit my teeth and continued on, it would still be useless." Duanmukun was a peerless genius of his era when it came to willpower. Not just that, but he had a terrifying background and a talent that surpassed even Lan Xian. In addition to his exceedingly high perception and top cultivation methods, Duanmukun could be said to truly be a favored son of heaven. These past 20-some years, every outstanding heroic youth after heroic youth was defeated in front of Duanmukun. Even deacons that were several dozen years older than him were not his match. Gradually, inevitably, this invincible, infallible mindset had engraved itself into Duanmukun's bones. This was the self-confidence and pride that belonged to a top genius. He had fantasized that when he entered the road of emperor, he would be able to complete it in a single go and form his own battle spirit. However, reality had slapped him down. This first quasi-emperor will was also the weakest quasi-emperor will. Duanmukun had spent tremendous amount of time and energy in order to defeat it, but against this second quasi-emperor, he was completely helpless. The disparity between them was simply too great. Shaking his head, Duanmukun self-deprecatingly said, "The highest elder was a 4-star Fey King when he first touched upon the threshold of a battle spirit, and was finally able to form his own when he was a 5-star Fey King. I will sincerely take the second road with the Emperor Stone Tablets. If I continue down the road of will, then not only will my strength not rise, but I might even be injured." Duanmukun was reluctant to leave the road of will, but he finally tamped down the feeling in his heart and stepped onto the road with the Emperor's Stone Tablets. Although he understood in his heart that the advantages he obtained would be greater if he traveled down the road of will, that advantage, no matter how great it was, simply couldn't be used at present. It was not as beneficial as receiving an immediate increase in his strength. Calming his heart, Duanmukun began to perceive the first Emperor's Stone Tablet. 1 month later, Polaris Towers Road of Emperor. Lin Ming had already defeated the vicious beasts that Gu Zhao's will summoned. Now, he was directly fighting the main body of Gu Zhao's will. Bang! Within the world of will, Lin Ming's will was scattered once again. This soul-tearing pain almost caused him to faint on the spot. "Reform!" Lin Ming shouted out loud, and his dispersing body began to gather back together. Within the world of will, all power depended on the strength of one's will. Within Lin Ming's mind, he recalled the time when he was still at the body transformation stage and had encountered the ownerless soul fragments within the world of the magic cube. He recalled the time when he fought against Demon Shine, and he recalled the time he had experienced 100 samsaras within the Sorcerer Pagoda. My will is indomitable. My soul is endless, indestructible. Even when I faced the soul fragments of the supreme elders of the realm of the gods, I still wasn't swallowed by them. Even when I faced 100 samsaras, I wasn't lost in my illusions. Although you are an emperor-level powerhouse, and in terms of strength, I admit I am still far weaker than you, but in the aspect of will, how can I willingly lose to you? Lin Ming gave a loud shot, grasped his spear, and shot towards Gu Shao. Bang! A golden light flashed. Half of Lin Ming's body was pierced by this light, but in the last moment before his will was about to collapse, he suddenly threw out the purple comet spear in his hands. Blazing with thunder and fire, the purple comet spear drew a dazzling arc through the air as it pierced into Gu Zhao's body. Blood rained. In the next moment, Lin Ming had returned to the real world. This is the first time I've wounded him. Lin Ming dripped with a cold sweat from the pain. As he wiped the sweat from his face, he collapsed to the ground in exhaustion. Taking out a top-grade blood demon crystal form, his spatial ring, Lin Ming sat in meditation and began to restore his energy. These past days, he had been undergoing intense tempering of his will in countless battles. After the passing of a long time, unconsciously, the strength of his willpower had greatly increased. Within Lin Ming's spiritual sea, Demon Shine awoke from his deep slumber. As he stretched out his feet, he said, "Boy, you are crazy. If you continue like this, then it will be easy for your will to be damaged. Your face is white to the point where it doesn't even have a hint of blood to it. This is proof that you overdrew your willpower." How could Lin Ming not know the truth behind Demon Shine's words? When he was still in the body transformation stage, he was clearly aware that if he practiced too much, it would leave hidden wounds in his body. But at that time, in order to break through to the pulse condensation period, he had no choice but to tread onwards regardless of the consequences. Now, the same was true. The only advantage that Lin Ming had from the past was that he had sufficient resources. It wasn't like the past, where he couldn't even afford medicine. Lin Ming had killed many geniuses of Skysplit Tower these past 2 years, and in doing so obtained a great number of pills that were used to nourish the soul. Those imp-race geniuses were mostly masters of soul attacks, and soul attacks were also the types of attacks with the greatest risks. If one wasn't careful, then it was possible to be wounded from backlash. Thus, they naturally had to prepare a large amount of soul recovery pills, especially after he had killed Yan Qi and Kai Yang. Those two had both been heavenly demon 7 stars of Skysplit Tower. Yan Qi had also been the second-ranked master, and extremely wealthy. Lin Ming was glad that he killed Yan Qi. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to continue fighting today. Taking out one of Yan Qi's soul recovery pills from his spatial ring, Lin Ming quickly swallowed it. This pill was called a 9-revolution mind pill. Yan Qi was the sort that valued wealth almost more than his life. He couldn't even bear to swallow a whole pill at a time, but rather swallowed them half at a time. He would never do something as wasteful as Lin Ming. Once the pill reached Lin Ming's stomach, he felt an incomparably pure energy slowly nourishing his mind and soul. Lin Ming also felt his partially broken will slowly recovering. The imps were the race with the most talent in the aspect of souls. Naturally, the soul recovery pills they used were much superior to those of humans. Another 2 days passed. Lin Ming still hadn't been able to defeat Gu Shao, but this time he had actually succeeded in leaving 2 wounds on Gu Shao. Then 3, then 4. 5 days later, Lin Ming was able to fight several violent rounds with Gu Shao. Using the method of damaging himself to damage his enemy, he managed to cut off Gu Zhao's arm. 7 days later, Lin Ming finally managed to stab Gu Shao with 3 spears in a valiant effort. Then, with spear and man as one, he used penetrating rainbow and stabbed through Gu Zhao's will. After defeating Gu Shao, Lin Ming's broken body had already reformed several times, and his willpower was on the edge of collapse. In the last moment that Gu Zhao's will was smashed apart, Gu Zhao's remnant will turned into a pure energy that slowly flowed into Lin Ming's own will. At that moment, Lin Ming felt as if his mind had opened and his entire body was brimming with warmth. It was like he had returned to the womb of his mother. He felt incomparably comfortable and at peace. Lin Ming was surprised. His damaged will and soul force, under this cozy warmth, were quickly recovering. In several dozen breaths of time, that warmth disappeared, and Lin Ming felt that his own state of mind had strengthened a great deal, his willpower rising once more. If he faced Gu Zhao now, he believed that he could fully destroy Gu Zhao's will while retaining at least 30% of his soul force. If I destroy the will of an emperor-level powerhouse, then I can obtain the power of its will. The longer I last, the more power of will I will accumulate. I might even be able to form my own battle spirit. Lin Ming muttered to himself. In that moment, he had withdrawn from the world of will. Boy, you actually won. Demon Shine was immensely shocked. This was the first emperor-level will that Lin Ming had defeated, using an entire month of time to do so. Everything was difficult at the beginning. As it went on, it would naturally become easier. If this continued, then it was highly likely Lin Ming would be able to form his battle spirit. What a freak, Demon Shine mumbled. He couldn't help but use this word to describe Lin Ming. How was Lin Ming a martial artist from a little sect in the mortal world? He seemed more like a talent that was carefully raised up by a large sect within the realm of the gods. Demon Shine, you said that if I can destroy the will of an emperor-level powerhouse that has a battle spirit, I can form my own battle spirit. Demon Shine coolly shrugged and said, this saint was just casually speaking. If your perception is high and your destiny is excellent, then you might be able to comprehend one early. Otherwise, it's useless and even if you can destroy the will of an emperor-level powerhouse that has a battle spirit. In any case, this saint is going back to sleep. Don't bother waking me up, all right? Demon Shine wiggled around and slowly sunk back into Lin Ming's spiritual sea, leaving Lin Ming there to helplessly shake his head. Following this, Lin Ming spent every day fighting and killing in the world of will. When he destroyed the will of the second emperor-level powerhouse, this emperor-level powerhouse hadn't formed a battle spirit either, and his cultivation was only at a one-star demon emperor. Lin Ming accepted a serious injury in order to defeat it. Next, this was followed by the third and the fourth. The opponents grew continuously stronger. However, every time that Lin Ming destroyed the wisp of these emperor wills, some of their energy would flow into his body, nourishing his will and mind. Time passed by. Soon, Lin Ming had been frigidly fighting for 3 months. On this day, when he stepped into the will world of an emperor-level powerhouse, he was actually shocked. This feeling was a martial intent. Within this world of will, Lin Ming clearly felt the terrifying suppression of a force field, causing the strength of his will to sharply fall. A martial intent that aimed at the world of will. Could it be the prime emperor force field of the heavenly demon martial intent? Chapter 6:21, Blooming in Splendor Through Competition. Chapter 6:21, Blooming in Splendor Through Competition. According to the temple spirit, the heavenly demon martial intent was divided into 3 different forms. They were respectively the Azura force field obtained from the king's cage, the death god force field obtained from becoming a 12-winged heavenly demon, and lastly the prime emperor force field from completing the road of emperor. Lin Ming didn't know what the death god force field was like, but he had personally experienced the Azura force field. The Azura force field was absolute multi-level suppression. Whether it was physical strength, the undulations of organs, the circulation of true essence in the meridians, perception, all of this and more was completely suppressed to the point that it was several tenths less than at peak condition. The weaker one was the harder the suppression would fall. to extremely weak martial artists, their heart might even stop if they entered this force field, and their spiritual sea would collapse. This was also the reason that geniuses would die within the king's cage. Although the Azura force field was terrifying, it was only for the real world. After entering the world of will, the Azura force field was no longer effective. Now, within the world of will, Lin Ming also felt the absolute suppression of a heavenly demon force field. Lin Ming immediately thought that this might be one of the heavenly demon martial intent's 3 great force fields, the Prime Emperor force field. It was the same as the king's cage. After completing the entire trial, one could obtain the Prime Emperor force field. But before that, Lin Ming would have to withstand the suppression of this force field. If he wasn't wrong, then the power of the suppression would only grow stronger. Thinking that he would have to face an emperor-level powerhouse that had a battle spirit while under the suppression of this force field, Lin Ming immediately felt his own weakness. The disparity was simply too great. No wonder it was said that anyone that passed the road of emperor could become a peerless emperor. Within the world of will, Lin Ming's will once again took a human form, with all of the organs of a human, as well as meridians and a dantian. The will body within the world of will was the same as Lin Ming's body in the real world. Now, under the suppression of the Prime Emperor force field, the organs of Lin Ming's will body, the meridians, the dantian, all of this came under a massive pressure, causing his strength to weaken by 50%. When Lin Ming had fought in the world of will, even when he exhausted all of his willpower and approached the point of collapse, there were always points on his will body that he hadn't tempered. But now that he was placed under this pervasive pressure, Lin Ming could merely stand still, and he would still feel every inch of his soul resisting the Prime Emperor force field, thoroughly exercising him. The Azura force field aims at the real world, and the Prime Emperor force field aims at the will world. Both of these force fields are like twins that complement each other. Truly, this heavenly demon martial intent is wonderfully unique. Lin Ming praised in his heart, but at this time he couldn't spare another thought because right in front of him, his next enemy had already appeared. This was the will body of an emperor-level powerhouse. Although his opponent hadn't yet condensed a battle spirit, they still once had a cultivation of a 3-star demon emperor. If it wasn't for the suppression of the Prime Emperor force field, then Lin Ming might have had a low chance of winning. But now, the chance of success approached 0. No miracle happened. Within 3 moves, there was an explosive sound as Lin Ming's will body was smashed apart. In the next moment, he withdrew from the world of will, his entire body covered in a cold sweat. It was too painful. In these 3 months, Lin Ming had consumed 60 to 70% of Yan Qi and Kai Yan's soul recovery medicines. If it wasn't for the fact that he would obtain pure soul energy to nourish his will after extinguishing an emperor will, then Lin Ming would have already collapsed. These medicines, I should use them sparingly. Lin Ming swallowed down half of a soul-restoring pill and also pulled out a top-grade blood demon crystal, immediately going into meditation. Not only did he not feel fear facing the Prime Emperor force field, but he was instead filled with a brilliant fighting spirit. The Prime Emperor force field was able to temper the will body. It was the best wedding stone to help form his battle spirit. Time quietly passed in the blink of an eye. 4 months passed since Lin Ming entered the road of Emperor. Outside of the blood slaughter steps, the eruption of the eternal demon abyss continued unabated. The scope and magnitude of the vibrations had weakened by a great deal now. Now, there would usually only be a large-scale vibration at the sky-split towers every 2 or 3 days. If this continued, then it was estimated that the eruption of the eternal demon abyss would completely finish in another 3 months. Afterward, there would be a stable period of 2 or 3 months. One could enter the massive eternal demon abyss and explore the most infamous death zone of the holy demon continent. From high lords to the peak talents among the challengers, everyone was preparing for this journey into the eternal demon abyss. I heard that the high lords of all the sky-split towers are planning to explore the area 1,200 miles from the edge. Within the Heavenly Cloud Tower, several top-ranked martial artists of the third floor were discussing the journey into the eternal demon abyss. The 1,000 miles around the immediate edge of the eternal demon abyss was an absolute death zone. Even a bird would find it impossible to cross. There was no point in desiring or wishing for this region. Anyone who entered would die. Not even high lords were exceptions, but a distance of 1,000 to 1,200 miles was a red danger zone. This chances of dying here were relatively high, but the harvests were correspondingly rich. 1,200 miles? Amazing. Those people are too bold. These people are really dreaming big. They would even risk their lives like this. Even the direct descendants of holy lands like Xuanyu, Duanmukun, Lan Xian, and famous high lords like Polaris Tower's High Lord Bloodfire, Whitestone Tower's High Lord Three Eyes, all of them are planning to enter this area. There's nothing more to say about it. Without risk, it's only possible to live a mediocre life. The road of a martial artist was paved with layers of obstacles and dangers. Even a top emperor-level talent was no exception. If they turned timid in their adventures and hesitated to grasp every lucky chance they could, then the halo of their emperor-level talent would slowly fade away until they ended up only being able to become a high-stage life destruction master, never being able to take that final step. Yes, there's also that Polaris Tower's Lin Ming. That fellow is simply a monstrous freak. He's a titled Ashura. For the last 10,000 years, there have only been 30 to 40 titled Ashuras, even with all 12 sky-split towers combined. I wonder whether or not he will enter that 1,200-mile region. He should be entering it. I heard that he already entered the road of Emperor. When he comes out, I have no idea just how strong he'll be. I wonder how he compares to Heavenly Cloud Tower's Duanmukun. Lin Ming entered the road of Emperor, and Duanmu Kun also entered the road of Emperor. So have exquisite towers Lan Xian, five-color towers Xuanyu, great axe towers Heisher, and also other famous talents. All of them have entered the road of Emperor. Each and every one of them are monstrous geniuses. I have no idea who will have the greatest improvements after coming out. As the two martial artists were talking, a sound-transmitting talisman lit in front of them, appearing especially bright in the dark hall. Oh, Great Axe Towers Heisher just came out. His cultivation has risen from a 1-star Demon King to a 2-star Demon King. That is just his cultivation too. I wonder how much his moves and concepts have improved by. This Road of Emperor is even better for improving one's moves and concepts. The martial artist who spoke was obviously filled with envy. The sky-split towers gathered all the peak killing path talents of the entire holy demon continent. It could be said that there were more geniuses there than dogs in the world. Cultivation was not the only factor in one's combat prowess, but it was an important factor. A 2-star Demon King was a bit abnormal. Much less, Heisher's concepts and moves had most likely improved too. It was hard to imagine just how terrifyingly high his combat strength had risen to. Before Heisher entered Skysplit Tower, he was already a bit better than the weakest High Lord. After coming out, he can probably fight on par with an upper-middle-ranked High Lord. Normally, a High Lord's talent was far less than that of a peak Challenger talent. It was because the peak talents nearly all originated from Holy Lands, so they never desired or planned on staying in Skysplit Tower and becoming High Lords. Only those with ordinary backgrounds that were also willing to submit themselves to the Blood Slaughter Stepp's supreme rulers could become High Lord. Thus, as long as these Holy Land descendants stayed for long enough, their strength would sooner or later surpass the High Lords. This is too incredible. The last 10 years of the Blood Slaughter Steps challengers have talents that far surpass the past generations. Even Polaris Tower's Fengshen is said to have entered the road of Emperor. The sect behind him should have paid no small price for this. The martial artists of the Blood Slaughter Steps were all looking forwards to a few months from now when all these peak talents would begin exiting one at a time. That would truly be a blooming moment for all of these geniuses. As for the Eternal Demon Abyss, that would be the true test for all of these individuals. At that time, who was a true dragon, who was a fake, all of these would be made brutally clear. For months passed, and then in the blink of an eye, the 5th month passed too. Fengshen exited, and then Lan Xian also exited. These peerless proud sons and daughters of heavens, each of them had scarily prodigious backgrounds. Fengshen's background ranked slightly worse amongst them, but he was still from a holy land. Facing this group of characters, the high-level personnel of the Blood Slaughter Steps naturally didn't dare to do anything to them. Now, when they returned to Skysplit Tower, their strength would surpass a great number of High Lords. It would become increasingly difficult for the Blood Slaughter Steps to control them. However, these various holy lands weren't unreasonable. After this journey into the Eternal Demon Abyss, they would all have their respective descendants leave the Blood Slaughter Steps. At this time, when these Holy Land descendants left, those challengers who had talent a level lower than them and had also pledged their allegiance to Skysplit Tower would become new High Lords, replacing all those that died within the Eternal Demon Abyss. In this way, this generation of challengers would be considered finished. Then, the Blood Slaughter Steps would welcome a new generation of young, heroic elites, starting the cycle anew once again. 5 months later, on the 160th day, besides Duan Kun and Lin Ming, every other challenger had made their exit. Their cultivation had significantly improved, and in comparison to their relative cultivation, their comprehensive combat strength rose even more. All of these martial artists burned with a brilliant fighting spirit. They all impatiently desired to go to the Eternal Demon Abyss to prove themselves. Normally, all of these top geniuses had great pride and belief in themselves. After entering the Road of Emperor, they all believed they had perceived the greatest profound and mystical principles from within, and that their increased strength was also the greatest. They earnestly wanted to compete with other young heroic elites and see just who had obtained the greatest benefits from the Road of Emperor. This could be considered the proof of talent. For those martial artists that wished to, they really did compete with each other. Their combat strength had truly risen, and this was mainly reflected in their moves, comprehension of concepts, and cultivation. Without doubt, when these individuals were given the choice to take 2 different paths within the Road of Emperor, all of them had stepped onto the path of Emperor Stone Tablets instead of the path of Will Lights. Even Duan Kun was the same. Within Heavenly Cloud Tower's Road of Emperor, Duan Kun gasped, his face pale and his body shaking with weakness. He took out a pill from his spatial ring and swallowed it. After meditating for some time, some color was finally restored to his complexion. My Road of Emperor has also reached the limit. Duan Kun let out a long breath, shaking his head. He realized that this was the furthest he would be able to go. Chapter 6:22, Forming a Battle Spirit. Chapter 6:22, Forming a Battle Spirit. This is the 21st stone tablet. I've stayed here for a full month and 10 days, and only just managed to break past it. Recalling the experience of these last 40 days, Duan Kun felt a lingering fear. These stone tablets were not as simple as they seemed. Once anyone touched upon them with their perception, they would have to withstand the terrifying impact force from the stone tablets, let alone comprehending the mysteries within these stone tablets. Touching their perception on these stone tablets could grievously injure them. Walking all the way down, of the 20 stone tablets he had passed through earlier. The pressure would increase with every one. The first 10 stone tablets weren't anything. He had easily passed those. For the 10 after that, the difficult had risen by a great margin, but Duan-mu-kun had still been able to just barely cope with that. After the 20th, the 21st stone tablet was the true terror. Duan-mu-kun had spent a total of 40 days on this single stone tablet alone, persisting until he had broken this last stone tablet. It was already the limit that Duan-mu-kun could withstand. As he looked at all the Emperor's stone tablets that lay in front of him, Duan-mu-kun could only sigh in frustration. The disparity was just too great. Just the 21st stone tablet had caused him to exhaust every last ounce of his potential. The difficulty of those stone tablets ahead could be imagined. Actually, Duan-mu-kun didn't even know how many stone tablets were in front of him. The road of Emperor. After completing this road, one would become a peerless emperor. This was certainly not a lie. Moreover, those emperor-level powerhouses that were born from the road of Emperor were surely not the ordinary kind, but those existences that peered down from the very pinnacle of strength. There's no limit in this world. No matter how strong you are, there is always someone higher. I thought that my talent far surpassed every other heroic young elite of the blood slaughter steppes, but I never that I would be pressured by a mere Lin Ming. If I was compared to those talents from ancient times, I would be even more pathetic. Duan-mu-kun shook his head in self-deprecation. This road of Emperor was most likely constructed for those young talents of ancient times to gain experience. What he had seen was only the tip of the iceberg, and yet he had reached his limits. Just how strong could those young heroic elites of ancient times have been? I should leave now. After being in the road of Emperor for 160 days, the increase of my strength has been immense. I wonder how I did compared to Lin Ming. Besides Lin Ming, Duan-mu-kun was recognized as the #1 talent of the blood slaughter steppes. His background was that of the quasi-6th grade sect, the Divine Wood Holy Land. He himself was a Fae, and his understandings of laws had reached an extremely high degree. His perception was incomparably monstrous, and with his young age, he had already thoroughly studied his Divine Wood Holy Land's core cultivation methods. The Fae had a naturally superior compatibility with laws than humans, and in addition to being personally directed and taught by the 3-star Fae Emperor, the highest elder of the Divine Wood Holy Land, Duan-mu-kun's attainments in the concepts of space and time were very high. In terms of the concepts of water and wood, he was also satisfactory. In the comprehension of concepts, he was confident that he wouldn't lose to anyone. Duan-mu-kun thought that even if his overall talents were inferior to Lin Ming's, that didn't mean he was weaker. After all, he was a bit older. Moreover, ignoring other aspects of talent, just in terms of the comprehension of laws, Duan-mu-kun felt he was above Lin Ming. And in this road of Emperor, it specifically tested one's perception and comprehension of laws. The stronger one was in these aspects, the more truths and mysteries they would be able to grasp from these Emperor stone tablets. Towards the 21st stone tablet, even with Duan-mu-kun's understanding of laws and concepts, he had already exhausted everything he had. He very much wanted to know just how far Lin Ming had gone. Lin Ming, I wonder which stone tablet you've managed to reach? If you haven't reached 20, then I will truly be disappointed after leaving Skysplit Tower. I will be looking forwards to a match with you. Duan-mu-kun thought aloud, his eyes flashing with a vivid fighting spirit. The average person would have thought that it was sad to be born in the same era as a monstrous genius, but Duan-mu-kun didn't think so. If he sat alone on the highest peak with nothing but his own desolate solitude, then that would only be an immeasurably chilly position, and he would be doing nothing more than wasting his own potential. On the other hand, if he had a rival, then both of them could try to surpass the other, and they could both make great strides of progress beside each other. This was the self-confidence that belonged to a true top talent. After being in the Road of Emperor for 161 days, Duanmu-kun finally left. Duanmu-kun's exit caused a great stir within Heavenly Cloud Tower. Even the nearby Sky-Split Towers were made aware of this news. A rumor was passed on that after Duanmu-kun left the Road of Emperor, his every action would cause the power of space around him to be restlessly aroused. This was an extremely high boundary that would only occur when one's understandings of laws reached a terrifying level, like an order being followed once given. This was a similar truth. Duanmu-kun was far away from reaching this sort of boundary, but it was still enough to scare everyone. The current Duanmu-kun gave off an unfathomably deep feeling. At this point, of all the geniuses that had entered the Road of Emperor, the only one that hadn't yet come out was Lin Ming. This made everyone especially want to know just what sorts of improvements Lin Ming had made within the Road of Emperor. In the world of will, a dazzling flame flashed past. Lin Ming had become one with his spear, and he was like a meteor as he passed through the will body of an Emperor-level powerhouse. Bang! The will body shattered into pieces, becoming countless streams of light that slowly flowed into Lin Ming's body. A feeling like a spring breeze spread to every corner of Lin Ming's body. I've been in the Road of Emperor for 5 months and finally managed to adapt to the suppression of the Prime Emperor martial intent. Lin Ming withdrew from the world of will and swallowed a soul recovery pill. At this time, all of the top-grade soul recovery pills had been eaten by him. Now, whenever he withdrew from the world of will, he could only take medium-grade and high-grade soul recovery pills to revitalize his soul. Luckily, every time that he destroyed the will body of an Emperor-level powerhouse, a wisp of their will would remain and flow into him, a pure power of soul that was able to repair the damage done to his will body. Otherwise, there would probably have been hidden wounds left behind in Lin Ming's spiritual sea already. Looking at the endless will lights that extended to the far distance in front of him, Lin Ming took out a top-grade blood demon crystal and began to meditate again. For 5 months, he had spent this entire time fighting. He had to regularly suffer the soul-tearing pain of having his will body ruined. This sort of excruciating pain was even more insufferable than physical bodily pain, much less that he had endured it for 5 months so far. These past days, I still haven't been able to form my own battle spirit, but because I've been using so many top-grade blood demon crystals, my cultivation has risen to a half-step revolving core. Because Lin Ming's foundation was completely solid, he almost wouldn't have a bottleneck from the Xiantian realm to revolving core realm. Moreover, top-grade blood demon crystals were originally excellent for making breakthroughs through bottlenecks, so his cultivation had constantly been rising throughout this time. As for his battle spirit, he still hadn't formed one, but Lin Ming could feel a dim and hazy mist gathering above his spiritual sea. This was pure willpower. Every time his willpower increased through battle, this mist would become richer and thicker. After another 40-some days passed, Lin Ming had already been in the Road of Emperor for an entire 200 days. During these 200 days, the pressure of the Prime Emperor force field constantly grew heavier, but the growth of Lin Ming's willpower was even quicker. This allowed him to adapt to the massive pressure within the world of will. The mist within his spiritual sea became increasingly thick, to the point that it nearly turned into droplets. Cha! A beaming bolt of lightning cut through the world of will, completely crushing an Emperor will and turning it into the pure power of soul. Finally, I've defeated the will body of a 3-star Emperor-level powerhouse. Lin Ming fell to his knees, using the purple comet spear to prop himself up. From his head to his toes, there wasn't a single place that wasn't a mess. His left shoulder was nearly completely ruined. His chest was stained red, blood gushing out of it, and his organs were in chaos. If this was the real world, in this situation he would have long ago lost any and all combat strength. Lin Ming had been fighting this 3-star emperor-level powerhouse's will body for a full 10 days, and today he had finally defeated it. A pure energy flowed into Lin Ming's body, quickly repairing his broken body. This sort of restoration brought along a wonderful feeling with it. The pure power of soul was like a quiet drizzle of rain falling down on him, making him feel happy and comfortable. Lin Ming immersed himself in this comfortable and wonderful feeling for an unknown time. Suddenly, there was a pain between his eyebrows, as if all the strength of his body was rushing to that single point, able to erupt at any moment. This is... Lin Ming's eyes flashed open. He was surprised to find that the thick mist that hovered over his spiritual sea had suddenly contracted in upon itself. Could this be? Lin Ming suddenly thought of a possibility, a faint sense of incredulity filling his heart. Ha ha ha! Boy, congratulations! You've succeeded! Demon Shine's jazzy voice sounded out in Lin Ming's mind. Battle spirit? Is this really a battle spirit? Lin Ming was ecstatic with happiness. He stared with wide eye as amazing changes began happening to the thick fog within his spiritual sea. Among these changes, a faint pain will spread through Lin Ming's mind. However, this sort of pain only made him feel inexplicably excited. Nothing was impossible to those that were willing to try hard enough. Lin Ming had spent almost an entire 7 months suffering massive pain to his soul to constantly temper his will and mold his battle spirit, and today he was finally successful. To do this, he had sacrificed his cultivation speed and didn't hesitate to give up receiving the Emperor's stone tablets. Now, at this moment when his battle spirit formed before his eyes, Lin Ming felt that all of this sacrifice and pain was well worth it. Part of the reason why Lin Ming could form his own battle spirit was his effort, but the majority of it was all because of his incomparably firm will and mindset. Lin Ming's heart of martial arts was originally extremely tough and impervious. In addition to repeatedly swallowing soul fragments from the magic cube and also cultivating the overbearing soul tactic, not only had his willpower strengthened, but after obtaining the samsara martial intent, this had caused a qualitative increase in Lin Ming's willpower. In terms of the force of his will, there was no martial artist at Lin Ming's realm that could compare with him. Similarly, soul attacks were nothing more than a joke in front of him. If it wasn't for Lin Ming originally having such talent of will, then tempering his will would have been useless to begin with. In fact, constantly overdrawing the power of his will would have done nothing but damage his mind. This is a battle spirit. As Lin Ming looked at the skies over his spiritual sea, he could see that the mist there seemed much more pale, and in the center of that swirling mist seemed to be a vague, tiny azure spear. It seemed unreal, obscure, and illusory. This spear was as thin as a chopstick and only half a foot long. The spearhead was the size of a knuckle, and the entire shaft was azure, shining with a cold light. This is my battle spirit. This was the first time that Lin Ming had seen a battle spirit. The memories he had absorbed were very vague concerning battle spirits. As for what they looked like, he didn't know. Demon Shine chuckled. That's right. Every battle spirit has a different shape. Some people have battle spirits that are shaped like weapons they often use, for instance, spears, sabers, and swords. There are also some people who have battle spirits that are like the elements they specialize in, such as flames, ice crystals, thunderbolts, and others. There are even some specialized battle spirits, ones that look like beasts, plants, furnaces, and so on. Take good care of your battle spirit and raise it well. Your battle spirit is just like a baby right now, but even so, it is still extremely terrifying. You are truly an abnormal freak. You formed your own battle spirit, and you haven't even reached the revolving core realm yet. I have no idea just how terrifying you will be when this battle spirit grows up. Chapter 6:23 Exit. Chapter 6:23 Exit. Within the black darkness, A cold light flashed. A low-grade earth-step treasure sword was tossed into the air, where it was slowly spinning around. But at this moment, the treasure sword spinning in the air began to tremble. The air around it spun into a sharp vortex, causing even the space to tremble, with a shrill, grinding noise. The earth-step treasure sword actually exploded in the air, turning into countless shards of metal. After being twisted apart in this vortex, the metal fragments began to follow the flow of wind, causing the vortex to shine with a keen light. With a faint howling, space itself seemed to be torn apart. If a martial artist were to be placed with this sharp vortex, they would have long been grinded into a meat patty. This is the striking power of a battle spirit. Within the world of will, a battle spirit was the most terrifying weapon. But in the real world, a battle spirit actually couldn't be used to directly attack. It had to be attached to some material object. A moment ago, Lin Ming had attached the battle spirit to the air, causing a sharp vortex that had twisted the earth-step treasure to pieces. Attaching a battle spirit to the air wasn't considered a strong use of it. The strongest use of a battle spirit was when it was attached to a treasure and used in techniques. Lin Ming hoped to find a rival to battle, so that he could see just how far his battle spirit could go. I wonder how much my strength has increased by, Lin Ming thought out loud, as he stopped spurring his battle spirit, causing the metal fragments to immediately fall to the floor. Hee, after comprehending your own battle spirit, your defensive ability, true essence thickness, and speed, none of those have increased by too much, but your striking power has absolutely risen by an astronomical degree. Even though your battle spirit is only in its elementary form, it is still terrifying. When it grows in the future, you won't even need to move. Just send out your battle spirit, and it will be able to kill others without them even seeing. Afterwards, when your battle spirit reaches the large success stage, you can even have it attached to your armor to enhance your defense. In short, as you grow stronger, this battle spirit will be becoming an increasingly important aspect of your strength. This is also the reason that when martial artists are at the same cultivation boundary, the martial artist that is stronger in their world of will is much more respected and feared. This is because their capacity for growth is greater. Now, you've comprehended your own battle spirit before you've even reached Revolving Core. The room for your growth is limitless. Demon Shine sighed, truly envious of Lin Ming's lucky chance. I wonder if I'm a match for High Lord Limitless Demon now. Lin Ming had been on the road of Emperor for more than half a year now. His cultivation and techniques hadn't increased by much, but his striking power had leapt up because of the formation of his battle spirit. Now, if he faced High Lord Limitless Demon, he still wasn't too sure of his chances. However, even if he could deal with High Lord Limitless Demon as he was now, Lin Ming wouldn't have went against him at this moment. He still wanted to borrow High Lord Limitless Demon's name in order to enter the Eternal Demon Abyss. It was far too early to kill High Lord Limitless Demon. It shouldn't be too long until the Eternal Demon Abyss opens. I don't have enough time to make a breakthrough to the Revolving Core realm. With the time I have left, it's much better for me to use it to sharpen my battle spirit. Lin Ming continued towards the next will light. If he wasn't able to test the power of this battle spirit in the real world, then he could test it out in the world of will. After entering into the world of will once again, Lin Ming felt something completely different. He felt that his body and surroundings had become remarkably real, with almost no difference from the real world. His perception had become incomparably acute, and strength filled his body. His speed, his thick true essence, his comprehension of laws, everything had come back. In front of him was the will body of an emperor-level powerhouse. This figure was completely wrapped in a layer of black fog, impossible to clearly see. Kill. A thought flashed through Lin Ming's mind. Lin Ming hadn't even moved, but an incomparably sharp spear actually appeared in front of him, piercing towards the figure's heart. blood sprayed out, and the will body slowly faded away, turning into a pure energy that flowed into Lin Ming's body, vitalizing his will. This is visualization. Lin Ming remembered that feeling just now. As Lin Ming had said, in the world of will, he was God. He could create any weapon, vicious beast, or if he was strong enough, he could even form a god beast. And these forms he visualized, these weapons and vicious beasts, they could become the most dangerous and deadly of tools. The difference in the world of will between those that have a battle spirit and those that don't is simply too great. Before I formed my battle spirit, I would have to suffer several grievous wounds and risk myself in order to destroy an Emperor-level powerhouse's will body. But now, after I formed my battle spirit, I can actually instantly kill them. In truth, what Lin Ming had destroyed was not the true will of an emperor, but rather a similar emperor will formed from energy that the Road of Emperor created based on its memories of these ancient emperors. These energy forms had their own attack power, but they were naturally inferior to the true will of an emperor-level powerhouse. Otherwise, even if Lin Ming had comprehended a battle spirit, it would still have been impossibly difficult for him to win. Next, Lin Ming continued sweeping his way through. With a battle spirit, these emperor wills that didn't have a battle spirit were completely outmatched. In such battles, the elementary form of Lin Ming's battle spirit within his spiritual seat constantly solidified, continuously growing. Feeling his battle spirit growing stronger, Lin Ming eagerly awaited fighting in the real world. He wanted to see just how much his strength had increased by. On this day, as Lin Ming stepped into a new world of will, he suddenly felt a terrifying pressure fall on him, causing all the blood in his body to come to a standstill even as it swelled up in his chest. Looking up, Lin Ming could see a blurry face in the skies, looking illusory and cloudy. "Junior, you are not my match. Stop here and return." A voice echoed out from the endless horizon, reverberating in Lin Ming's ear like a thunderclap. Lin Ming was shocked as he heard this voice. Before now, he had already destroyed the will bodies of dozens of emperor-level powerhouses, but none of them had ever spoken. Because of this, Lin Ming had subconsciously come to believe that these will bodies were nothing more than dead objects or simulations conjured up by the Road of Emperor. Otherwise, if top talents destroyed so many emperor wills when they came in, then these emperor wills should have already been used up. In this world of will, could there really be a true wisp of remnant soul from an emperor-level powerhouse? This thought just formed in Lin Ming's mind when an overwhelming pressure came crashing down on him from above, causing his body to shatter into pieces. In the next moment, Lin Ming had withdrawn from the world of will, his body streaming with a cold sweat. The disparity was too great. From the last will world to this one, the difficulty had soared up by countless times. This is an emperor-level powerhouse that had formed his own battle spirit. He might even have left a wisp of his consciousness inside the will light. I am absolutely not his match. The difference just now was like the difference between the mud and clouds. It was so great that Lin Ming couldn't even summon the thought of resistance before he was destroyed. Had he reached his limit? Lin Ming looked at the will lights that stretched far off into the distance and shook his head. He still had such a long way that he hadn't yet traveled, but he had already reached his limit. He wasn't even close. "Boy, are you still not happy enough?" Within Lin Ming's spiritual sea, Demonshine jumped out and grouchily said, "The road of will lights far surpasses the stone tablets in terms of difficulty, but now you've even crossed through a good half of it. What more do you want? You're just a half-step revolving core boy. If you so easily crossed the Road of Emperor, then what good would it be?" The Road of Emperor not only included the Road of will lights, but also other sections. But currently, Lin Ming had chosen the Road of will lights. If he entered the Road of Emperor next time, then this would be where he would continue from. Before he finished walking this road, It was impossible for him to step onto the road of Emperor Stone tablets. Thus, there was no more point in staying here. This is the end so far. Lin Ming took a deep breath. It was about time for him to exit. In the blink of an eye, Lin Ming had stayed within the road of Emperor for 7 months now. Unconsciously, his birthday had passed yet again. After leaving the road of Emperor, Lin Ming was now 20 years old. This time, the eruptions of the eternal demon abyss had died down. In another 2 months, the energies would stabilize and the 12 sky-split towers would open the entrance to the eternal demon abyss. At this time, all of the outstanding young elites and high lords would be able to enter the eternal demon abyss to seek their own lucky chances. When Lin Ming exited, it naturally aroused a great amount of interest. To them, Lin Ming would be a powerful competitor. The eternal demon abyss was a land of death. Since ancient times, countless heroic young elites and extraordinary high lords would perish here. Some would die from the danger zones of the eternal demon abyss, and some would die at the hands of other martial artists. In fact, this second reason was one of the major reasons for death in the eternal demon abyss. Within the eternal demon abyss, there were lucky chances abound, but there were also no rules. Killing someone and stealing their wealth was common, especially in the new era after an eruption of the eternal demon abyss when there were even more lucky chances and treasures to be found. Before entering, many martial artists were already cleaning their murder weapons. To martial artists that walked the killing path, such an environment was sure to be a frigid and bloody battle. However, those martial artists that qualified to enter the eternal demon abyss were either peerless geniuses or high lords, all of them hardened veterans. Despite how powerful one was, facing such a great group of tigers, one had to be careful. Otherwise, it was possible to end up being the one killed instead. So, investigating the information of other people that would enter was also one of the necessary preparations for entering the eternal demon abyss. Lon Xian, Duan Mukun, Blackstone, and other top talents were naturally the focus of these investigations. As for High Lord Bloodfire, High Lord Three Eyes, and those like them, they had been High Lords for a long time, so there was no need to mention them. But as for Lin Ming, as a rising star that had killed High Lord Heian, he too was the focus of attention. Before Lin Ming entered the Road of Emperor, he had strength equal to an upper-middle High Lord of Polaris Tower. After leaving the Road of Emperor, he probably has strength equal to Polaris Tower's top 3 High Lords. Within Heavenly Cloud Tower, the dozen or so High Lords had their minions researching their competitors' strength in order to prepare themselves for the eternal demon abyss. Naturally, they mentioned Lin Ming. Another High Lord said, of the 12 sky-split towers, Polaris Tower's High Lords are only in the lower middle ranks, but our Heavenly Cloud Tower's High Lords are overall ranked number 1. Lin Ming is strong, but if he were placed in our Heavenly Cloud Tower group, then he wouldn't be so exaggerated. Lin Ming is a powerful competitor of ours, but we don't need to especially fear him. I wonder how that Duan Mukun and Lon Xian would compare with him, especially that Duan Mukun. I heard that his strength wasn't necessarily any worse than Lin Ming's to begin with. After entering the Road of Emperor, his cultivation rose, not to mention his comprehension of laws. His harvest in there was certainly great. As these martial artists were speaking, a sound transmitting talismans suddenly lit in the main hall. As the leader of these High Lords heard the news, a strange look suddenly crossed his face. Chapter 624, Entering the Eternal Demon Abyss. Chapter 624, Entering the Eternal Demon Abyss. What happened? The others asked as they noticed the strange expression on the High Lord's face, puzzled by what it meant. Lin Ming exited the Road of Emperor. He finally came out. That fellow went in for 7 whole months. The Road of Emperor was different from the King's Cage. If one wasn't strong, then it was impossible to stay within the king's cage for a long time. But the Road of Emperor was different. If one wanted to, they could procrastinate inside for a long time. Thus, the time stayed within didn't correspond to one's strength. But what I find strange is that Lin Ming didn't break through to the revolving core realm. The leader of the High Lord frowned, a bit skeptical. What? 7 months, and he still hasn't broken through to revolving core? All of the martial artists were surprised upon hearing this. Immediately, joy flooded their expressions. To them, Lin Ming not breaking through to revolving core was wonderful news. To a top talent, revolving core wasn't a great bottleneck. It was just a matter of time before breaking through, let alone after entering the Road of Emperor, where it was easy to increase one's strength. Lin Ming had been in the Road of Emperor for 7 months. After such a long time, they had thought that Lin Ming would have broken through to revolving core. None of them imagined that he would still be stranded at a half-step revolving core. Every great boundary of the essence gathering system was divided into 4 smaller boundaries. These were early, middle, late, and extreme. From extreme Xiantian to half-step revolving core wasn't even a small boundary. Half-step revolving core, in truth, was just the peak of extreme Xiantian. After Lin Ming entered the Road of Emperor, his cultivation only rose by half a small boundary. Compared to Lan Xian, Duan Mukun, and the other geniuses, he had been completely overshadowed. How could this be? A martial artist said with an inconceivable look. He was already accustomed to the fact that Lin Ming would create miracles. Now that Lin Ming had such a poor performance, it really did feel weird. This isn't too strange. He either met a bottleneck of some kind, or else his perception was poor, and he couldn't understand the Emperor's stone tablets. An martial artist chuckled. He was Heavenly Cloud Tower's High Lord Blackash. Amongst the 16 High Lords of Heavenly Cloud Tower, High Lord Blackash only ranked 9th. He hadn't been too confident that he would be able to deal with Lin Ming once he reached the revolving core realm. After all, a martial artist going from Xiantian to revolving core was a tremendous leap. But now that he heard that Lin Ming hadn't broken through to revolving core, he was immediately filled with confidence again. Don't be careless. Lin Ming's perception is absolutely not bad. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to comprehend the concepts of space and time. Who knows just what that fellow was messing around with in the Road of Emperor? The head High Lord said, doubtful. Brother Cloud Demon, you are far too cautious. Your strength can be ranked in Heavenly Cloud Tower's top 5. Why would you care so much about a junior? It's true that Lin Ming is talented, but he's far too young. Half-step revolving core. Humph! During this adventure into the eternal demon abyss, he had better not run into us, because if he does, High Lord Blackash maliciously smiled, not bothering to hide his killing intent. Lin Ming's name could be said to resound like thunder within Polaris Tower, but in Heavenly Cloud Tower, his reputation was far less astonishing. Whenever stories were passed on, there were bound to be exaggerations. The overall strength of Polaris Tower's 12 High Lords was also much worse than that of Heavenly Cloud Tower's. High Lord Cloud Demon hesitated for a moment, not speaking any more. Whether or not Lin Ming had obtained any other benefits within the Road of Emperor, the truth was that he still hadn't broken through to revolving core. Good, we'll stop talking about Lin Ming for now. We will move on to another powerhouse that needs our attention more. High Lord Three Eyes. Mentioning High Lord Three Eyes, even the arrogant High Lord Blackash's smile faded away. High Lord Three Eyes had been famous for a very long time. He wasn't someone that a junior like Lin Ming could compare to. Polaris Tower, Tower Master's Grand Hall. In a dimly lit hall, the black-cloaked Polaris Tower Master was sitting back in an obsidian chair, frowning as he looked at Lin Ming in front of him. Beside Lin Ming were several other High Lords of Polaris Tower. They were all members that would be entering the Eternal Demon Abyss this time. Before Lin Ming had left the Road of Emperor, there were countless rumors circulating about Polaris Tower concerning just how much Lin Ming's strength would have grown. Some people believed that Lin Ming, after exiting the Road of Emperor, would have a comprehensive combat strength equal to Polaris Tower's top 3 High Lords, that he might even be able to equally battle with High Lord Bloodfire. However, the truth was that after returning to Skysplit Tower, Lin Ming's cultivation had only risen by half a small boundary. This was unexpected for everyone. This was far too poor a result. Even if his comprehension of laws had risen some, there was no reason for his cultivation to have increased so little. If this had happened to someone else, then this could be barely acceptable. But Lin Ming was a titled Azura, a pinnacle-level talent. After staying in the king's cage, his strength had risen to a horrifying degree. Then, after entering the Road of Emperor, which was even more terrifying than the king's cage, how could his strength not have risen even more? Lin Ming, what did you experience in the Road of Emperor that delayed you for so long? How come I feel that your strength hasn't risen by much? The Tower Master asked after a period of silence. This time, in allowing Lin Ming to enter the Road of Emperor, he had also freed Lin Ming from the order of not breaking through to the next realm. All of this was in order to prepare Lin Ming to break through to the revolving core realm. If Lin Ming broke through to the revolving core realm, then the slave seal he planted would become unstable. But for this journey into the Eternal Demon Abyss, the Tower Master was willing to risk this danger. But he hadn't expected that Lin Ming would laze around in the Road of Emperor for 7 months and only be at a half-step revolving core. Lin Ming bowed and expressionlessly said, "Most of the time I spent in the Road of Emperor was for perceiving the Emperor's stone tablets. I also made some further comprehension in laws, but besides that, I didn't have any special experiences." The Tower Master didn't suspect that Lin Ming would be lying. He had planted his slave seal in Lin Ming's spiritual sea and could still clearly feel it. With the slave seal in place, it was impossible for Lin Ming to lie to him. 7 months perceiving the Emperor's stone tablets, and yet you've only obtained such little improvement. Even when Kai Yang entered the Road of Emperor, his results were far more than this. Lin Ming's perception should be far superior to his. Otherwise, how could he possibly have comprehended the concepts of space and time? Did I damage Lin Ming's perception when I planted the slave seal in him? Arguably, a slave seal shouldn't injure a martial artist's soul. Someone with a slave seal planted within them, besides being absolutely obedient to Polaris Tower's Tower Master, shouldn't have any other differences. However, the mind and soul were 2 of the most difficult existences to decipher. Perhaps this slave seal really had damaged his perception somehow. "You may leave now." The Tower Master waved his hand. "Yes," Lin Ming faintly answered before excusing himself. "Sir Chief High Lord, when Fengshen entered the Road of Emperor, his cultivation rose from an early 1-star Fey King to a 2-star Fey King, and his total combat strength also rose by a great deal. When I saw him 1 month ago, I could clearly feel the faint power of laws emanating from him. I estimate that Fengshen already has strength equal to our Polaris Tower's top 5 ranked High Lords." After Lin Ming left, another High Lord in the hall reported on Fengshen's results from the Road of Emperor. Fengshen was a Holy Land descendant after all. He was completely incomparably with Yan Qi and Maha. Before entering the Road of Emperor, Fengshen only had strength comparably to the lowest-ranked High Lords, but now he had strength equal to the 4th or 5th ranked High Lord. This was a terrifying rate of progress. The High Lord continued to say, "If we change Fengshen's cultivation to that of a human's, then it would be the same as rising from the early revolving core to the peak of the middle revolving core. In 5 months, Fengshen's cultivation has risen by 1.5 small boundaries in the revolving core realm, but Lin Ming used 7 months to rise by just half a small boundary in the Xiantian realm. The difference between these two is far too great. It truly is difficult to understand. Another High Lord followed. His meaning was that Lin Ming's performance had really hit rock bottom. It was difficult to imagine that this situation would happen to a titled Azura. There are some geniuses that suddenly exhaust all their potential. It isn't too surprising. In a corner of the hall, High Lord Shengong spoke. He didn't have any great grudge with Lin Ming, but because of the matter concerning Xing Tian and High Lord Heian, if Lin Ming ran into bad luck, then High Lord Shengong would definitely be among those cheering. In the seat of the chief High Lord, the Tower Master was silent throughout. 7 months for just a small half-boundary, and in the Xiantian realm too, to an emperor-level talent. This was something they could accomplish even without entering the road of emperor. Some could say that Lin Ming was lying somehow or had even intentionally failed, but there was no reason for him to do so. First, because he had a slave seal planted within him, and second, because it was impossible. If his perception was really affected by my slave seal, then this Lin Ming's value has truly dropped. If I can't raise him, then there's no point wasting one of my limited slave seals on him. I might as well give up on him. This time, I'll let him enter into the 1,200-mile danger zone and have him seek some lucky chances for me. This can be considered a good enough use for trash. If he can find something, then that would be for the best. If he can't find anything, then he has no right to continue any further. He can fend for himself from then on. As the Tower Master was thinking this, he stood up and darkly said, "There is still 2 months until the Eternal Demon Abyss opens. Everyone prepare as much as you can. This is everything for today." As the time of the Eternal Demon Abyss opening approached, Lin Ming spent most of his time sitting on the stone bed of his practice area, meditating and tempering his will at the same time. It was impossible to use 2 months to break through to the revolving core realm. Since this was how it was, he might as well temper his battle spirit so that he could grow as soon as possible, allowing his striking power to reach the limit. The martial artists of the 12 sky-split towers were also preparing in their respective ways. The weakest of those entering the Eternal Demon Abyss had to be at least at the level of the Heavenly Demon 7 stars. Otherwise, going in was only a suicide wish. With this massive group of powerhouses gathered together, the fierce battles that would occur could be imagined. Like this, time quietly passed, and the day that the Eternal Demon Abyss would open finally arrived. On this day, Lin Ming, as well as all the other martial artists that were entering the Eternal Demon Abyss, gathered on the 4th floor. Besides the 12 High Lords, there was only one of the Heavenly Demon 7 stars who would enter the Eternal Demon Abyss, Fengshen. De Gu and Sun Ji had eventually chosen not to participate in this excursion. Yan Qi, Ma, and Kai Yang had died. As for the other Heavenly Demon 7 stars, they had left Sky-Split Tower, leaving Fengshen as the only one remaining. Thus, for Polaris Tower, there would be a total of 13 individuals entering the Eternal Demon Abyss. The Polaris Tower Master brought everyone to a transmission array on the 4th floor. With a flash of light, everyone arrived at another space. The Polaris Tower Master glanced over everyone and slowly said, "This is the 5th floor of Sky-Split Tower. The entrance to the Eternal Demon Abyss is here." 5th floor. Lin Ming gasped. He already knew that Polar Sky-Split Tower had 5 floors, but as for what was in the 5th floor, that had always been an enigma to him. So, it turned out that this was the entrance to the Eternal Demon Abyss. Chapter 6:25, A Gathering of Elites. Chapter 6:25, A Gathering of Elites. The Polaris Tower Master led everyone forwards. The fifth floor was not as high as the first four floors. It was only several hundred feet high. As the group walked forwards, it was very quiet. However, there seemed to be a suffocating sense of oppression in the air, forcing the martial artists present to summon energy to resist this pressure. Lin Ming was very familiar with this pressure. This pressure was the heavenly demon force field. It wasn't even just the Azura force field or Prime Emperor force field, but rather a fusion of two kinds. Sha, 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 sha. The lonely and desolate space echoed with the footsteps of the crowd. When they came to the end of a dark corridor, Lin Ming could see that on both sides of the following path were lamps. These lamps had a number of similarities to the lamps that held the will lights in the Road of Emperor, but these lights had long since gone out, with nothing more than a thick layer of dust covering them. After another half-hour of walking, the Polaris Tower Master finally stopped. In front of him was a large gate with two doors. This gate was 100 feet high, and the ancient doors were carved with a number of mystical and cryptic patterns. All of the patterns revolving around the center of the gate were carvings of 12-winged heavenly demons. The heavenly demon carving stared out with its vacant and godless eyes, its 12 wings recklessly spread out, filling the space around it with a feeling of oppression and mystery. "We're here. This is the entrance." The Polaris Tower Master gently grabbed the door handles and said, "Flying is prohibited within Skysplit Tower, and the Eternal Demon Abyss is no different. It is located 100,000 feet deep below us. If flying is impossible, then there simply isn't any way to go down. But there are some places that are exceptions, such as here." As the Polaris Tower Master spoke, he suddenly pushed the doors open. As the doors opened, Lin Ming sucked in a breath of cold air as he saw the scene inside. Behind these doors was a vast and endless night sky, with bright stars shining everywhere. It was impossible to tell whether these dazzling stars were real or an illusory array formation. "Go in. This is the only channel to fly into the Eternal Demon Abyss. The 12 Skysplit Towers channels are all connected together. Flying to the bottom of this will lead to the true entrance of the Eternal Demon Abyss." After the Polaris Tower Master spoke, he took the lead and flew into the vast, starry sky, his figure instantly disappearing. Soon he was followed by High Lord Qi Yan and High Lord Shingong. Lin Ming was the fifth to jump in. After entering this endless starry space, he suddenly felt a terrifyingly rich infernal energy rush at him. As he went down, the temperature became increasingly low, and the infernal energy became increasingly thick. Lin Ming didn't use true essence to fly, but completely allowed the force of gravity to pull him down. His speed quickly rose to hundreds of feet per second, and as air whistled in his ears, the infernal energy was becoming thick to the point where it almost condensed into essence. The Eternal Demon Abyss was over 100,000 deep underground. In addition, Polar Skysplit Tower was originally 60,000 to 70,000 feet above the ground. This meant that the drop-down was nearly 200,000 feet, or more than 100 miles. This was a breathtaking number. After falling down for a long time, Lin Ming felt the several high lords in front of him begin to slow down. He followed them, using the concept of wind to decelerate his speed. At this depth, the cold air seemed to pierce into the marrow. With every breath, icy crystals would immediately form. If a mortal were to be placed in this environment, they would directly freeze to death. The further down it was, the colder it became. At this time, the Polaris Tower Master stopped in midair and started to move in a different direction. Everyone turned to follow him. Lin Ming casually flew on. The entire space around him was utter darkness without the slightest sound, nothing but an utterly deathly silence. Raising his head and looking at the skies, he could see stars hanging high in the air. For there to be a vast, starry sky underground was truly unbelievable, and yet it was impossible to tell whether this was real or an illusion. the Polaris Tower master wasn't fast. In just around an hour, they finally fell onto an open space. In this open area, there was a large number of people gathered, all of them either consciously or unconsciously releasing a heart-stopping aura. Without a doubt, they were all top masters of Skysplit Tower, either High Lords of Heavenly Demon 7 Stars. The majority of those present were High Lords with a small number of Heavenly Demon 7 Stars. Of those Heavenly Demon 7 Stars, all of them were top-ranked challengers of their Skysplit Towers. If this were a usual journey into the eternal demon abyss, there wouldn't be so many masters gathered together. But this time just happened to coincide with an eruption of the eternal demon abyss, so the situation had completely changed. Even the tower masters of the various Skysplit Towers wouldn't miss out on this chance. High risk also meant high returns. Lin Ming, in front of us are those from Heavenly Cloud Tower and Blue Silver Tower. Both of those Skysplit Towers are stronger than ours. Our Polaris Tower's total strength could only rank 8th or 9th out of the 12 Skysplit Towers. As for that Heavenly Cloud Tower, they are ranked number 1. Blue Silver Tower can also be ranked in the top 5. As Lin Ming just touched the ground, he heard High Lord Bloodfire's true essence sound transmission in his ear. After High Lord Bloodfire was controlled by the Polaris Tower Master, he was completely loyal and devoted to him. As for Lin Ming, who was faking being controlled, High Lord Bloodfire regarded him as a companion with complete trust. I see. Are there any among them who are stronger than Brother Bloodfire? Lin Ming casually asked. During this trip into the eternal demon abyss, everyone was a possible enemy. It was necessary to know as much about his potential opponents as possible. Of course there are. Those 2 fellows from Heavenly Cloud Tower, Cloud Demon and Hidden Cloud, are both stronger than me, but there might even be several more than are similar to me. In addition, Heavenly Cloud Tower's Duanmu Kun is not a High Lord, but his strength is actually more terrifying than most High Lords. Duanmu Kun's background is that of a super holy land. Before he first entered the road of Emperor, his strength surpassed Feng Shen by a large margin. Now that has he re-entered the road of Emperor yet again, I fear that his strength might be no less than mine. Lin Ming was no stranger to Duanmu Kun's name. With High Lord Bloodfire's description, Lin Ming couldn't help but size up Duanmu Kun. This fellow was slender with an otherworldly handsome appearance. Just by standing there, he seemed to give off a heavenly bright and breezy energy like the fresh spring wind. His face was like jade, his temperament, appearance, strength, everything he had was truly irreproachable. As Lin Ming looked at him, Duanmu Kun also seemed to sense something. Duanmu turned towards Lin Ming and faintly smiled. Lin Ming respectfully nodded in return. In the casual exchange between Duanmu Kun and Lin Ming, many people finally noticed Lin Ming. Lin Ming was a human. In this crowd of giant demons, fae, Goliaths, and imps, a human martial artist was very eye-catching. In addition to his age and cultivation, his status was easily known. To be able to stay in the king's cage for a full 108 days. This point alone made Lin Ming well known throughout the entire blood slaughter steps. He's Lin Ming. Yes, that should be right. He hasn't broken through to the revolving core realm. How strange. To a pinnacle emperor-level talent, from Xiantian to revolving core. Even without going into the road of emperor, it would only take 1 or 2 years to make this breakthrough. Lin Ming had been in the road of emperor for 7 months, but he had only risen by half a small boundary. None of this made sense to anyone. Hee, let's test him out. An imp martial artist began to move towards Lin Ming as he spoke. He was Heavenly Cloud Tower's High Lord Blackash. As he moved, he was preparing to use his aura to suppress Lin Ming in order to force out a bit of his true ability and see the depth of his strength. Don't stir up trouble. High Lord Cloud Demon blocked Blackash, frowning. Black Ash, what are you doing? Once you enter the eternal demon abyss, everyone will be your enemy. If you randomly offend someone before even entering, at that time you might find yourself surrounded by enemies from all sides and have them kick you when you're down. Even if Lin Ming didn't make a breakthrough in the road of Emperor, he still isn't someone that can be easily bullied by you. High Lord Cloud Demon occupied an impressive status within Heavenly Cloud Tower. Black Ash had no choice but to give up his antics. But Black Ash still disapproved of this. Heavenly Cloud Tower's overall strength was number 1 amongst all 12 Skysplit Towers. He always felt that Cloud Demon was far too careful. As time passed, martial artists from several other Skysplit Towers began to arrive. They were 5 Color Tower, White Stone Tower, Great Axe Tower, and in addition to Blue Silver Tower, Heavenly Cloud Tower, and Polaris Tower, this was 6 Skysplit Towers. These 6 Skysplit Towers were located closer to each other, so they had assembled at the southern tip of the Eternal Demon Abyss. The other 6 Skysplit Towers had gone to the northern tip of the Eternal Demon Abyss. These 12 Skysplit Towers formed a circle, and the Eternal Demon Abyss was in the center of this. After everyone from the 6 Skysplit Towers completely arrived, a black-robed old man stood up and said, "Everyone, I will now announce the rules for entering the Eternal Demon Abyss." The sudden appearance of this old man caught Lin Ming's attention. This old man's cultivation was a 3-star Demon King, which was equal to a human late revolving core powerhouse, and perhaps even just a bit better. Within the Blood Slaughter Steppes, there was nearly no one with a life destruction cultivation. This was because once one stepped into the life destruction realm, or a cultivation similar to that, they might fall under the mystical curse that stemmed from the depths of the Blood Slaughter Steppes. The higher stage of life destruction one was, the higher their chances of being cursed. I am the supervisory deacon from Blood Slaughter Divine Temple. I am responsible this time for opening the Eternal Demon Abyss. Although mostly everyone here is familiar with the rules, I shall repeat them again. 1,000 miles from the edge of the Eternal Demon Abyss is an absolute null-life zone. Everyone who enters past here will die. In addition, from 1,000 miles from the edge to 10,000 miles outwards are the surroundings of the Eternal Demon Abyss. There are lucky chances everywhere here, but also fatal dangers abound. What you find will all depend on your own lucky chances. The deeper you go, the greater your lucky chances will be. In principle, after entering the Eternal Demon Abyss, killing is forbidden. But there will always be those unscrupulous and dangerous individuals. If anyone were to encounter this situation, then killing in self-defense is also reasonable. As the old man spoke to here, Lin Ming was left speechless. Any defense was reasonable. This was nice to hear. But in fact, the truth was that killing within would happen without restraint from anywhere and anyone. If a martial artist died within the Eternal Demon Abyss, it would be impossible to determine just how they died. However, there is a point you should remember. If you kill others within the Eternal Demon Abyss, you can still obtain their infernal energy to nourish your heavenly demon tattoo. According to the rules of Skysplit Tower, a middle 10-winged heavenly demon is the limit. If you surpass this limit, then this old man will have no choice but to use certain methods to disperse some of the infernal energy from your body. These methods will not cause any lasting damage to you, but I ask that you be mindful of this. As the old man spoke, Lin Ming suddenly became aware. So that's how it was. He had always wondered why so many High Lords had heavenly demon tattoos at the middle 10-wing stage. Before this, he had thought it was strange. Normally, after a martial artist became a High Lord, they wouldn't further participate in the life and death battles of the Blood Slaughter Steppes. So just where would their infernal energy come from? From the early 10 wings to middle 10 wings, one needed quite a bit of infernal energy. This was the same as killing 2 or 3 High Lords. If someone only killed 8-winged heavenly demons, then the infernal energy acquired wouldn't help the tattoo grow by much. That said, It wasn't like an 8-winged heavenly demon was a random amateur that could be chopped up either. Chapter 6:26, The Door in Space. Chapter 6:26, The Door in Space. These High Lord's middle 10-winged heavenly demon tattoos were originally condensed within the eternal demon abyss, but I remember that the Polaris Tower Master already has a peak 10-winged heavenly demon tattoo. How come that old man hasn't dispersed his infernal energy yet? Lin Ming could faintly feel that the Polaris Tower Master's identity wasn't so simple. As Lin Ming was thinking about the Polaris Tower Master, the Polaris Tower Master's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. This time entering the eternal demon abyss, you will go into the 1,200-mile periphery to seek lucky chances for me. Understood? Go into the 1,200-mile area to seek lucky chances for you. This was a land where the chances of dying were extremely high. After entering, he would also have to risk his life and desperately battle with others. And this fellow wanted Lin Ming to struggle for him? Lin Ming sneered. He began to agree. I understand, but in the range of 1,200 miles, there are many dangers abound. I wonder whether Tower Master has a jade slip map or something similar, so that I don't enter a danger zone by mistake. Hearing Lin Ming ask this, the Polaris Tower Master hesitated. The 12 Skysplit Towers had many maps about the eternal demon abyss, but the truth was that the vast majority of these maps had problems and omissions. After all, every time the eternal demon abyss erupted, there would be great changes concerning the locations and kind of danger zones that there were. However, the Polaris Tower Master had a relatively accurate map. This map was created through many years and the sacrifice of countless lives who had explored the area. It was extremely valuable. The reason that the Polaris Tower Master could obtain this map was all because his father was the ruler of the Blood Slaughter Steppes, as well as the only 12-winged heavenly demon. There were only a few copies of this map. He hadn't intended on giving it to Lin Ming because he feared that Lin Ming would die within the eternal demon abyss, and the map would be revealed to others. If those Holy Land descendants were to obtain this map, then it would be much easier for them to find and obtain resources from the eternal demon abyss in the future. This was certainly a scenario that the Polaris Tower Master didn't wish to see. After a brief hesitation, the Polaris Tower Master said, Lin Ming, I truly have one copy of such a map, but you cannot ever reveal this map. If you meet a fatal danger within the eternal demon abyss and are close to death, you must first destroy this map. Am I clear? I am clear. Lin Ming expressionlessly said. This Polaris Tower Master relied on the slave seal he thought he had planted within Lin Ming and didn't even try to dress up his words. He directly told him to destroy the map before he died. The Polaris Tower Master touched his hand atop Lin Ming's palm, and with a gentle wipe, inserting a jade slip into Lin Ming's spatial ring. With a quick sweep with his sense, Lin Ming determined that this truly was a map of the eternal demon abyss. If you are prepared, then I shall open the array formation. Everyone is limited to 6 months within the eternal demon abyss. If you do not emerge after 6 months, then you will have to stay in the eternal demon abyss until the next time the array formation opens. But since ancient times, if a martial artist did not come out before 6 months, they would completely vanish with no one ever knowing where they went. In this half year, everyone please keep this in mind. As the old man finished speaking, he took out 3 black glass beads from his spatial ring and began to arrange them on the floor. Lin Ming discovered that not too far from the open area he was standing in, there were small grooves in the floor that these black glass beads were inserted into, perfectly matching them. Lin Ming was very familiar with these black glass beads. They were demon god bones. After the 3 demon god bones were inserted into the floor, the earth suddenly began to shake. Not too far away, the space in front of everyone began to distort. A moment later, Space itself seemed to melt away as a spatial door suddenly opened within the void. Behind this spatial gate was a gray space. This strange world was filled with an endless mist. In the next instant, Lin Ming felt like an esoteric gate opened wide in front of him. A boundless, ancient, and pure death energy surged out from the space, extremely shocking and oppressive to the heart. So, it's this place. I've come here before. Demon Shine's voice sounded out in Lin Ming's mind. Oh, you've come here before? Lin Ming was startled, but immediately calmed down. The Demon Emperor had been through the Road of Emperor, so it wasn't strange if he had gone to the Eternal Demon Abyss too. Do you remember any dangerous zones inside? I remember a little, but not too much. It was my big brother who followed Master here. According to my big brother's memories, Master stayed here for 20-some years. 20-some years? Lin Ming was stunned. Wasn't it said that those that don't come out in half a year never emerge again? How could the Demon Emperor actually stay here for 20-some years? Demon Shine chortled, and then shook his doggy head, saying, in the past, Master was a 12-winged heavenly demon. He had already broken through the Emperor boundary several hundred years before. After experiencing a deep and painful bottleneck, he only then returned to the Eternal Demon Abyss, exploring this land for 20-some years. Naturally, he's not someone you juniors can compare with. The so-called 1,000-mile absolute death danger zone around the Eternal Demon Abyss is only applicable to you juniors. He broke through the Emperor boundary before returning to the Eternal Demon Abyss. Lin Ming suddenly became aware. Normally speaking, after the change to the Blood Slaughter Steppes, there were very few Emperor-level powerhouses that came to the Eternal Demon Abyss. This was because only 12-winged, heavenly demon Emperor-level powerhouses could step into the Blood Slaughter Steppes without dying to the strange curse that permeated the land. Thus, in the vast majority of situations, those martial artists that entered the Eternal Demon Abyss were extraordinary young elites. As for the Six-Fingered Sin Fei, Demon Emperor, and other such supreme elders, they became 12-winged, heavenly demons in the Sky-Split Towers before returning to the Eternal Demon Abyss as Emperor-level powerhouses. With their strength, as long as they didn't directly enter the Eternal Demon Abyss, they could still explore along the edges of the Eternal Demon Abyss with relative ease. After the spatial gate fully opened, the old man responsible for opening the Eternal Demon Abyss said, "Now we shall begin dividing the teams. Every Sky-Split Tower will send 1 or 2 people to form a 10-man squad. A supervisory deacon from the Blood Slaughter Divine Temple will lead that group 1,500 miles from the edge of the Eternal Demon Abyss. Afterwards, the supervisory deacon will return on the route he came from. At that point, whether you wish to return or continue forwards will all be up to you. First, it will be my squad. Who will go with me?" As the old man spoke, Lin Ming was startled for a moment. Using a squad as a forward unit. If every Sky-Split Tower sent out 1 or 2 people, then they would be able to mutually supervise each other. Then, at least at the very beginning, the killings wouldn't start. And with a supervisory deacon at the start, that also stopped some martial artists from trying to secretly become a 12-winged heavenly demon. The 6 Sky-Split Towers each sent out 1 or 2 people, quickly forming a squad of 10. With a word from the old man, everyone set off. They walked through the illusory spatial gate, their forms vanishing into the endless gray fog. Lin Ming, you and Bloodfire will go with that imp supervisory deacon. He is the most experienced here, and can guarantee your safety the most to the 1,500-mile range. Afterwards, you will begin to move alone. The Polaris Tower Master's true essence sound transmission sounded in Lin Ming's ear. Understood, Lin Ming responded, glancing at the short old imp among the supervisory deacons. The imp looked old to begin with. Lin Ming didn't know how old this fellow was, but he could see that the dark black skin on his face was all scrunched up together. He looked like an old mortal man who had experienced great hardships and suffering in his life. Quickly, the old imp walked out in front of everyone and said, "I am Sada, who would like to go with me?" From Polaris Tower, Lin Ming and High Lord Bloodfire both stepped out. Obviously, High Lord Bloodfire had also received the Polaris Tower Master's orders. There are still 7 spots. Who would like to come from the other Skysplit Towers? Count me in from the Heavenly Cloud Tower. High Lord Black Ash stepped forwards, grinning as he looked at Lin Ming. Lin Ming remembered this fellow. When he arrived, this fellow was eagerly looking at him, not even masking the killing intent in his eyes. Against this sort of self-important loser, Lin Ming was disinclined to even look at him. "There are still 6 spots," Sada called out again. "Me," with the crisp voice of a woman, Lon Xin from the Blue-Silver Holy Land stepped out. As Lon Xin stepped out, several young Fey men from Whitestone Tower and Five Color Tower were instantly excited. They scrambled forwards to join the team, and Sada's squad was instantly full. In fact, there was even one more. Lin Ming was left speechless. At this time, there were still some people that had the state of mind to chase after girls. This was just too ridiculous. But as he thought more carefully about it, Lon Xin originated from a holy land, and an upper-ranked holy land at that. Her background even surpassed that of Feng Shen. To other Fey martial artists, if they could ever obtain Lon Xion's heart and marry her, then who cared about love? Resources were much more important. Moreover, all these martial artists that pursued Lon Xian were originally Emperor-level talents, besides their relatively normal backgrounds. They were matched with Lon Xian in other aspects. They all held out on some hope, although they were far from comparable with Duan Mukun. Duan Mukun was an even more outstanding character than Lon Xian. Thus it was impossible for him to marry and join his wife's sect, the Blue-Silver Holy Lands. Only Lon Xian could marry and join him, but this was the same as the Blue-Silver Holy Lands letting a future Emperor-level powerhouse slip out of their grasp. Naturally, the Blue-Silver Holy Lands would not allow this to happen. On the other hand, if Lon Xian chose one of her pursuers, then it was likely that the Blue-Silver Holy Land would gain another Emperor-level powerhouse in the future. Between the 2 choices, the better one was clear at a glance. The young outstanding Fae of Skysplit Tower had all calculated this point. Thus they all tried to woo Lon Xian, so that they would have to struggle for a few hundred years less. Lin Ming quickly realized the reason behind all this. In fact, this scene could be described as quite reasonable. "There's one too many," Sada said, frowning. "Hey, this brother, could you help me out here?" And the slowest Fey martial artist to scramble out gave Lin Ming a friendly smile, hoping that Lin Ming could drop out and give him his spot. Lin Ming thought this was funny. He had never met this fellow, so on what basis would he give up his spot to him? "You talk too much." Sada grew a bit angry. He pointed at the Fey youth and said, according to order, "You will step out." The words were like a cold bucket of water directly poured over the flames of the Fey youth's hope, extinguishing them. The Fey youth felt wronged, but he didn't speak out. Lin Ming could see that 4 or 5 of these Fey youth were heavenly demon 7 stars, and not high lords. Some of them might even have pledged themselves to the high lords and become their dogs. After all, their talent was decent, and they were young. All of them were generally below 30 years of age. In terms of strength and experience, these people are far inferior to the High Lords. If I'm in the same squad as these fellows, it's actually much better than being in a squad with High Lords, Lin Ming thought, as he traced his chin. Actually, it seemed that he needed to thank Lon Xian. "Let's go." Sada brought everyone and stepped into the spatial gate. Lin Ming followed, and his form quickly disappeared into the hazy dark fog. Chapter 6, 27. Evil Being, Chapter 6:27, Evil Being. 10,000 miles around the edge of the eternal demon abyss, the infernal energy was so thick that it was nearly concentrated into droplets. In this, Lin Ming could feel the energy within his body being pulled at by this thick infernal energy, as if it were faintly gushing out of him. What an amazingly rich infernal energy. This fog is infernal energy that has condensed and formed into essence. If I could practice demonic realm cultivation methods here. Lin Ming shook his head as he thought of this. When a martial artist cultivated, they would often have to enter into meditative states. In this state, a martial artist's defensive ability would be very low. Doing that within the eternal demon abyss that was filled with all sorts of dangers was simply asking to die. Hee boy, what do you think? The atmosphere here is great. An annoying voice suddenly called out to Lin Ming. Each syllable was like a needle that jabbed into the ear, causing anyone listening to feel very uncomfortable. Lin Ming turned around to see that the one speaking was High Lord Black Ash. He frowned, not answering. High Lord Black Ash didn't mind. He continued to say, "Boy, I guess that when we're 1,500 miles from the edge, you will continue to go forwards. At that time, how about we go together? We can take care of each other." Huh? Sorry, but I'm not interested. Also, it would do you good to stop trying to probe me by attaching your perception to your words. Lin Ming's voice was cold. High Lord Black Ash stiffened. This boy was too sensitive. His method of probing others was extremely secretive. The normal person would only hear a grating voice upon their ears, but Lin Ming had actually instantly seen through his tricks. Sada moved forwards unhurriedly. He closed his eyes and felt the wind, saying, "From here on out, we are 8,500 miles away from the eternal demon abyss's 1,500-mile radius zone. Our travel time by foot will be around 20 days to a month. During this month, you must follow my orders. If we encounter some evil being, you absolutely cannot take the initiative to do anything. You absolutely cannot. Otherwise, this may possibly lead to serious consequences." Evil being? What evil being? HM? A Fey youth asked, interested. As someone that qualified to come to the eternal demon abyss, there was naturally no need to mention his strength and talent. He had full and complete confidence in himself. He was wondering whether or not he should be the one to step forwards and save the day if they encountered some danger. Even though he might not be able to be the hero that saved the maiden, he could at least leave a good impression on Lon Exion. To women, even if they were powerhouses, deep down they always wished to be protected. This time, during this journey to the eternal demon abyss, the most important target for him was to capture Lon Exion's attentions and heart, compared to marrying Lon Exion and joining her blue-silver holy land. Any lucky chance he found here would simply be garbage. Sada slowly explained, around the eternal demon abyss there are many strange and evil beings that breed within the thick infernal energy. These existences are bizarre and enigmatic. No one knows where they originate from, and in normal times, naturally we need not fear them. But there are some evil beings that were projected out during the eternal demon abyss's eruption. If we run into this sort of thing, we must run far, far away. Fighting them is simply suicide. Evil beings that were shot out by the eternal demon abyss. Lin Ming's heart chilled. The eternal demon abyss was without a doubt immeasurably terrifying. A massive claw had come out from that strange hole and killed 12 Emperor-level powerhouses instantly. From that sort of place, even if it were just a dog or cat, that simply wasn't something anyone here could deal with. Although the several Fey youths were proud and arrogant, they weren't stupid. As they heard Sada mention the evil beings of the eternal demon abyss, they kept silence. They were well aware of just useful their skills were here. Good. If there aren't any more questions, then we'll set off. Also, there's one more point. Try to avoid fighting as much as possible, but if you're really forced into a situation, then suppress your strength as far as possible. Only use 30% of your power to fight. Do not use 40%. And do not create any surging waves of true essence or demon essence, or start stirring up the massive amount of infernal energy within the eternal demon abyss. Understood? Sada's expression and tone were harsh. Seeing the Fey youth from before look a bit unhappy, he said, "This isn't playtime for children. Hey, can you hear me?" "I heard you." The Fey youth revealed an impatient and impetuous expression, perfunctorily nodding. "I am not a child." Sada glared at the Fey youth and said, "Let's go." As one, the group began their journey. The next 8,500 miles around were relatively safe. There basically wasn't any situation where a martial artist would kill others. With someone guiding them, the dangers they encountered were even fewer. Of course, the lucky chances they found in this way were also limited. And with so many people together, it wouldn't be much after being divided so many times. And Sky Split Tower also took a great portion of that. As time passed, the group continued marching forwards. The surrounding environment could be described as gloomy, filled with a vast, endlessly hazy fog. Fortunately, they could use the stars in the sky as their guide, so they didn't lose direction. The ground was covered with bumpy red rocks. Occasionally, one could see broken stone tablets scattered about. The writing and seals on these stone tablets had long since blurred after so many tens or hundreds of thousands of years. These boring days of travel happened without complaint for 1 or 2 days, but after a dozen days or so, many people began to feel impatient. During these days, they hadn't even seen a hair of these so-called evil beings, much less a lucky chance. Sometimes it was far too boring. Some of them were even looking forwards to one of these evil beings appearing so that it could alleviate their boredom. I say that we can go fast. Here, there's nothing else but fog and rocks. We only walk several hundred miles per day. The heavens only know how long it will take us to cross 8,500 miles. If I could fly, it would only take several hours. What sort of evil are you even thinking about? We've walked for so long and haven't even seen anything at all. To cross hundreds of miles in a day was something that even well-trained mortal soldiers were unable to accomplish. But in front of these outstanding heroic youths, this sort of speed was a pace as slow as a snail's crawl. Sada suddenly stopped, his head spinning around towards the Fey youth like a tiger, his ice-cold eyes causing the Fey youth to pause. The dangers of eternal demon abyss are not as simple as you think they are. You should already be glad that you can arrive there safely without danger. So shut your damn trap. Once we arrive within 1,500 miles of the eternal demon abyss, my role is over. You can do whatever you like then. Even if you jump into the eternal demon abyss itself, it is something I don't care about. The Fey youth also began to grow angry. How interesting. Why do we need you to guide us? Why do you so-called supervisory deacons need to go with us? Isn't it to monitor us? Are you afraid that we'll find some lucky chance? Or are you afraid that we'll kill each other and become 12-winged heavenly demons? The Fey youth's tone was aggressive. With you leading the way, who knows whether or not you're quietly pocketing everything along the way? If we really run into danger, you might be the first to run while leaving us behind. We are looking for lucky chances here, not running about as your bodyguards, acting as cannon fodder when you need it. Sada's expression sunk to the floor. If you aren't willing to go with me, then F***CK off. Humph! Who is afraid of you? Let's go! Come on, everyone! The Fey youth shouted out to several martial artists. However, no one responded to him. Following this Sada was truly the same as giving up on lucky chances. But the goal of most people here was to reach the 1,500-mile radius zone. In this outer 8,500-mile radius, there basically weren't any lucky chances, so giving up on them was fine, too. Lin Ming was indifferent to all this. As they traveled these past days, he had always been practicing his breathing. Although he hadn't been able to calm his heart and mind because of the brisk pace they were making. The infernal energy here was surpassingly rich. It was the ideal condition for practicing the great desolate halberd art. This total practice speed wasn't much slower than practicing in closed-door meditation. In order to guarantee that he would have the most solid foundation, Lin Ming estimated that he would have to practice for half a year to break through to revolving core. If he meditated on those stone tablets in the Road of Emperor, it might have taken just a few months. But unfortunately, the path Lin Ming had chosen was to continue down the road of Will Lights. Thus he had to continue down that path, giving up on the Emperor's stone tablets. Seeing no one respond to his shouts, the Fey youth's complexion immediately became ugly. He didn't care much about face and was really ready to walk away at any time. In truth, he didn't fear venturing off by himself. But once he did, he wouldn't have any further chances with Lan Xian. The Fey youth had hopped on the tiger and couldn't back down now. As he glanced at Lan Xian, he saw that she was controlling her breathing, simply not even caring about him at all. The mindsets of these outstanding young talents were mostly that of arrogance and easy to anger. With his stubbornness, even in this awkward situation, the youth was about to spit out several vicious words before leaving when at this time a change occurred. Not too far away, there was a wailing cry. This sound was absolutely not that of a human. It was like some vicious beast was screeching out while having glass shards crammed in its throat. It was grating to the extreme. What is that? Everyone immediately tensed up, taking out their weapons. Sada extracted a crescent sickle, his entire body on full alert. He quickly said in a low voice, "Without my order, do not act rashly." Ah! With another miserable scream, a gray shadow jumped up from not too far away, rushing towards the group like an arrow. The Fey youth, who had been blabbering on, would be the one to bear the brunt of this attack. "Don't be nervous. This is only—" Sadas hadn't even finished his words when that angry Fey youth gave a sudden shout and stabbed out with his sword. "Go die!" A deep blue sword light pierced through the vast skies. The gray shadow was directly penetrated with this sword light. Space trembled, strong winds howled. The rich infernal energy all around them was cut in half, swept away. This sword was a strike for the Fey youth to vent his anger. This Fey youth had been able to come to the eternal demon abyss and was also a top-ranking character amongst the heavenly demon 7 stars. He had reached large success in his comprehension of the concept of wind, and had even touched upon the concept of space. A strike with all his power behind it could be imagined. Sada's eyes instantly turned red. "Do you want to kill us? I told you not to use your full strength and create true essence waves, and also not to stir the infernal energy here. You F***CK off." The Fey youth violently interrupted Sada. "I do not serve you, so why the hell would I care about what you want? Also, you fellows as well. You've been bullied by the blood-slaughter divine temple to the point that you're willing to submit yourself to all these garbage conditions. I've never been so angered by such a useless bunch before." Although the Fey youth wanted to marry Lan Xian and enter her blue-silver holy land, doing so was easier said than done. That being the case, he might as well leave in a cool and awesome manner, making it so that his thoughts were smooth. Even with all his grievances expressed, even the group of people that wouldn't follow him weren't saying anything. He felt nothing but incomparably free and comfortable. But at this time, everyone's expressions around him began to change. Lan Xian pointed at the Fey youth's legs, her complexion paling as she said, Your leg." Chapter 6, 28, Bloody Lands. Chapter 6, 28, Bloody Lands. My leg? What's wrong with my leg?" The Fey youth suddenly asked, jerking his head down. As he saw what had happened, a ringing panic settled in his mind. At some point, without him knowing, on both his legs his flesh had started to rot into pus and blood. leaving behind only bloody footbones to support him on the ground. The pus and blood silently passed down. When it was absorbed by the dark gray ground, the ground became an incomparably crimson red. Ah-H-H! The Fey youth let out a frightened cry, his body falling backwards and directly onto the ground. But as soon as his hands touched the ground, even those parts started to rot. His flesh turned gooey, soon changing into liquid pus and blood. His hand and wrist bones were quickly revealed, dripping with thick, vicious blood. No, no! The Fey youth was completely horrified. He waved his hands and feet in front of him as if there were something terrible there. However, his flesh was turning completely rotten. With every inch he crawled back, he left massive amounts of broken meat hanging on the rocks under him, his thighs. But everything began to turn into thick, bloody goo, a hideous stench emitting from it. Save me! Save me! The Fey youth finally remembered Sada. He put out a pleading hand towards Sada, but Sada actually took 2 steps back. His face was full of alarm as he shouted, "No one approach him." In truth, Sada didn't need to give out this warning. Nobody dared to approach. In fact, everyone was spreading out from the Fey youth. Kacha! The Fey youth's legs cracked open, the bones crumbling apart like slag. Every other bone became similarly brittle. With just a slight bump, they would break apart. It was like thousands of years of bodily decay had been compressed into several breaths of time. The Fey youth's eyes began to sink back their sockets, his hair growing long and pure white. In just 2 breaths of time, his hair had withered into dry hay, his face becoming as wretched as the bark of an old tree. He stretched out his left arm in one final attempt, as if he were trying to grasp something, as a low and despairing moan emanated from his throat. In the end, everything he did was useless. Then, as his arm shattered to pieces, the Fey youth's entire body turned into a gooey puddle of blood in front of everyone's horrified eyes, with even his organs turning into rotten, bloody syrup. Then, the bloody goo was absorbed into the dark gray ground, the bones left turning into ash. Another moment later, all that was left of the Fey youth was a small pile of red ashes. Besides that, it was as if he had never existed. Those present were completely shocked. Even Lin Ming, who had an incomparably firm will and mindset, felt a chill spread out from his back, directly shooting towards the heavens. These martial artists had all walked the killing path. Never mind seeing the dying, but everyone here had killed at least hundreds of people, if not more. But seeing someone die in this manner before their eyes was truly appalling. Even Sada, a veteran of the eternal demon abyss, gulped a mouthful of saliva, beads of sweat dripping down his forehead. In the incomparably strange and bizarre eternal demon abyss, there were a plethora of various ways to die. But this was the first time that he had seen a way like this. Nobody spoke. Everyone maintained full vigilance, keeping a careful eye on their surroundings. Lin Ming traced his spatial ring, his breath caught in his throat. He had originally thought that the danger of the eternal demon abyss came from the evil beings that lived here, and fighting with these evil beings would cause martial artists to perish. But he never thought that death could arrive in this manner. He had helplessly watched as a martial artist rapidly decayed in front of him without even his bones left, but he still hadn't had any idea where this evil being was or what it had done. The scariest thing in this world was the unknown. Martial artists did not fear ghosts or gods. The so-called ghosts were merely those that practiced ghostly cultivation methods, and those so-called gods were nothing more than exceedingly powerful martial artists. But right now, everyone felt as if they had returned to being a mortal that was wading through the dark, frightened by the supernatural creatures of the night. They had only gone 5,000 miles or so towards the eternal demon abyss, so how could something so bizarre happen here? Sir Sada, what is this? High Lord Bloodfire asked with a true essence sound transmission of everyone here. He was the only one who had entered the eternal demon abyss before. 10 years ago, he had been one of the heavenly demon 7 stars with a strength similar to Yen Qi at that time. The eternal demon abyss hadn't erupted, and he hadn't gone as deep into the eternal demon abyss as others. Still, he had never seen such a scene like this. I'm ashamed to say it, but this is the first time that I've encountered something like this. That gray shadow just now, from my experience, should have only been a demonic ash fly that was condensed from infernal energy, with a cultivation of only a few hundred years, just a minor creature. But I never imagined something like this would happen. I think that the true essence storm just now must have aroused some ancient evil being from its deep slumber. Sada didn't dare to speak out loud, instead using a true essence sound transmission to inform everyone. A deeply sleeping evil being? Could this be an evil being that was shot out by the eternal demon abyss eruption? Thinking of this, everyone felt their backs go cold. No matter how confident they were, no one was confident enough to believe they could contend with an evil being that originated from deep within the eternal demon abyss, especially this sort of invisible evil being. The death was inexplicable, shocking, alarming. There was no one who could even summon the courage to resist it. Demon Shine, what's going on here? Lin Ming could only ask Demon Shine. Demon Shine had followed the Demon Emperor to enter the eternal demon abyss and stayed there for 20-some years. The Demon Emperor had even gone within the 1,000-mile death zone radius around the eternal demon abyss. He could only hope that Demon Shine might have some inkling as to just what was happening. Demon Shine tried hard to recall the sealed memories within him. After a quarter-hour of silence, he said, "It was my big brother who accompanied Master to enter the eternal demon abyss. I haven't inherited too many of my big brother's memories, so for this kind of situation, I can only make an approximate guess. I think that there was possibly some ancient powerhouse buried here who practiced blood demon cultivation techniques, or there might possibly be some sort of extremely dangerous vicious beast that was sealed below. Regardless of what it is, when they were still alive, I fear that they were in existence that not even the emperor-level powerhouses of this holy demon continent could deal with, but after they died and had been buried for tens or hundreds of thousands of years, they turned into a demon god bone, and not a normal one at that." Lin Ming had already heard Dagu say that there were different ranks of demon god bones. The demon god bones that the high lords of Skysplit Tower had were only the most ordinary and inferior kind. Demon Shine continued speaking. If demon god bones are divided into human, earth, and heaven steps, then that demon god bone you have now is only a human step 1. Within Skysplit Tower, a human step demon god bone is already extremely rare. I think that even the Polaris Tower Master doesn't have an earth step demon god bone. As for the even higher-ranking Heaven Step Demon God Bone, I estimate that not even the ruler of the Blood Slaughter Steps has seen one. This sort of object probably has an inborn intelligence, even if a martial artist has a lucky chance. Unless they have a great destiny befall their bodies, it is impossible to obtain it. I have no idea just what sort of demon god bone was bred within this ancient powerhouse's tomb underneath us, but you had best forget about it. This is a dangerous and ominous place. The faster we leave, the better. Lin Ming didn't need Demon Shine's warning to know that he shouldn't bite off more than he could chew and try to dig out the buried bones of this ancient supreme elder or extreme vicious beast. Otherwise, he really would think that he had already lived too long. Everyone stood motionless for a full hour on absolute guard. The fog gradually enveloped them and the light dimmed, but nothing happened. Was it over? Everyone's bodies were wet with sweat. They had a faint, gladdening feeling that they were survivors of a catastrophe. But before leaving this unhallowed grounds, no one dared to relax even a bit. "Let's retreat first. Everyone, do not make any noise." No one needed Sada to tell them not to speak. Everyone was even trying to suppress their breathing as much as possible. "I feel that it's becoming more and more dark." The one who spoke was High Lord Black Ash, using a true essence sound transmission to speak. As he spoke, Everyone discovered that the thick fog around them was becoming increasingly concentrated, dense to the point that one could take out a sword and cut through it. The darkness was also becoming increasingly suffocating. By all reasoning, the eternal demon abyss was underground, and there was no day or night here. The only light they had was from the vibrant and shining stars from up above, so there shouldn't be a time as dark as this. Sada sensed something. Looking up, he discovered that the starry skies had already disappeared into the vast, endless fog. Shit, without the stars to set our direction, we will become lost if we walk. Should we fly up to get a better sense of direction? Have you forgotten that flying is banned within the eternal demon abyss? Even if flying wasn't suppressed, I wouldn't dare to fly. Flying up is only looking for death. Then what do we do? Where should we go? Everyone was feeling weak at heart. Now that they were covered in this fog, they couldn't walk away, nor could they stay. But at this time, the air filled with a faint fragrance. Then, a dreamlike singing began to waft out. The singing of a woman. To suddenly hear the singing of a woman in this sort of place, everyone's hairs began to stand on end. This song seemed to come from the distant horizon, bringing with it an inescapable bitterness and utter anguish. As one listened to it, it felt as if their souls were trapped within, a strong sense of lingering and grief remaining in their hearts, telling them not to leave, not to go. Lonely, lonely, come down and stay with me. Do not listen to that singing. Seal up your ears with demon essence. Sada's expression suddenly changed, no longer having time to send out more true essence sound transmissions. With a shout, demon essence erupted from his body, forming an enchantment of energy around him, isolating himself from all sound. The sudden eruption of energy shoved away some of the thick fog. Then Lin Ming saw an appallingly creepy scene. A young Fey youth was standing there, his shoulders dangling down and empty green eyes glazed over, as if he had fallen under a spell. He started to use his hands to claw his body, and quickly his body was covered with blood from self-inflicted wounds. The more he clawed at himself, the more brutal and violent he became. The Fae thrust his hands into his body, digging out his blood vessels, organs, completely pulling out everything. He even dug out his own eyes, his entire body flowing with blood. Lin Ming instantly determined that this youth's spiritual sea had fallen into the enemy's hands. He had become a useless zombie that was being manipulated. Lin Ming, front left, break out there. Demon Shine's voice hurriedly sounded out. I know what we've met. The front left. As long as you have enough strength, you can break out of this cage. Otherwise, you too will suffer the same fate if you stay. Hearing Demon Shine's sudden voice, Lin Ming no longer hesitated. He grabbed the purple comet spear and true essence erupted from his body to the limit. The heretical god force opened completely, and the power of the 8 inner hidden gates was also pushed to the extreme. Penetrating rainbow. Spear and man became one. Lin Ming's body was like a meteor as he shot through space and slammed into the front left fog. With a cracking sound, as if something were breaking and tearing apart, the thick black fog there was completely ripped asunder. In an instant, Lin Ming had crossed 10,000 feet and then continued to run straight forwards. Run away together. Sada saw Lin Ming move and shouted out. Chapter 629, Transformed Demon Bone. Chapter 629, Transformed Demon Bone. Yeah, his whole body bursting with true essence. Lin Ming grasped the purple comet spear as thunder flashed on its point. Running at full speed, he was like a war god. Unstoppable, overwhelming. Now, the right side, 300 feet, strike with everything you have. Break through. Demon Shine's voice resounded in Lin Ming's mind once more. Without any hesitation, Lin Ming pulled true essence into the purple comet spear and used penetrating rainbow once more. With another cracking sound, it was like some invisible barrier shattered underneath Lin Ming's spear. In the next instant, he had already run outside of the thick black fog. Everything suddenly slowed down, returning to normal. The fog was a much lighter gray, and he could even see the stars faintly up above. He made it out. Lin Ming let out a long breath, not relaxing his guard. In a single breath, he rushed more than 10 miles away before stopped. What was that just now? Lin Ming asked Demon Shine. Demon Shine hesitated, not too sure, and said, "It should be a demon blood bone." "What is that?" As Lin Ming asked this, several other people made it out of the hole that Lin Ming had crushed through the dense barrier of fog. After the sudden events just now, they had dropped from 10 to 8 people. Every one of them had frightened expressions, their faces wan. Too horrifying. These martial artists that walked the killing path were not afraid of fatal danger zones. Otherwise, they never would have come to Skysplit Tower to begin with. But that strange feeling just now, that pitiful way of dying, left a lingering feeling within them that made their scalps tingle with fear. "This little brother is called Lin Ming." Right, the squad leader Sada looked at Lin Ming with some surprise. He hadn't seen that black fog array formation before, and had no idea how to break through it. It was possible that all of them could have been wiped out within. But suddenly Lin Ming had rushed forwards and even made his way out. Yes, Lin Ming nodded. "Little brother Lin, did you see through that danger zone just now and discover how to break through?" Sada noticed that when Lin Ming was rushing out, he had actually changed directions once. Was this done unconsciously, or did he notice something? After Sada asked this question, Lon Xian also looked at Lin Ming curiously. As for the others, they had a bit of doubt and confusion on their faces. Lin Ming firmly shook his head and said, "I only thought that it was better to die fighting than to wait for death. I just randomly rushed in a direction, but I didn't think I would actually be able to rush out like that." As Lin Ming spoke, Sada revealed an understanding expression. The truth was that he didn't believe Lin Ming had the ability to see through that black fog to begin with. After all, this was the first time that Lin Ming had entered the eternal demon abyss. As for the several other Fey youths, they felt depressed after hearing this. If they had known this earlier, then they would have rushed out randomly too. How come they hadn't thought of this? Rush out in a single go and lead everyone out. A hero rescuing a maiden, perhaps they might have been able to capture Lon Xian's heart. But this great limelight and glory had actually been snatched away by a human boy. A Fey martial artist sourly mumbled, "In this eternal demon abyss, randomly rushing or randomly using moves can easily take a life. The reason that we fell into that dangerous spot just now was all because some other fellow decided to randomly attack." Lin Ming naturally heard the envy in this other youth's voice towards this sort of unreasonable and nonsensical jealousy. Lin Ming didn't even want to bother acknowledging it. He and Lon Xian weren't even of the same race. Sada coughed, interrupting the Fey youth's words, and said, "No matter what, this time our luck is all thanks to little brother Lin. But later, remember not to be so impulsive. Before anyone acts, make sure you suppress your strength as much as possible and don't make any great movements, lest we disturb any evil being that is sleeping deep underground. All right, we'll take a short break and then set out again." Sada looked at the stars, determining his position once again. Although they had deviated from their original route, it wasn't by too much. Lin Ming didn't bother paying attention to the others. He sunk his consciousness into his spiritual sea and continued to ask Demon Shine, "Demon Shine, what is a blood demon bone?" Demon Shine answered, "A demon god bone is the energy left behind by a supreme elder after they die. After being sealed underground for tens or hundreds of thousands of years, this energy then condenses into a crystal form, usually in the shape of a glass bead. Normally, a demon god bone is only pure energy. The will has already dispersed, but there are sometimes exceptions. For instance, there might be an ancient supreme elder, and because their will is too strong or they practice some strange cultivation method, their will can pass through all these years without dispersing, only slowly weakening instead. Finally, this will fuse together into the demon god bone, forming a special demon god bone called a blood demon bone. This sort of demon god bone has its own consciousness and will take the initiative to absorb the blood essence of martial artists to revitalize its damaged soul. If it obtains enough blood essence, it can even cultivate to become a demon. As Demon Shine spoke, Lin Ming sucked in a cold breath of air. This was truly a great world. All sorts of strange things were possible. For a demon god bone to fuse with an emperor will be born with a consciousness, and then later even cultivate to become a demon. This sort of thinking was unimaginable. However, to use blood essence to revitalize a damaged soul. Lin Ming suddenly paused. The magic cube was also the same. Even Demon Shine had originally wanted to absorb the blood essence of the ancient giant demons. Unfortunately, he had lost it to the magic cube. This increasingly confirmed Lin Ming's guess that within the magic cube there was some incomparably powerful injured soul that was waiting for blood essence to repair itself. Demon Shine, is this blood demon bone a so-called Heaven Step demon god bone? I'm not too sure. It shouldn't be Heaven Step, but rather a high-grade Earth Step. If you can obtain it, not only will it help you to break through to revolving core sooner, but you can even use it to help raise your battle spirit. A blood demon bone is absolutely a great treasure to temper a battle spirit, Demon Shine said, his voice full of temptation. It doesn't matter how good it is, it's impossible for me to obtain it. I almost lost my life just now. Lin Ming shook his head, a bit regretful. He knew just how far he could push himself. Well, logically speaking, this blood demon bone is not what someone with your cultivation can mess with. But you have a battle spirit, and that is the greatest weapon you can rely on. Oh, Lin Ming's mind stirred. The greatest difference between a blood demon bone and an ordinary demon god bone is that that blood demon bone contains an emperor will. After gaining its own consciousness, it will go out to hunt and kill martial artists of its own initiative, absorbing their blood essence. In a way, it is similar to a spider that is waiting for martial artists to rush into its web. But the way that a blood demon bone attacks is through a will attack. The two Fey idiots just now were defeated in the world of will by that blood demon bone. That's why they weren't able to summon any resistance at all in the real world. But you are different. You have a battle spirit. You are not like them at all. Lin Ming pondered this for a moment. In the Road of Emperor, he still vividly remembered the massive gap that existed between him and an emperor battle spirit. He couldn't help but ask, my battle spirit is still only in its elementary form, but that ancient powerhouse that left behind the blood demon bone probably reached large success of his battle spirit. I fear that I am far from being its match. Demon Shine shook his doggy head and revealed a smirking, satisfied expression that he knew far more than Lin Ming. The ancient powerhouse certainly reached large success in forming its battle spirit. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for it to leave behind a blood demon bone. But that ancient supreme elder died far too long ago. It must have been at least tens, if not hundreds of thousands of years. Through the span of time, even that powerful will would slowly weaken. This blood demon bone contains that will, but that will already has no relation to the ancient great emperor that died. It is only a blood demon, dependent on swallowing others' blood essence in order to strengthen its consciousness and cultivate to become a true demon. Its true strength isn't any greater than yours. Otherwise, do you think you would have really been able to break out just now? Demon Shine's words caused Lin Ming's heart to move even more. If he could really obtain this blood demon bone for himself, then the advantages were obvious. After breaking through to Revolving Core, he would then have the strength to return to the South Horizon region. The South Horizon region was the place that Lin Ming always worried about. He wished that he could return immediately. How can I find it? Lin Ming asked. He just follow the saint's instructions and you'll be fine, but this saint has a condition, and that is after obtaining the blood demon bone, I get half. All right. Lin Ming thought for the briefest of moments before agreeing. The blood demon bone was originally a treasure that was closely related to the will. It could even temper a battle spirit. Presumably, it would be very helpful to Demon Shine in repairing his damaged soul. Without Demon Shine, Lin Ming simply wouldn't have dared to capture this blood demon bone, much less that he and Demon Shine also shared a mutually beneficial relationship, with each helping the other obtain what they needed. He had also been helped by Demon Shine many other times, so giving half of this blood demon bone to him was reasonable. All right, I will now tell you the main points for capturing the blood demon bone. The method for catching the blood demon bone was much simpler than what Lin Ming thought it would be like. After approximately understanding the process, he stood up and then began walking back to the area of the dense block fog. Lin Ming, where are you going? Seeing Lin Ming walking back to that danger zone, Sada felt a creep crawl over his scalp. Lin Ming actually wanted to return there. Lin Ming shook his head and casually lied. When I struck out just then, the power was too great, and I ran too fast, dropping a spatial ring there. There are some important things inside, so I have to go back to look for it. Dropped a spatial ring. Wasn't that just too careless right now? Normally, a martial artist would always leave a touch of perception on their spatial ring, so they would know as soon as it fell. But in a panicked, frantic situation such as what just happened now, it was possible to drop it in a moment of inattentiveness. However precious those things are in your spatial ring, they are not as precious as your life. A clear voice called out. The one speaking was Lan Xing. In her opinion, if Lin Ming went back, then he might not be as lucky as he was escaping. It was possible he could die. High Lord Black Ash stared at Lin Ming as if he were an absolutely klutzy idiot. Several other Fey youths were also looking at Lin Ming with gloating expressions. Most of them thought that if Lin Ming went back now, his chances of living through that danger again would be exceedingly slim. Brother Lin, what is in your spatial ring? If it's resources, then Sir Chief High Lord can recompense you. High Lord Bloodfire said, even as he subsequently used a true essence sound transmission. Our main mission this time is to enter the 1,200-mile region to seek lucky chances for Sir Chief High Lord. This is our most important objective. If it's just some personal wealth, then it's better to forget it. Hearing High Lord Bloodfire's true essence sound transmission, Lin Ming truly felt sad for him. This Bloodfire so desperately wanted to go adventuring into danger zones just so he could seek lucky chances for others. Brother Bloodfire, that ring is truly useful to me. There are some weapons, pills, and array flags that greatly relate to my combat strength. Lin Ming lied again. All right, then you go. Come back as soon as you can. High Lord Bloodfire had no choice but to give up. Lin Ming, we will only wait 1 hour for you. If you can't return before then we will set off regardless. Seeing that Lin Ming was so adamant on going back, this was all Sada could say. Lin Ming nodded. Okay. Chapter 630, Capturing the Demon Bone. Chapter 630, Capturing the Demon Bone. Yeah. With every step he took, the fog around Lin Ming became increasingly thick. At first, it was only like a thin layer of gauze, but slowly it was concentrated to the point of almost turning into essence. A suppressive atmosphere spread out along with a vivid infernal energy. Lin Ming restrained his aura as much as possible, while keeping his mind on high alert within his spiritual sea as he waited for the demon bone's surprise attack. In the end, the transformed demon bone was only a high-ranking demon god bone that had a wisp of emperor will within it. The only attack method it could use was also only a will attack. Lin Ming, first pretend that you're not its enemy while I find the location of its main body. We will have to dig it out in a single go. We will only have one chance. If we fail, this demon spirit will be prepared, and it will be impossible to fool it again." Lin Ming nodded. According to Demon Shine, this transformed demon bone was usually a few thousand feet deep underground. It would only come close to the surface when it was hunting. This was also the only chance to capture it. Otherwise, in this eternal demon abyss where one's divine sense was suppressed, and with this transformed demon bone that was so good at hiding, it would simply be impossible to find it again. After walking a dozen or so miles, Lin Ming's speed was sometimes fast and sometimes slow. Finally, he heard that sweet melodic singing again. "Lonely, I'm so lonely, come down and stay with me." It was like the song of an ancient woman as she waited for her husband's return. Lin Ming's steps paused, his eyes flashing for a brief moment in the dim light. It came. Lin Ming's mind went cold. Hearing the song this time, he was much calmer than he was last time. It was very easy to distinguish the soul attack that lay within this sweet song. The true function of the song was to charm a martial artist's heart and drag their consciousness into the world of will. If a martial artist had never come into contact with the world of will, they wouldn't have a clue what was happening to them. They would simply stumble and muddle-headed. The results from that could be imagined. In the world of will, Lin Ming stood in a vast green wilderness. Here, he didn't feel any killing intent at all. Rather, he just felt a trace of a new budding spring. This sort of scenery was from the dark, deathly gray surroundings to suddenly arrive at such a beautiful spring prairie. The visual impact was startling. At this moment, in front of him, a female appeared. She wore a long, fiery red skirt, and her figure was slender and exquisite, her appearance similar to someone Lin Ming had met before. "Stay with me. Follow me." A gentle whisper rang in Lin Ming's ear, striking him like a bolt of lightning. This woman was Mu Qinyu. The Mu Qinyu was extremely lifelike, with even her frown and smile. Everything was the same as in Lin Ming's memories. In that instant, Lin Ming truly did have the briefest flash where his soul fell into illusion. But he quickly recovered his mind. This transformed demon bone can actually have me see the Qianyu in my memories. It can call back my memories to have my mind fall into illusion. This is truly a great method. Lin Ming always felt that his will was as firm as iron. But even so, he had almost lost his mind. If it were someone else instead, they simply wouldn't have the strength to resist. No wonder those two Fey youths had died so easily. Once their will was defeated, their bodies simply became this demon bone's food. Junior apprentice brother Lin, we finally meet again. Mu Qinyu beautifully smiled, her laughter like the spring rain. Her appearance, manner, movements, everything was consistent with the true Mu Qinyu. Although Lin Ming clearly knew this was an illusion, he still felt his mind tremble. It had been almost 2.5 years. This entire time, he had worried about Divine Phoenix Island, worried about his parents, and worried about Qin Xingxuan and Mu Qinyu. At this time, Demon Shine's voice suddenly sounded out, "Lin Ming, I've found it. Wait 3 more breaths of time, and then attack with everything you've got. With your battle spirit, you have no need to fear it at all. 3 breaths of time." Lin Ming's eyebrows shot up, silently counting in his heart as he lightly traced his spatial ring, his mind linking to his purple comet spear. "Junior apprentice brother Lin, what are you doing? Why do I feel as if I sense killing intent from your body? You want to—" This Mu Qinyu covered her mouth with her hands, her eyes filling with a hidden bitterness and sadness. 2 breaths of time. "Junior apprentice brother Lin, could it be you want to harm me?" Mu Qinyu stretched out a hand, as if she wanted to touch Lin Ming. 1 breath of time. Lin Ming took a step back, avoiding Mu Qinyu's hand. "Junior apprentice brother Lin, you Mu Qianyu's eyes were pitiful. Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a deep killing intent. His voice was low as he said, "You did what you should never have done. You turned into someone important to me in order to deal with me. How can I ever let you live?" The purple comet spear was drawn. Within Lin Ming's spiritual sea, the azure battle spirit howled, merging into the purple comet spear. With a thrust, Thunderfire howled. Mu Qianyu's beautiful face changed. Her incomparably exquisite expression instantly became horrid and hideous. Her hands became claws that were matted with fur, and a hoarse, keening cry came out of her throat, filling the air with a sad and mournful song even as she grabbed at Lin Ming. Humph! Lin Ming coldly coughed. In the world of will, the battle spirit was king. Kacha! The demon claw was directly pierced through by Lin Ming's spear. The purple comet spear didn't lose any momentum and immediately thrust through the demon's chest. That demon's hideous face immediately revealed intense panic. "Lin Ming, now is the time. Don't let it escape." Lin Ming thrust out his hand, loudly shouting. Seal, thunder, and fire formed a cage in thin air, sealing the demon within. Here, in the world of will, Lin Ming could use any method he wished to defeat his enemy, as long as his will was stronger. As for the blood demon bone in front of him, all it had was a wisp of Emperor will. It was far from forming a battle spirit. Naturally, it wasn't Lin Ming's match. 1 mile straight ahead of you, 300 feet underground. That is where it is. Demon Shine took advantage of the time when the blood demon bone was distracted with Lin Ming in the world of will to accurately pinpoint the exact location of its main body. "I've got it!" Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a bright light. As the blood demon bone's soul was still sealed within the world of will, his own will had withdrawn to reality. He pulled out the purple comet spear, penetrating rainbow. Lin Ming didn't even need the blink of an eye to cross 1 mile. There was only a flaming rainbow of light that pierced through the void as the ground suddenly exploded. Tens of thousands of genes of earth were turned over. One with his spear, Lin Ming was like a nail that thrust into the sharp rock, instantly reaching the position that Demon Shine had said. There, an enchantment of energy spread out for several dozens of feet. And within that enchantment, there was a crimson glass bead a bit smaller than a pigeon's egg, hiding at the very center. Kacha? How could the frail enchantment possibly defend against Lin Ming's purple comet spear? In the instant that Lin Ming had arrived, his attack had already broken it apart. The transformed demon bone panicked. It galvanized the energy around its body as if it wished to escape into the dirt. But how could Lin Ming allow it to do as it wished? Concept of space, seal. The space around the transformed demon bone instantly collapsed, forming a cage from the power of space around the transformed demon bone, imprisoning it within. With Lin Ming's comprehension of the concept of space, wanting to create a stable long-term cage was impossible. At most, he could create one that lasted for several breaths of time. But this was enough. As the demon bone was trapped, Lin Ming immediately twisted his fingers, creating hundreds of seals that shot forwards. These golden seals all fell upon the demon bone. This was the sealing technique used for thunder souls and flame essences. Using it to deal with this demon bone was also suitable. Oh, the transformed demon bone issued a miserable scream. To see a little glass bead make such a sound felt extremely strange. Lin Ming simply didn't care at all. His fingers became faster and faster as more seals fell upon the demon bone. As the seals were finished, Lin Ming flicked his finger and thin strands of thunder surrounded the demon bone, quickly forming a cocoon of lightning around it. Lin Ming still wasn't assured. He also placed a wisp of the power of space around the cocoon, then took out a jade box and placed the cocoon in the jade box. With so many layers of protection, the demon bone wouldn't be able to escape even if it had wings. Demon Shine chuckled and said, "That was well done. Boy, you really are ruthless in your actions. I thought that you might not have more than a 30% chance of capturing the blood demon bone, but I never imagined you would be so clean and decisive. The blood demon bone was really caught by you, and it didn't even have a chance to respond. Lin Ming faintly smiled. That's also thanks to you finding it so soon. Lin Ming could feel that Demon Shine's soul force had rapidly recovered to a great extent. After he broke through to the Xiantian realm, he had faintly felt that Demon Shine's soul force had been inferior to his own. But after all these years, Demon Shine's soul force had already surpassed his own by a great deal. To find some clever demon bone hiding in a spot 1 mile away and 300 feet deep, Lin Ming didn't believe he had this ability. This was the skill of a supreme elder from the realm of the gods. In the end, even a skinny camel was still bigger than a horse. As time passed and Demon Shine's soul force restored even more, the disparity between them would only grow. Lin Ming had just covered the jade box when Demon Shine said, "Boy, hold up, Emmem. Let this saint go in and enjoy himself first." Demon Shine rubbed his doggy paws together, his long tongue sticking out to lick his lips. His expression was no different from a sexual predator running into a bath full of beauties. Seeing Demon Shine act like this, Lin Ming couldn't help but laugh. "Boy, what are you laughing your ass off about? Rest assured, this saint will make sure to keep your half for you. I will not cheat you even a little bit." Lin Ming drily coughed. "I don't want to eat your leftovers." After successfully obtaining the blood demon bone, Lin Ming's mood was very good. He could break through to the revolving core realm and even raise his battle spirit. But this place wasn't good for going into closed-door seclusion to make his breakthrough. He had to find a relatively safe place to do that. Demon Shine unhappily said, "What do you mean, this saint's leftovers? This saint will first subdue this tiny bone spirit, and then divide half for me and half for you. After this saint processes his treasure, it will be much easier for you to swallow. It won't be like that time where it was so rough you even had to swallow the nameless divine pill and suffer so much distress." Lin Ming smiled. "That's fine then. We just had a fierce battle. It's not good to stay here too long. Let's leave first." Within the eternal demon abyss, fierce fighting could easily awaken evil beings that were slumbering deep underground. If something jumped out that Lin Ming couldn't deal with, then there really would be no escape to heaven or hell for him. Chapter 631, Departing Alone. Chapter 631, Departing Alone. Demon Shine, since we've captured the blood demon bone, I plan on heading off by myself now, so that group of fellows thinks that I've died. I have to look for a place as soon as possible and make a breakthrough to Revolving Core. The reason that Lin Ming kept delaying breaking through to Revolving Core was because he didn't have a chance to. When he was walking the road of Emperor, Lin Ming had chosen to travel the road of Will Lights that was completely unhelpful to Lin Ming's cultivation. If he practiced by himself, it would take up to a year if he wanted to make a breakthrough with the most solid foundation possible. Lin Ming could not waste this much time. All along, Lin Ming had greatly desired to break through to Revolving Core. Currently, rising through the small boundaries of the Xiantian realm, relative to Lin Ming's currently terrifying combat strength, wouldn't have too great of an impact. But Revolving Core was different. That was a true leap in strength. That was because only after breaking through to Revolving Core would he officially enter the ranks of the Masters and gain the qualifications to return to the Sky Spill continent. As for the battle spirit he formed before, that only increased his striking power. Facing the Polaris Tower Master, Lin Ming didn't believe he could defeat him as he was now. In order to truly increase his strength, he had to break through to Revolving Core. "Boy, you are impatient, aren't you? Don't forget that we're still in the eternal demon abyss. Where can we possibly find a safe place for you to make a breakthrough?" Lin Ming said, I have the map that the Polaris Tower Master gave me. I've already looked over the map before. There truly are places where one can go into closed-door seclusion. Although they aren't absolutely safe, they are still relatively safe when that happens. And with you protecting me, I'll just need to squeeze out half a month at most to make a breakthrough to revolving core. Boy, I think you are nuts. This father only has a soul body left over. How can I possibly protect you? Demon Shine grouchily said. If you go and possess a body, then you'll have some combat strength. F***CK. Demon Shine cursed without any sense of the grace of the master. Do you think it is so easy to seize a body? A soul can only seize bodies a limited number of times. Moreover, once they do, if the soul and body are incompatible with each other, then a fierce battle can even occur. Even still, just adapting to the body will take a long time. Even if you offered up your body to this saint would still have to consider a number of factors. And now you want this father to seize the bodies of all these trash. You should be slapped for even thinking of this. When a different soul and body fuse together, there would often be an intense and violent battle. The fusion itself was not a short-term process. If the method was too violent, then this would often damage the body instead. This was also the reason why so many mortals, after having their bodies possessed by a fox spirit, would slowly wither away, finally having all their essence energy sucked dry. Lin Ming didn't speak. He really didn't know that there would be so many conditions for seizing a body. At this time, Demon Shine said, "Here's my suggestion. You continue to follow that group of people and go forwards with them. Although it's not too convenient, they can still be a shield for you when an evil being attacks. The evil beings will usually target the weakest first. For instance, that blood demon bone attacked the two fellows with the weakest, first. If it wasn't for the way they died giving me some clues as to what that evil being was, it would have been impossible for you to catch the blood demon bone. If there weren't other people present as a shield, then the blood demon bone would have attacked Lin Ming instead. Even if Lin Ming won the battle of wills against the blood demon bone, he still wouldn't have been able to catch it. He would only have alarmed it and caused it to run away instead." Demon Shine's words weren't without reason. However, Lin Ming hesitated for a moment and then shook his head. "I've already decided. As for needing a shield or something like that, I can find that whenever. Later, I can join another group, but it doesn't have to be with those same people. I need to break through to revolving core. I need strength. Breaking through to revolving core in a place like this is dangerous, but with my strength as it is now, isn't walking 1,200 miles near the edge of the eternal demon abyss, especially when it just erupted. Not also dangerous? Just now, the reason that I could deal with the blood demon bone was completely because the blood demon bone could only use will attacks, so it just happened to be suppressed by me. What if I encountered something that was good at physical attacks? Would I really be a match for these kinds of evil beings? What if I met a turbulent flux of energy from the eternal demon abyss? If everything is a risk, then I would rather choose to break through to the revolving core realm, because after I do, I will have enough strength to seek my own lucky chances. But without breaking through to the revolving core realm, I fear my current journey into the eternal demon abyss will only result in piddling mediocrity." Lin Ming's mind had been decided. To someone like Lin Ming, with such a firm heart of martial arts, it was usually difficult for him to change the choices he made. Such a person would often be stubborn and not even consider just how far they could push themselves. But sometimes, as the matter continued, because they had a great destiny befall them, or perhaps because they were absolutely confident in their own strength, in the end, they could use their actions to prove to the world that their choice had been right all along. Demon Shine saw that Lin Ming wasn't going to change his mind and shook his head. He said, "Well then, that's fine too. But if you insist on breaking through in these damned lands, this saint still won't seize a body to protect you. That is absolutely impossible. This group of so-called emperor-level talents is nothing more than trash in this saint's eyes. It's not like I'm trying to be picky here. Demonshine had always been arrogant. Naturally, the geniuses of the mortal world didn't enter into his vision. These so-called geniuses were only emperor-level talents if placed in the Sky Spill continent or Holy Demon continent. But in the realm of the gods, the emperor-level talents they mentioned were on completely different levels. Lin Ming said, "I understand. At that time, if there really is danger, it's enough for you to give me a warning." Time's up. 10 miles away, Sada was watching the last grain of sand fall through the hourglass in his hands. He gazed deeply towards the direction that Lin Ming had gone in. All he saw was a thick fog without even a hint of Lin Ming's shadow. Lin Ming, he died here. That idiot, I told him not to go back. I've never seen such stupidity before. High Lord Blackash guffawed. In that sort of environment, without even knowing where the enemy was, 2 martial artists had died a miserable and shockingly tragic death. Those 2 were emperor-level talents. Within the 12 Skysplit Towers, they were top-ranked Heavenly Demon 7 stars. Even if they were weaker than a High Lord, it wasn't by that much. But even such extraordinary people could summon no resistance against their deaths. They hadn't even seen the shadow of the enemy. In this sort of situation, High Lord Blackash only had one explanation. That was the disparity between them had been too great. That evil being had been so much stronger than them that it could play with them in the center of its palm. And finally, Lin Ming was forced to go back for some stupid spatial ring, possibly even walking into a trap. Wasn't that just seeking his own death? It wasn't just High Lord Blackash that had these thoughts, but many others as well. A Fey youth said lamentingly, "I warned him not to go back, but yeah, this Lin Ming was far too confident. Just because he randomly broke through the fog the first time, he believed he could do the same the second time. And now look what happened." As the Fey youth spoke, his blue eyes couldn't help but glance over at Lon Xian, as if he wanted to find a trace of disdain or ridicule for Lin Ming on her face. This was the exclusive mindset of male animals. This Fey youth knew that a Fey Holy Land would never accept a human marrying into their sect, but Lin Ming had still stolen their thunder, so he was jealous of him all the same. At the time, all of them were scared, none of them daring to move lest they alert the evil being. But Lin Ming had actually dared to rush out, leading them to escape in a single go. This had greatly contrasted against the Fey youth's timidity at the time. And now Lin Ming had done something stupid, and it was far worse than what they had done. This caused a lofty sense of superiority to rise in their hearts. That Fey youth's expression seemed to say, "Look, that Lin Ming was such an idiot. He luckily bumped his way into an exit once, but that loser thought he could do it again. The result was death. We weren't timid. We weren't scared. We were just being careful. In this eternal demon abyss, it's not wrong to be so cautious." Randomly stumbling his way through, he had hit the jackpot the first time. But the second time was absolute death. After this Fey youth spoke, 2 other Fey youths echoed his sentiment. Indeed. We should be more careful from now on. That Lon Yuan, the first fellow to die, was also a bit simple-minded. How could he not have taken Sir Sada's advice? He actually ended up attracting an evil being to us. Fortunately, we're no longer with that Lin Ming fellow. If he continued to go with us, then who knows when he would do something hot-headed and put us all in danger. Ha! Several Fey youths were gloating as they talked, weaving a story that Lin Ming was their unlucky star. If their squad really did keep such a simple-minded and hot-headed fellow with them, then it would easily place the entire group in danger. Lon Xian didn't seem to hear their discussion. She had always been looking far off into the distant hazy fog. She suddenly said, a quarter hour before, there was an intense collision of energy. Did you notice? The intense collision of energy that Lon Xian mentioned was obviously when Lin Ming had used Penetrating Rainbow to dig out the transformed blood demon bone. Lin Ming had gone all out with this attack, and the energy fluctuations were easily seen even 10 miles away. Naturally, these martial artists had also seen it. Yes, I did. I guess that attack was Lin Ming's final struggle before death. After that attack, it completely disappeared. It proves that after that strike, the outcome was decided. But since Lin Ming hasn't returned yet, who won and who lost can be imagined. A Fey youth rationally analyzed the situation. Although Sada felt that something was off, he couldn't help but acknowledge this too. The Fey youth's analysis made a great deal of sense. It was likely that Lin Ming had died. This damn Lin Ming. High Lord Bloodfire frowned. He didn't hold out on any further hope. Of everyone here, he most understood Lin Ming's strength. Although Lin Ming hadn't been able to break through to Revolving Core, he absolutely had the strength to rank amongst the top 5 High Lords of Polaris Tower. If Lin Ming could enter the 1,200-mile radius zone of the Eternal Demon Abyss, then he truly could have been a great help to him. When that time came, they would have been a powerful combination, able to seek a great lucky chance for Sir Chief High Lord. What a pity that plan had now come to nothing, leaving him with nothing but the desolate sense of being alone. Sir Sada, let's go. A Fey youth said. The 1-hour agreement had ended, and even an extra incense stick of time after that. It was becoming increasingly clear that Lin Ming had died. Sada sighed. It's true that we can't wait here forever. If Lin Ming didn't die, he should have returned long ago. Let's continue then. Sada didn't think of the possibility that Lin Ming would not only be alive, but also intentionally leaving their group. Alone, without a guide, without a squad, his chances of living in the Eternal Demon Abyss would certainly be slim to none. Chapter 632, Swallowing the Blood Demon Bone. Chapter 632, Swallowing the Blood Demon Bone. As Sada and his squad were still wandering around, Lin Ming had already rushed several dozen miles away. Lin Ming, you better count your blessings. This saint knows a great number of things about the Eternal Demon Abyss, but the number of things that this saint doesn't know is even greater. It's true that this saint's soul force is heaven-shockingly powerful, but my combat strength is actually limited. If an enemy comes and invades your spiritual sea with their spirit, then this saint can chomp them to bits without mercy. But if it is a true physical attack, then it will all depend on you. I've got it. Lin Ming originally hadn't expected to rely on Demon Shine too much. Lin Ming glanced at the map. In truth, the jade slip that the Polaris Tower Master had given him couldn't be totally considered a map. Rather, it was a collection and summary of experiences. Within the Eternal Demon Abyss, a map that listed danger zones was meaningless. This was because every time the Eternal Demon Abyss erupted, there would be large-scale changes in the surrounding terrain, and the evil monsters and dark spirits would often move around to resettle themselves. As a result, any marked danger zones and safety zones of the Eternal Demon Abyss were useless even as reference points. Only an old horse like Sada, who had entered the Eternal Demon Abyss several times, or even over a dozen times, could use his own experience and judgment to determine the risks of the Eternal Demon Abyss. The map in Lin Ming's hand didn't list out any danger zones or safety zones, but rather it described a variety of possible danger zones and safety zones. If one ran into a scene similar to what was described in the map, then they could use this information as a reference to judge whether it was dangerous or not. The fog is thick in front, and the infernal energy is faintly surging around. According to the Jade, slip this should be a place where some demon or monster is buried. The ghostly energy soars to the heavens, causing the surrounding infernal energy to become turbulent. Because most of this ghostly energy is dispersed, the chances of a demon god bone forming there is low. Rather, all sorts of evil beings will gather at this point. This sort of area has no lucky chance. Rather, there are only dangers all around. It is absolutely best to avoid this area. Lin Ming promptly made a judgment according to the jade slip and bypassed this danger zone. As he walked along, he couldn't help but marvel at just how useful this jade slip was. No wonder the Polaris Tower Master had been so careful and even wanted him to destroy this jade slip if he fell into a fatal situation. If a Holy Land descendant were to get their hands on this jade slip and make use of this map, then the value of it could be imagined. Lin Ming, be careful in front. Within the eternal demon abyss, the energy field would suppress perception, and the thick fog would cover one's line of sight. A normal martial artist would be able to sense a range of several hundred feet, and Lin Ming, even though his soul force was so potent, he could only cast out his senses to merely 1,000 feet. This was even shorter than a mortal's line of sight. Demon Shine's soul force, on the other hand, was much more formidable than his, so his senses could spread out for several thousand feet. It wasn't strange for him to discover something abnormal first. 3 altogether. They should be blood fire beasts. If they could cultivate for 7,000 to 8,000 years, then they could even gain strength equal to a life-destruction martial artist. But these 3 blood fire beasts in front of him were only equal to middle revolving core martial artists. Lin Ming, suppress your strength as much as possible when you kill them. The bloody infernal energy here is thick. There might be other evil beings lurking about. If they are alerted, then the consequences will be dire. Understood. Lin Ming flicked his fingers and dozens of blood-drinking seals danced in the air, gently trembling. After several breaths of time, 3 humanoid vicious beasts rushed towards him, their bodies blazing with fire and blood. The brilliant flames on their body caused one to feel as if their soul was burning. Die. Lin Ming waved his hand, and the blood-drinking seals shot out. In order to ensure a fatal blow, Lin Ming had fused a wisp of battle spirit into these blood-drinking seals. A battle spirit could be attached to anything, strengthening its power. Even a withered leaf, after having a battle spirit attached to it, could instantly become an incomparably sharp killing tool, much less the already keen blood-drinking seals. With a cha-cha-cha sound, the crystal cores in the blood-fire beasts were instantly split in half by the battle spirit-infused blood-drinking seals. The blood-fire beasts miserably screamed, their bodies fading away into nothing. In an instant, 3 middle revolving core enemies were all slain. Lin Ming had taken step by step to arrive where he was now. His strength had undergone earth-shaking changes since he first came to the blood slaughter steps. Lin Ming picked up the broken crystal cores. Although these crystal cores were far inferior to demon god bones in value, they were still better than top-grade blood demon crystals. He naturally couldn't waste them. Unconsciously, several days had passed. Lin Ming had already walked around 1,000 miles. His pace wasn't fast because he was always carefully analyzing the turbulent flows of infernal energy as well as the terrain, judging the safest route possible. Sada had also done this, hence why he had been so slow in guiding them. Within the eternal demon abyss, it was better to be safe than sorry. We've walked over 1,000 miles, and we've encountered 7 to 8 danger zones, but no safe zones. Lin Ming said with a bit of frustration, in the eternal demon abyss, the dangerous areas were naturally much more frequent than the safe areas. Hee, this road is one you chose. To break through to revolving core in this perilous hellhole of the eternal demon abyss, only you could think of something so silly. Demon Shine curled his lips and lazily wiggled his butt. He continued, this saint is going to take a nap. The infernal energy of the eternal demon abyss has too many benefits for repairing this saint's damaged soul. When I'm sleeping, don't bother me if there's no trouble, and definitely don't bother me if there is. Demon Shine said playfully, I'm sorry, but it seems that you'll have to delay your sleeping plans. That infernal energy pattern in front, if I'm not wrong, should be called a twisted python. It is one of the relatively safe zones listed in the Jade Slip. Oh, Demon Shine looked up. In front of him, the infernal energy formed a gray and hazy wind, stirring up the fog into little vortexes. In fact, the infernal energy here seemed to be even thicker than normal. Did you make a mistake? I feel that the infernal energy here is very thick. Are you sure this isn't dangerous? Demon Shine had a deep understanding of the evil beings and spirits of the eternal demon abyss. As for the patterns of infernal energy and terrain, he honestly hadn't studied this. With the Demon Emperor's strength, how could he have bothered with this? What the Demon Emperor had studied was how to catch the evil beings and spirits that wandered this land. Being able to determine what evil creature he was chasing would give him the greatest lucky chances. Lin Ming said, according to the Jade Slip, this twisted python geography continues for over 1,000 miles. This is because two different flows of infernal energy intersect here, and then revolve around each other, forming a ghostly energy current like a giant twisted python. Here, the infernal energy is thick in the surroundings, and the deeper you go, the thicker the infernal energy will be. But at the very center point of this twisted python terrain, there should be a 100-mile wide area where the infernal energy is extremely thin. In the central 10 miles, the infernal energy might even be lower than that of Skysplit Tower. That is the so-called safe zone. Of course, relatively speaking. Demon Shine scratched his doggy chin and said, "This twisting python terrain continues for 1,000 miles. If you want to reach the center, that will be 500 miles. This 500-mile walk won't be easy." Lin Ming faintly smiled. "That's why I'll have to rely on you. It's best if you discover dangers ahead of time, and then inform me so I can avoid them." "Relying on me? Do you think I'm some sort of slave or something? After this saint woke up, I've been worked so hard by you. How about this, after you break through to Revolving Core? If you obtain anything good in the eternal demon abyss, I'll take half of it. If so, then this saint will, of course, have to reluctantly agree to such a difficult task. You don't even know what there is to find, yet you already want half. You really are a greedy lion opening its mouth." Lin Ming said, speechless. "You contributed to obtaining the blood demon bone, so I gave you half of it. For whatever comes next, if you put in the effort, then I'll give you half. But if you don't need to do anything, then we'll split it 80 to 20. Consider that your reward for helping me break through to Revolving Core." "Me 80 you 20? Demon Shine asked, pretending to be confused. "Playing this sort of joke isn't very fun." Lin Ming's smile had disappeared. At this moment, he didn't have free time to bargain with Demon Shine. "You're too mean and stingy. We'll divide it 4 to 6. 2 to 8. 3 to 7. 2 to 8. Okay, 2 to 8. It is 2 to 8. Demon Shine could only helplessly give up. Lin Ming was the type who absolutely kept his promises. Bargaining with him might end up backfiring. Lin Ming faintly smiled and then displayed his movement technique as he soared into the thick gray fog. As they rushed in, the infernal energy became increasingly rich. Demon Shine also played his due role. His sense of perception was far wider than the majority of evil beings within this twisting python terrain area. Avoiding these evil beings didn't mean that Lin Ming was afraid of them. Rather, he feared that fighting them would lead to stronger evil beings coming forth. Occasionally, there would be times when he couldn't avoid some evil beings. At this time, Lin Ming would use his battle spirit-infused blood-drinking seals, instantly killing them without slowing down. Like this, Lin Ming arrived in the 100-mile center zone of twisting python energy current without danger. Here, the thickness of infernal energy truly had dropped by a great deal. Then, Lin Ming no longer suppressed his speed. He immediately launched Goldenrock, shattering the void, and in just several steps, arrived at the 10-mile center zone of the twisting python energy current. "It's here." The Jade Slip wasn't wrong. The infernal energy current of the center 10 miles was less dense than even that of Skysplit Tower. In this sort of infernal energy-barren land, evil beings normally wouldn't come here. This place is truly a remote and desolate God-forsaken land. Demon Shine glanced around, probing the surroundings. He didn't like this place. The infernal energy here was too low. This is it. I will close up here for half a month and break through to Revolving Core. Then I will enter the 1,200-mile forbidden zone around the eternal demon abyss by myself. Boy, you are completely bonkers, sufficiently crazy. If you close up and break through to Revolving Core here, you will definitely stir up the flow of energy. Even a safe zone will become unsafe. I hope you don't become eaten by some monster spirit or something, Demon Shine lazily said. Still, he stretched out his perception as far as possible, doing the best he could to guard Lin Ming. Lin Ming faintly smiled, and then took out the blood demon bone from his spatial ring, slowly unraveling the spells around it. These past days, Demon Shine had used some unknown method to take away his half. The blood demon bone had shrunk, and the originally savage and manic energy had weakened. This was much more convenient for Lin Ming to absorb. If this was his usual closed-door seclusion, where he had a measure of absolute safety, then some manic energy wasn't too dangerous. But here, absorbing a simpler form was much safe. Lin Ming grasped the blood demon bone and slowly poured his true essence within. A moment later, the blood demon bone actually turned a ball of dark red fluid. Without hesitation, he lifted it up and swallowed it. A crazy and dangerous energy immediately filled Lin Ming's body. The blood demon bone first impacted Lin Ming's will. He felt his mind shake, and then he arrived in a completely blood-red world of will. Chapter 633, Impacting the Bottleneck. Chapter 633, Impacting the Bottleneck. Yeah, this is an ancient Supreme Elder's battle spirit. The instant that Lin Ming entered the blood-red world of will, he could feel a faint, coercive pressure. Although this pressure wasn't too obvious, it still brought with it a vast and wild energy that caused the mind to shake with fear. It was very obvious that because such a long span of time had passed, the ancient Great Emperor's battle spirit had already weakened to the point of being pathetic. Otherwise, how could Lin Ming have possibly captured it? Thinking of this, Lin Ming sighed, a bit gloomily. No wonder how powerful one was before death, no matter how heaven-shaking or earth-shattering. After death, they were nothing but ashes that returned to the earth. The body rotted, their energy concentrating into a demon god bone. As for the battle spirit, although it was in a sense endlessly enduring after tens of thousands of years, or even hundreds of thousands of years, it would slowly weaken, in the end becoming simply nothing. Lin Ming wondered, if one could reach the highest boundaries of martial arts, could they break through the cycle of samsara and live in perpetuity? Lin Ming knew that, regardless of the Supreme Elder that had developed Golden Rock shattering the void, or the Saintess that was sleeping deep within the magic cube, neither of them had been able to fully step onto the peak of martial arts. He wondered, did the evil god that created the heretical god force ever reach such a boundary? Lin Ming had steeled his heart and soul to climb to the peak of martial arts. A big portion of the reason for this was because he wanted to take a peek at the pinnacle of martial arts and see just what it was like. A red energy gathered in front of Lin Ming, forming an incomparably fierce demon. Demon Shine's voice sounded out in Lin Ming's mind. This is the evil spirit that absorbed the ancient emperor will and evolved to this state. Although it was born from the womb of the ancient great emperor, the truth is that it has no relationship to them. Extinguish it and use it to temper your battle spirit. Not only could the blood demon bone help a martial artist break through a bottleneck, but it can even be used to temper the will. This was a rare treasure. If it wasn't for this point, then Demon Shine wouldn't have been tempted by it to begin with. After the red evil spirit formed, it rushed towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming's mind stirred, and the purple comet spear appeared. Thunderfire sparkled on the spear point, and with a sizzling sound, that blood-red evil spirit was stabbed by a spear light. In the world of will, the battle spirit was king. The complete blood demon bone wasn't even Lin Ming's match, much less this incomplete form in front of him. A faint trace of red light escaped. Without hesitation, Lin Ming absorbed all of these energies into his will body. He saw these faint traces of red will intrude into his spiritual sea, clawing towards his soul. With it, a violent and tyrannical consciousness flooded Lin Ming's consciousness. Incorporate this energy, erase its soul mark, and turn it into the purest soul energy to absorb. Demon Shine reminded Lin Ming. The truth was that Lin Ming didn't need a reminder. He already knew what to do. With his battle spirit gradually forming, his consciousness was as stable as a mountain. Swallowing this would only be a matter of time. With his consciousness linked to his spiritual sea, in the skies above Lin Ming's spiritual sea, the faint traces of red energy were spinning around the tiny spear that was his battle spirit, constantly being absorbed into it. Time passed second by second. From its illusory, translucent appearance, the little spear became increasingly solid. Its entire body seemed to take on a metallic color as if it were being formed from ancient bronze. A day later, this spear completely formed, with only some missing parts at the end of the spear shaft. Lin Ming was aware of the changes in his battle spirit. Using his mind to connect to his battle spirit, the little spear fiercely trembled, as if it didn't want to be suppressed, wanting to rush out of Lin Ming's spiritual sea instead. Good young man. Demon Shine couldn't help but praise out loud. Your cultivation hasn't reached revolving core, and yet your battle spirit has passed its elementary form and is rapidly taking shape. You are truly a monstrous genius. To form a complete battle spirit before revolving core, this can't be done with just talent or any sort of heavenly treasures. None of that is sufficient. What you would need is an incomparably formidable will. In terms of willpower, there was no need to mention Lin Ming's heart of martial arts. In addition, he had repeatedly swallowed the soul fragments of the magic cube and even had the samsara martial intent helping him. In this aspect, the martial artists of the holy demon continent were all left in the dust by him. In fact, even the geniuses of the realm of the gods would find it hard to compare. Lin Ming remained silent, not saying a word. He clenched his teeth, completing the final tempering of the battle spirit. At the end of the spear shaft, where it was incomplete, the wisps of energy were constantly solidifying it. After 2 hours, the battle spirit had taken complete shape. In that instant, a faint dragon roar seemed to sound out as a vibrant and vigorous energy dissipated from the dark yellow battle spirit, filling the skies above his spiritual. Even the sleeping Demon Shine was startled within Lin Ming's spiritual sea. It really formed a dark yellow level battle spirit. Oh, dark yellow level? This was the first time that Lin Ming had heard the different classification rankings of a battle spirit. From the sound of it, a battle spirit had to be raised up with great potential for growth. Demon Shine said, the ranks of a battle spirit from low to high are dark yellow, silver white, gold, bright blue. Because of these different colors, they are separately called a bronze battle spirit, silver battle spirit, gold battle spirit, and blue soul battle spirit. Currently, your battle spirit is a newly formed bronze battle spirit. Generally speaking, an emperor of the mortal world would have a bronze battle spirit, but your cultivation is merely at the Xiantian realm, and you already have a bronze battle spirit. Your future potential will be boundless. It looks like this saint made a good choice in choosing you. Ha ha ha! Demon Shine happily laughed. Lin Ming was also in a good mood. After absorbing the will body of the blood demon bone, there was still the main event that was breaking through to revolving core. With its will erased, All that was left over of the blood demon bone was the purest form of energy. This energy had been sealed within Lin Ming's body with the power of thunder. After removing the seal of thunder, the blood demon bone's energy flooded into him, like a dam that had suddenly burst. A vast, torrential wave of energy surged into Lin Ming's meridians, flushing in every direction. Even though Lin Ming's meridians were tough, it was still difficult to accept such a baptism. Some meridians even began to break. But with Lin Ming's formidable regenerative ability, this minor damage wasn't considered anything at all. Gather the energy in your dantian. Condense the cyclone to a core. Demon Shine's voice sounded out in Lin Ming's mind. In truth, Lin Ming didn't need Demon Shine's words. He already knew what to do. Out of the cultivation methods he had studied, the great desolate halberd art was well suited for moving infernal energy. By forcefully revolving the great desolate halberd art, Lin Ming directed all the energy within his body to rush towards his dantian. Energy came from all directions like a massive ocean tide. Wherever it went, even if the meridians were blocked, it would wash everything away. All of this energy finally poured into the dantian with overwhelming force, smashing together. Bang! For a time, it was like Lin Ming's dantian had exploded. The originally spinning true essence cyclone was completely broken. Lin Ming stuffily coughed and spat out a mouthful of blood. Using such a wild and brutal energy to break through to revolving core was not something that most martial artists could withstand. If the meridians weren't toughened and the foundation wasn't extremely solid, then if a martial artist rashly did this, it was very likely their dantian would explode, causing them to perish in a miserable fashion. As for Lin Ming, by virtue of his solid foundation, he could stiffly compression this turbulent energy into his dantian. Under such a potent storm of true essence, the massive pressure caused the true essence there to condense into tiny grains. The tiny grains grew more and more, becoming increasingly crowded. They were like tiny blood demon crystals that floated within Lin Ming's dantian. A new true essence cyclone slowly formed. The difference from the last true essence cyclone was that this one contained a great number of solidified true essence grains. If Lin Ming could gather all of these true essence grains together, slowly forming them into a revolving core, then he could officially break through to the revolving core realm. This process could not be hurried. If this was a normal breakthrough, then even an emperor-level talent might need to close up for half a year to condense their core. Using the energy of the blood demon bone, the time Lin Ming needed was greatly shortened. Still, it might take around 10 days to half a month. Not bothering to wipe the blood from the corners of his mouth, Lin Ming manipulated the remaining energy to continuously gather in his dantian. As the pressure in his dantian grew, more and more true essence condensed, forming solid grains. These tiny solid grains slowly began to be sucked into the spinning true essence vortex. And in the center of this cyclone, a tiny rice-sized crystal core appeared. After this crystal core emerged, tiny grains of true essence constantly fell onto the crystal core, slowly becoming a part of it. In this way, the crystal core slowly snowballed to a larger size. Time passed a day at a time. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. From the time Lin Ming had first entered the eternal demon abyss, a month had passed. According to the speed of a normal squad, this was the time they would have traveled 8,500 miles deep into the eternal demon abyss. On this day, there were indeed 5 squads of people gathered at the 8,500-mile meeting point. These 5 squads originally had some 50 people, but now there were only 39 remaining. 11 martial artists had perished so far. The probability of dying had far exceeded the former trips into the eternal demon abyss. This is it. We are only responsible for bringing you here. As for the remainder, that is all up to you, a guide said. After speaking, the guides all sat down and began to meditate, recovering their energy. After all, this entire time, they had been constantly exploring, analyzing the situation, and calculating scenarios. All of this together was a major burden on the mind, causing them to consume a great deal of mental energy. And the return trip would also be another month-long journey. Naturally, they had to readjust to their peak condition before headed back. As the guides sat down to rest, the other martial artists began milling about. Lon Xian, how was your harvest? Among the group, Duan Mukun had traveled so long and was still able to maintain his breezy and handsome appearance. As he saw Lon Xian, he moved over to her. Both of them were of the same race, and as descendants of holy lands, they naturally knew each other. Very average, Lon Xian shook her head. Along the way, Sada's squad had only found 3 demon god bones. These 3 demon god bones were the size of a wild chicken's egg. As far as demon god bones went, they were quite large. However, compared to their large squad, the harvest was quite small, much less that according to the rules of Skysplit Tower, half of all findings had to be given to the guide. It's already good that you could arrive here safely. Your squad. Duan Mukun glanced over Lon Xian's squad. Out of 10 people, there were only 7 left. They were missing 2 Fey youths, as well as Lin Ming. Lin Ming? How come he's not here? Duan Mukun asked, surprised. He didn't believe that Lin Ming would fall on this 8,500-mile journey. He only thought that he had some matter to attend to, so he left off by himself. Lin Ming. Lon Xian shook her head. Lin Ming is missing. He might be alive, but the chances of him having perished are higher. As Lon Xian spoke, Duan Mukun was completely stunned. Missing? Perished? Chapter 634. Forming the Revolving Core. Chapter 634. Forming the Revolving Core. Normally, the ones that die in a squad were the weaklings. Duan Mukun didn't think that Lin Ming would fall here. Even if he heard this news from Lon Xian's own mouth, he found it hard to believe. It's not that the chances of him dying were high, but his death was basically determined. Not too far away from Lon Xian, a Fey youth smirked. If this was just after a disaster and everyone had scattered, then it could be said that Lin Ming had gone missing. But the situation was different. They had arranged to meet after an hour, but Lin Ming still hadn't returned. If he hadn't died, then just what could it be? What really happened? Duan Mukun asked. The Fey youth vividly recounted the process of Lin Ming's death, highlighting repeatedly that he had loudly discouraged him from returning, but Lin Ming had only insisted on being foolish. Finally, he had chosen the wrong method to tackle his problem and ended up never returning. After the Fey youth spoke, Duan Mukun frowned. A lost spatial ring? This reason seemed a bit far-fetched, but still passable. If Lin Ming had really fallen here because of this reason, then that was too great of a pity. To not be able to find a rival in his life, it was like Duan Mukun had lost a goal in life. Standing alone on a peak, if one didn't see a higher peak, then it would be easy for their vision to be limited, resulting in them wasting their potential. As they were speaking, another squad arrived. This squad only had 8 people remaining. In this group were 2 Heaven Step Azura Emperor-level talents. One was Fengshen, and the other was the Great Axe Tower's Blackstone. As soon as Fengshen arrived, his eyes locked onto Sada's squad. He clearly remembered that Lin Ming was in this squad. He was curious as to just what lucky chances Lin Ming had obtained. However, as he didn't find Lin Ming, a bit of confusion clouded his eyes. There's no need to look, Lin Ming's gone missing. Duan Mukun's voice sounded out near Fengshen's ear. The peak Emperor-level talents of the Skysplit Towers were often Fey. Fengshen also came from a holy land and was old acquaintances with Duan Mukun. He's missing? Fengshen asked, startled. The chances of him dying are very high. Duan Mukun shook his head, thinking it was too great a pity. Lin Ming died. Blackstone arrived with Fengshen, and after hearing this news was initially surprised. But he immediately smiled with disdain. Seeing was far better than believing. These top emperor-level talents were never convinced by word of mouth unless they could see with their own eyes. Blackstone had long heard rumors about Lin Ming's talent and genius, but he had naturally played these all down in his heart. Blackstone originally didn't believe Lin Ming was so great. Now that he died in the 8,500-mile journey here, he had an expected and satisfied expression on his face. He laughed and said, "I heard that Lin Ming was the greatest #1 talent of the Holy Demon Continent for the least 10,000 years. But it seems this fame was a bit cheap. To die here, how mediocre." Feng Shen frowned as he heard this. He scowled as he said, "The facts are still unknown. According to common sense, Lin Ming should have died. However, there are always incredible and unbelievable miracles occurring around Lin Ming." Feng Shen, I think you've been unnerved by Lin Ming in your heart and already have thoughts taken root in your mind that you are inferior to Lin Ming. Once you have such thoughts, you will never surpass that person in your life. Blackstone looked at Feng Shen with derision. When a talent loses their proud and lofty nature, their potential for growth greatly suffers. Feng Shen didn't speak anymore. His natural disposition was disinclined to argue with others to begin with. All he thought that was when Lin Ming entered the king's cage for 108 days, everyone had thought he had died, but he had emerged at the last moment, not only alive, but with strength that had soared shockingly, instantly proceeding to kill High Lord Heian. This was the same as that time. Could Lin Ming have really died? Seeing Feng Shen's silence, Duanmu Kun walked over and patted Feng Shen's shoulder in consolation, saying, "Although Blackstone's words are crude, he does still have a point. The thought of being inferior to Lin Ming had truly taken root in your heart." Feng Shen shook his head and calmly said, "If I am inferior, then I am inferior. It's as simple as that. I never thought of surpassing Lin Ming. As long as I can keep up with his footsteps, then that is enough for me to be a leading hero of the future world." With nothing else to say, he went to sit on a boulder and meditate. Out of all the young geniuses present, he was the only one who had come from the same sky-split tower as Lin Ming. He was the only one who had seen Lin Ming's terrifying talent with his own eyes, his jaw-dropping speed of growth, and his heaven-defying strength. When Feng Shen had seen all of this with his own eyes, he had only been able to sigh with envy and admiration. News of Lin Ming's disappearance quickly spread around. After all, these people hadn't come from the same sky-split tower as Lin Ming, so they were naturally suspicious about his rumors to begin with. After hearing that Lin Ming most likely died here, they also began to believe that this was as expected. Surely, Lin Ming was overrated. Regardless of whether Lin Ming had truly been strong, his luck was simply too bad. Or perhaps the rumors were also exaggerated. In short, a genius that died was no longer a genius. An emperor sat on a throne of 1,000,000 bones. No matter how brilliant or majestic Lin Ming had been before his death, after dying, he had simply become one of the countless bleached bones paving the road for others to become emperors. The topic of Lin Ming's disappearance or death aroused several hours of discussion. Then it began to die down. There were too many geniuses that died. With the passing of time, such people were destined to be forgotten in the sands of time. The people waited like this for 3 days. Slowly, they discovered that something was wrong. At the time they first set out, besides some lone chief high lords, there were a total of 9 squads. But now, they were 1 squad short. There were only 8 squads left, and in these 3 days there had been no sign of them. It had to be known that the guides had special methods to communicate with each other. But now these communication methods were like stones dropped into the ocean, without the slightest response. Had they been annihilated? Realizing this, everyone felt chills creep up their backs. An entire squad of 10 people, including even an experienced guide and powerful high lords, was actually completely annihilated. Just what sort of terrifying situation had they come across? Was it the legendary evil spirit from the eternal demon abyss? Thinking of this, every martial artist felt a surging cold in the air. If their squad had encountered the same things, then their fate might not have been much better. At this point, Sada quietly stood up and said, "It's time. We will not wait here any longer. We will return. You can consider returning with one of us 8 guides back along the old route we took. But all the resources that are found on the return trip will not be shared with you. Or you may now enter the 1500 radius of the eternal demon abyss edge. There, the dangers are doubled or even tripled. Even we do not dare to rashly enter. So carefully consider your choice." After Sada finished, he glanced over the crowd. A great number of martial artists had hesitation in their eyes. After learning that an entire squad had been annihilated, this news left a lingering fear within their minds. If they entered deep within the 1,500-mile radius periphery of the eternal demon abyss, their team might break up. Then, not only would they need to resist the threats of those evil spirits, but they also had to defend against their own companions murdering them for their wealth. The risks could be imagined. Thinking of this, those talents that had originally been full of confidence and wanted to rush into the 1,200-mile radius of the eternal demon abyss began to show signs of retreat. They looked at each other with dread. In the face of such great lucky chances, as well as such significant dangers, everyone hesitated. As all the martial artists were gathered at the meeting point 1,500 miles from the eternal demon abyss, Lin Ming was in the middle-late stages of breaking through to revolving core. All of the energy within Lin Ming's meridians had been poured into his dantian. True essence was constantly forming into tiny grains, slowly spinning into a true essence cyclone there. The more it spun, the closer they approached the center, finally settling at the center of the cyclone and condensing into a spinning crystal core. This was the revolving core. The reason that the revolving core was called revolving core was because the core was always spinning. When a martial artist was at the Hotian realm, their dantian had just opened and their true essence was in chaos. With no regulations at all, the efficiency of this true essence was naturally low. When a martial artist reached the Xiantian realm, the true essence would form a stable true essence cyclone in their dantian, increasing the efficiency by another level. However, the total amount of true essence wouldn't increase by too much. Finally, when a martial artist arrived at the revolving core realm, the true essence cyclone in their dantian would condense into a revolving true essence crystal core, with their total amounts of true essence increasing by a large margin. The spinning true essence turning into a crystal core was just like some celestial bodies of the universe turning into a rotating form. This was the so-called similarities of the great Tao. The human body became a miniature universe. As another day passed, the revolving core in Lin Ming's dantian was now the size of a pigeon's egg. Demon Shine watched from the side. These days, this sleep-loving old dog had been finding it hard to stay awake, as it was always carefully guarding the surroundings. As a result, it witnessed the entire process of Lin Ming attacking the revolving core realm. A pigeon's egg-sized revolving core was a tad larger than a normal martial artist's revolving core. Demon Shine wasn't surprised by this. In general, the more true essence a martial artist had, the larger their revolving core would be. If the revolving core that Lin Ming formed wasn't much larger than other martial artists, then Demon Shine would have thought that something was wrong. Another day later, Lin Ming's revolving core grew yet again, this time turning into a more normal-looking sphere. Now, it was around the size of a walnut. This revolving core was about 25% larger than a normal martial artist's revolving core. Demon Shine rubbed his chins with his paws, nodding in praise. Another day passed. The revolving core grew once more to the size of a wild hen's egg. Now, Demon Shine was finding it hard to remain calm. This size had exceeded his expectations. But this wasn't Lin Ming's limit. After another day, the revolving core became the size of a chicken's egg. Demon Shine began to gulp. This was already twice the size of a normal martial artist's revolving core. This boy, just what degree will he grow to? Demon Shine sucked in his long doggy tongue, his eyes staring unblinkingly at the true essence crystal core condensing in Lin Ming's dantian. Then, the 5th day followed. The revolving core did not increase in size. But after that, Demon Shine's astonishment did not stop, rather, it increased. The revolving core in Lin Ming's dantian hadn't changed in size, but the inherent true essence began to grow more concentrated. As more true essence grains fused with the revolving core, the energy within became increasingly rich. On the 6th day, the revolving core shrunk, going back to the size of a wild hen's egg. But not only did the total amount of true essence not decrease, but it instead increased by another level. At this point, Demon Shine was already a bit numb. This boy was simply a monstrous freak, an abnormally monstrous freak. On the 7th day, the revolving core shrunk once again, returning to the size of a walnut. This revolving core wasn't much larger than an ordinary martial artist, but the total true essence quantity within was many times greater than that of an ordinary martial artist. Chapter 635, The Revolving Core Changes. Chapter 635, The Revolving Core Changes. On the 8th day of forming the core, Lin Ming's revolving core was the exact same size as an ordinary martial artist, except that the energy within was several times greater. Compared to an ordinary martial artist's revolving core, the revolving core within Lin Ming's dantian was a much darker hue and also spun several times faster. Normally, the faster a revolving core spun, the more volatile and active the energy was within, meaning that when it erupted all at once, it would be much more terrifying. With such a solid energy and fast spinning speed united, Lin Ming's potential strength could be imagined. This boy is a damn farm animal. Just what fodder was he fed growing up? Demon Shine mumbled to himself. Lin Ming's talent was something even he was jealous of. Only by insulting Lin Ming a bit could Demon Shine feel a bit better about himself. At this time, the revolving core in Lin Ming's dantian reached the finale of its condensation process. The revolving core no longer changed in size, instead beginning to take its final form. The surrounding energy within the dantian completely gathered onto the revolving core, continuously streaming onto this crystalline core. The revolving core became increasingly round. When it was around 99% formed, the energy within the dantian began to suddenly accelerate. At this time, the true essence crystal core became the incarnation of a voracious monster, completely and recklessly swallowing all of the true essence in Lin Ming's dantian, leaving it empty of energy. This caused every single bit of true essence in Lin Ming's body to converge into his dantian like an ocean falling into a sinkhole. Lin Ming's dantian became a powerful bottomless pit of suction. It set off a massive whirlpool of true essence, sweeping in all of Lin Ming's energies. In a mere few breaths of time, all the energy in Lin Ming's meridians was sucked dry. Then, this suction force spread through Lin Ming's body. Heaven and earth origin energy was also sucked in by this powerful force, continuously gathering into Lin Ming's dantian. At the moment a martial artist completed their revolving core, it would result in a qualitative change. It would become solid, round, and filled with a deep gravitational force. It was just like when a star of the universe collapsed into a white dwarf star or neutron star. Once it collapsed, the mass would stay the same and the size would decrease, but the gravity would experience a massive leap upwards. When the cyclone within a martial artist condensed into a revolving core, it was also a similar process of collapsing. The instant that a revolving core formed, because of the intense suction, it would completely condense all energies into the dantian. Within the void of the dantian, the newly condensed crystal core would cause a massive whirlpool, sucking in all the surrounding energy and leading the total true essence amount to have a massive leap. This sort of leap would bring doubled or even quadrupled strength. Not just that, but after the revolving core formed, this sort of true essence crystal core would continuously maintain this attractive force. This was the reason that a revolving core martial artist far surpassed a scientian martial artist in condensing energy towards their dantian, whether it was cultivation speed, endurance, regenerative ability, everything would rise. With these several reasons added together, this was the reason that a martial artist would experience a massive leap in strength from scientian to revolving core. Thus, this was why even a saint-level talent like Mu Chenyu, when at half-step revolving core, still found it only barely possible to fight a true revolving core martial artist. The attractive pull of Lin Ming's true essence crystal core was far more terrifying than that of an ordinary martial artist. The true essence whirlpool increasingly intensified without any signs of stopping. It formed a massive cloud of purple heaven and earth origin energy above Lin Ming's head. At the center of these vast clouds, a funnel-shaped tornado extended downwards, enveloping Lin Ming at the very end and steadily streaming into his dantian. Seeing such a situation, Demon Shine couldn't even sit still anymore. Oh heavens, this momentum was so great. It would be visible from several hundreds of miles out. If Lin Ming had closed up within a place of absolute safety, then no matter how great the momentum, none of it mattered. Even if he had primed heavenly tribulation to come down on his head, it would still have been fine. But this place was different. This was the eternal demon abyss, where every step was filled with killing intent and fatal dangers. Seeing this abnormal situation last for another quarter of an hour without ending, Demon Shine's forehead began to become wet with a nervous sweat. Oh, good friend Lin Ming, how come you haven't finished yet? Just when the F***CK is this going to end? At this time, Demon Shine was on the same sinking boat as Lin Ming. Without Lin Ming, his damaged soul wouldn't even a chance to possess or do anything at all. Demon Shine had been counting on Lin Ming ascending into great achievements in the future and being able to profit from this. If Lin Ming died here, then all his efforts would be wasted. Anxiously, with great fear, another incense stick of time passed. Finally, Demon Shine's complexion changed. As he expected, the worst turn of events had occurred. Just a few thousand feet away, 7 or 8 evil spirits had gathered together, avariciously eyeing the direction Lin Ming was at. At this time, several hundred miles away, under a cliff, 2 giant demon martial artists and a Goliath martial artist were grouped together. The Goliath martial artist was standing guard while the 2 giant demon martial artists were sitting down in meditation. The injuries on their bodies weren't too serious, but these injuries would have still been fatal for a common mortal. Just 2 hours ago, these 2 giant demon martial artists had swallowed pills and were in the process of recovering from their wounds. What if King bad luck? I can't believe we followed an idiot guide here. And to think that the Kerr actually dared to call himself a living map of the eternal demon abyss. F***CK. After a quarter hour, the giant demon martial artists had finally healed their wounds and began to cuss out loud. These 3 people were part of the missing 9th squad of the Blood Slaughter Steps. Their entire squad hadn't been fully annihilated, but rather, only the 3 of them had survived. The other 7, including the guide, had been completely wiped out. I was almost killed by that idiot. Luckily, our strength is outstanding and our luck is good. Otherwise, we would have already become that evil being's supper. Ooh, remembering the experience from just several days ago, the three of them felt a lingering fear cloud their minds. That had simply been a nightmare. They didn't know where the enemy was, and all they could do was watch helplessly as their companions slowly burst into puddles of rotten meat, their blood and organs pooling on the ground. In all fairness, the guide truly could be considered experienced, and his strength was also good. But in the face of such a situation, he had made the wrong judgment. He had everyone stand back to back in a circle and stand guard, causing more and more people to die. Finally, several people couldn't stand it anymore and separately escaped. As for the guide, he had paid for this wrong judgment with his life. In the end, only the three of them had managed to run away. These three were all High Lords and also the strongest three of their squad. In terms of individual strength, they could rank amongst the top 5 High Lords of Polaris Tower. As for the Goliath martial artist, he could even rank in the top 3. Within the eternal demon abyss, every single step was filled with death, and there were danger zones and death traps everywhere. Sometimes, a squad would experience a complete disaster, and only the strongest would be able to survive. Brothers, what should we do now? The three of us came to the eternal demon abyss, but we haven't even had any lucky chances. Instead, we've almost lost our lives. Should we return like this? The Goliath High Lord asked. The 2 giant demon High Lords remained silent. Up until now, they had only found 2 ordinary demon god bones. Once divided, it wasn't much at all. They truly were loath to return like this, but right now they didn't even have a guide. The 3 of them were like headless flies within the eternal demon abyss. Running around randomly was far too dangerous. The Goliath High Lord saw the other 2 not speaking, and after some thought, said, "The lucky chances within the eternal demon abyss are hard to find, but once they are found they might possibly be the greatest lucky chance we will ever experience. There are many different grades of demon god bones. The 2 we have are the lowest grade. If we can find an Earth Step demon god bone, or even the legendary Heaven Step demon god bone, then our future days as peerless emperors will be just around the corner." Within Skysplit Tower, High Lords were indeed powerful, but in terms of talent, they were actually inferior to the peak existences within the heavenly demon 7 stars, much less Holy Land descendants like Fengshin, Duanmukun, and Lan, etc. Without true talent, how could they reach this level? After staying in Skysplit Tower for many years, once a High Lord reached a cultivation similar to life destruction, they would naturally need to leave Skysplit Tower. Thus, every few dozen years, there would be a new group of High Lords at the blood slaughter steps. But among so many High Lords, it was exceedingly rare for any of them to become peerless emperors. This was because they lacked talent and potential. Without a great lucky chance, these 3 had almost no hopes of becoming a peerless emperor. A life destruction powerhouse and an emperor-level powerhouse were on completely different levels. Whether it was strength or lifespan, they were simply incomparable. The temptation of becoming a peerless emperor was far too great. The 2 giant demon High Lords were also unwilling. One of them was about to speak when he was suddenly startled. Blankly gazing off into the distant sky, he could see faint purple clouds in the heavens. Even the surrounding fog had been pushed away by these purple clouds so that they were much more clear and vivid. "Look over there? What is that?" As the other 2 turned to look, they were also shocked, speechless. This sort of change likely meant that there was a massive lucky chance that had appeared. Of course, this also meant that there might be a terrifying existence there, a grave and fatal danger. Or it could even be both, dangers following a lucky chance. That was the most likely conclusion. What should we do? Should we go have a look? One of the giant demon lord proposed after a moment of hesitation. He looked towards the Goliath High Lord, the strongest of their three-man group. The Goliath High Lord grit his teeth. Without a doubt, this was a gamble. But on the road of martial arts, how could there be no dangers? There were many people that looked belittled martial artists who had relied on lucky chances to become supreme elders, saying that it was only their luck that was good. But in truth, this was simply pure envy. There were far too many lucky chances in this future, but they were nearly always accompanied with a corresponding danger. The crux was whether or not one was willing to grasp this chance, and whether or not they had the strength to take it. If one was always timid, hesitating, and waffling over every single lucky chance, that was no different than resigning oneself to a life of mediocrity. They might not even be able to reach a high stage of life destruction, much less become a peerless emperor. We'll go. The three of us will go together and restrain our auras as much as possible. We will take a look at the situation, and if there's no hope for us to deal with it, then the three of us will immediately flee. If there is even a glimmer of hope, then we'll bet everything on this to pave our own road of emperor. Good. I'm also of the same idea. The High Lords quickly reached a consensus. With such a lucky chance in front of them, if they didn't even take a look then, they would regret it for the rest of their lives. These three High Lords suppressed their auras as much as possible. With a lucky chance in front of them, they wouldn't be demure. But they still had to be cautious as they advanced forwards at high speed. They quickly rushed through the twisting python terrain. The swirling currents of infernal energy were broken through by them. Within this twisting python terrain, there were a number of low-level evil spirits. To these three High Lords, as long as they weren't evil spirits that had rushed out from the depths of the eternal demon abyss after breeding for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years, then they could deal with one or two. Like this, they slowly approached the area where Lin Ming was closed up, breaking through to revolving core. But at this time, Demon Shine was actually battling with several evil spirits. This battle had already been going on for a long time. Chapter 636, Battle Spirit Protection. Chapter 636, Battle Spirit Protection. The condensing of Lin Ming's revolving core had galvanized a mighty phenomenon. The surrounding true essence was stirred into a massive vortex of heaven and earth origin energy, forming massive purple clouds of energy several dozen miles wide. For such a sight to appear within the eternal demon abyss, the results could be imagined. Within Lin Ming's spiritual sea, Demon Shine could only helplessly watch as more and more evil spirits gathered, crying and groaning over the situation. Now he finally understood what it was like to be surrounded by wolves. But there was still a silver lining to this horrible situation. These evil spirits were all of the low-level variety. They weren't those freakish existences that were shot out from deep within the eternal demon abyss. Demon Shine didn't have a physical form, and his real-world striking strength was weak. He could only release his soul force to form an energy field. Using this to deter these evil spirits, Demon Shine's energy field was truly powerful. It brought with it a vast and ancient atmosphere that could only come from someone from the realm of the gods. However, the temptation of Lin Ming's bubbling blood vitality was too great. These evil spirits incomparably desired this blood essence. Under the direction of their most primal nature, these evil spirits slowly approached Demon Shine. Demon Shine could scare off 3 or 5, but not a group. After these evil spirits gathered together, they launched an attack on Lin Ming. And at this time, Lin Ming had both his eyes closed, his senses completely cut off from the outside world. He had entered into a deep meditative state. It was unknown just how long this would continue for. Oh, the first evil spirit plunged towards Lin Ming. With one at the lead, another evil spirit rushed in. Demon Shine concentrated and a brilliant light flashed out from his eyes. Mind control. An evil spirit suddenly shook, and its savage crimson eyes suddenly became dazed and empty. In midair, it suddenly twisted around and shot toward the second evil spirit. Without time to respond, the second evil spirit was smashed into the ground, injured. Soon, these two evil spirits began to engage in a brutal melee on the ground. A moment later, the evil spirit that was controlled by Demon Shine ripped the other one to shreds. Just using mind control once already consumes so much of my soul force, I absolutely can't last too long. Lin Ming! Oh, good brother Lin Ming, please wake up now. Demon Shine was nervous. This was truly a dragon being played around with by shrimp. To think that there would be a day where he, a noble and awesome hallowed lord from the realm of the gods, would actually be bullied around by such a group of piddling, low-level evil spirits. After destroying an evil spirit, 3 or 4 immediately replaced it. Seeing this, Demon Shine felt bitterness swell in his heart. OHH! 2 more evil spirits rushed forth. These 2 evil spirits were stronger than the last 2. Demon Shine grit his teeth and consumed 20% of his willpower to control these 2 evil spirits. More and more evil spirits threw themselves forwards. Taking control of 3 evil spirits, Demon Shine waged a vicious war with them. However, it was difficult to face so many with so few, and Demon Shine's current ability was limited. 2 evil spirits dodged around Demon Shine and ran towards Lin Ming, biting onto his bodily true essence protection. Before Lin Ming had entered into meditation, he had arranged an energy defense within his body. As an evil spirit rushed at him, an arc of purple thunder erupted from his body. This thunder was composed of the disenchanting dream light and the purple flood dragon divine thunder. The disenchanting dream light could overturn the soul and mind, and the purple flood dragon divine thunder was especially useful in subduing ghosts and demons. These evil spirits gave miserable shouts and were bounced off. However, there were far too many evil spirits. As one was sent flying away, another one took its place. As Lin Ming's body sparkled with the light of thunder, some evil spirits were burnt into gray smoke by the power of thunder. But this pain only aroused the bloodthirsty and vicious nature of these evil spirits. All of the evil spirits crazily rushed towards Lin Ming. Demon Shine's capacity to block them all was limited. The energy of the protective layer of thunder was rapidly consumed. A moment later, it could not avert any more evil spirits. A massive number of evil spirits hung off Lin Ming's body. It was like a pack of wolves that had bitten and clawed onto a giant beast. Within Lin Ming's spiritual sea, Demon Shine was panicking. F***CK. Boy, consider that I must have owed you in some past life. Remember this. It wasn't that Demon Shine couldn't fight with his full force. It was just that this soul was damaged. Once he did something, his soul would be injured. Back when Lin Ming was traveling through the ancient transmission array and was suffering through the space storms, there had been a time where he had completely exhausted all of his energy. It was only with Demon Shine's help that Lin Ming had been able to barely pass that crisis. However, the price of this was that Demon Shine had fallen into a deep slumber for nearly 2 whole years. Now, Demon Shine had finally woken up after much hardship. If it wasn't for the nourishment of the infernal energy as well as the blood demon bone, Demon Shine absolutely wouldn't be willing to expend his full strength to help, injuring his soul even further. But he had no choice now. Once Lin Ming died, he would have to follow him into death. From Demon Shine's body, a small portion of his divine soul began to burn. Massive rays of light suddenly shot out from all over Lin Ming's spiritual sea. These golden lights were like sharp swords, instantly piercing through over a dozen evil spirits and burning them into smoke. This was Demon Shine's materialized divine soul attack. This sort of divine soul attack was a double-edged soul. To use the soul to struggle, damaging oneself to kill the enemy, especially in a situation where the defense in soul force wasn't that great, the damage incurred would be higher. This was why the imps who excelled at soul attacks always brought soul recovery medicines with them. Demon Shine's soul was originally incomplete to begin with. After using such a soul attack, the damage to his own soul could be imagined. After killing over a dozen evil spirits at once, the damage to Demon Shine's soul was not minor. Fortunately, he had recovered a great deal of his strength these past 2 years. Otherwise, using an attack that consumed so much soul force would have caused him to fall unconscious again. And as Demon Shine was groaning in his heart, not sure of what to do, he suddenly noticed that not too far away, there were 2 giant demons and a Goliath martial artist staring at Lin Ming, an eerie expression on their faces. In that instant, Demon Shine's heart fell to sub-zero temperatures. Of these 3 people, Demon Shine had some knowledge of 2 of them. They were High Lords from the other Sky-Split Towers. One wave hadn't ended, and another one came. Demon Shine wasn't naive enough to believe that these people had come to lend a helping hand. In fact, these 3 High Lords might be thinking that this was their lucky chance. Isn't that Lin Ming, after the Goliath High Lord carefully led the other 2 to the center of the twisting python terrain? He didn't find any lucky chance. Instead, he found that someone was making a breakthrough here. That really is Lin Ming. He's breaking through to Revolving Core? Is he crazy? This stupid idiot. He actually tried to make a breakthrough here and brought a group of low-level evil spirits to surround him. This is just looking to die. A giant demon High Lord sneered. In his opinion, this was no different than suicide. Maybe Lin Ming came across some lucky chance and couldn't suppress his true essence, leaving him with no choice but to make a breakthrough here. I remember before that his cultivation was still a great distance from Revolving Core. He should still have had half a year, at least, before having any chance of making a breakthrough. If he didn't come across some lucky chance, then this would be completely impossible. The Goliath High Lord's eyes flashed with naked desire. A lucky chance that could allow a martial artist to make a breakthrough. This was exactly his greatest wish. He doesn't have anyone with him. He's alone. Something must be strange. And not just that, but the momentum from his breakthrough is so abnormally great. If an average person were to break through to Revolving Core, there definitely wouldn't be such a scene. There's definitely something wrong. The 3 High Lords instantly agreed that Lin Ming must have come across some great lucky chance within the eternal demon abyss, thus the reason for such a massive momentum when breaking through. As for Lin Ming's squad, they had probably died or scattered away, thus this lucky chance had fallen completely into Lin Ming's hands alone. This sort of thing, just whose eyes wouldn't turn red with greed. These 3 people looked at each other, each seeing a thick killing intent in the other. If they killed Lin Ming, there was an extremely high probability they would be able to obtain his lucky chance. Let alone that Lin Ming was in his most critical moment in his breakthrough to Revolving Core. But even if Lin Ming had made a breakthrough, his strength wouldn't be stable for a short period after that. Also, these 3 people were all masters among the High Lords. They had complete confidence in their own individual strength. As for Lin Ming's strength, they only had heard limited rumors about it. Kill him. No mercy, the Goliath High Lord said. Now Lin Ming was surrounded by evil spirits. It would have been better for them to wait until their battle was done, so they could swoop in afterwards. But Lin Ming's breakthrough had reached the crescendo. Who knew when Lin Ming would make a breakthrough to Revolving Core? It was best to take action earlier, lest there be even more problems later. These 3 people all revolved their demon essence and rushed out together. One of the giant demon martial artists took out a long saber and slashed down at Lin Ming's chest. Kacha! The saber directly killed 4 or 5 evil spirits and completely broke through Lin Ming's protective true essence. The evil spirits grew enraged by these actions and rushed at the three High Lords. "Out of my way!" The Goliath High Lord gave a loud shout and swept out the massive staff in his hands, directly sweeping out all these low-level evil spirits. 3 of the evil spirits bore the brunt of the attack and were directly twisted into pieces by the energy storm, vanishing into blue smoke. "I'll send you along the way." The last giant demon loudly laughed. Grasping a hammer, he slammed it down towards Lin Ming's chest. Seeing this massive hammer come down, Demon Shine's pupils shrank. This time, he had consumed too much of his soul force. He was unable to mount a defense against these 3 High Lords' attacks. Lin Ming's bodily true essence protection was broken. How could his mortal body defend against these attacks? Would he die like this? As this thought flashed through Demon Shine's mind, all he heard was a muffled thump as Lin Ming was smashed by the hammer and sent flying backwards. The true essence funnel twisted. Lin Ming's body fell hundreds of feet away, his fate unknown. Ha ha! What kind of so-called 10,000-year #1 talent is this? What a load of crap! He still dies at this father's hand. A giant demon martial artist who had attacked laughed impudently after being hit by his hammer. Anyone's ribs who would all be broken apart, their organs smashed to bits. To kill a title de jure, the giant demon High Lord only felt that his thoughts were incomparably smooth, as he was filled with a great sense of accomplishment. However, after a few more loud laughs, his laughter began to die down. He looked at the sight in front of him with disbelief. Even the 2 other High Lords were shocked. A few hundred feet away, Lin Ming's breath was steady. He simply didn't seem like someone that had been heavily wounded. Sweeping out with his divine sense, he saw that the clothes and flexible armor on Lin Ming's chest had been completely smashed apart. As for his body, there was only some broken skin and flesh. The ribs were completely fine and intact. How is this possible? The giant demon martial artist's eyes widened as he gripped his hammer. To be hit by his hammer, even a block of profound gold would be smashed flat. But Lin Ming had only been slightly injured. Was this a human body? It was even more resilient than profound gold. At this time, within Lin Ming's spiritual sea, even Demon Shine was incomparably amazed. He had also been wallowing in dashed hopes. If it was just one person, he could seize their body. With his soul force, stealing the body of a High Lord was in fact easy. But the problem was that there were 3 people. If he stole one of their bodies and was killed by the other 2, then his divine soul would shatter. Thus, seizing a body was the same as suicide to Demon Shine. In his despair, he never imagined that Lin Ming would actually be able to withstand this attack. This wasn't just the bodily defensive power that came from tempering marrow. That giant demon High Lord striking power was not a joke. Could it be battle spirit protection? A light went off in Demon Shine's mind, and he was instantly stunned. Chapter 637, Power of the Revolving Core Realm. Chapter 637, Power of the Revolving Core Realm. A battle spirit was the manifestation of a martial artist's will. A battle spirit was invisible and without form, but it could actually be attached to anything, turning it into an incomparably sharp killing weapon. A withered leaf with a battle spirit attached could even cut apart a treasure. This meant that when one's battle spirit was attached to a withered leaf, the degree of its hardness had surpassed that of a treasure. Using the same logic, if a battle spirit could be attached to a treasure armor, then it would make that treasure armor even more solid. But speaking was easier than doing. After a martial artist just formed their elementary battle spirit, it was still impossible for them to freely manipulate it. A battle spirit could easily be used for attack. This was because a battle spirit only needed to be concentrated onto certain points. But using a battle spirit for defense was much more difficult. This was because one had to spread the battle spirit evenly over a surface. In the moment that Lin Ming was just attacked, his battle spirit vanished from his spiritual sea, evenly spreading out over his body and merging with his skin. This caused Lin Ming's skin to instantly become as tough as a high-grade earth step armor, with the addition of tempering marrow, which made his ribs a nearly impassable fortress. Both of these factors combined were able to abruptly block the giant demon High Lord's hammer. As Demon Shine realized all this, he paused. Did the battle spirit in Lin Ming's body spontaneously protect him? Or had it been under his control? If it was under his control, did that mean that Lin Ming had awoken? As Demon Shine was rapidly thinking, the three High Lords that had sneak attacked Lin Ming all had gloomy expressions. To use the flesh and blood body to resist the attack a treasure weapon. How was this possible? Is there some kind of special energy on his body? The hammer-wielding martial artist muttered. He didn't believe that someone could use just their body to resist his attack. What nonsense! Watch this! The other giant demon, High Lord, shouted out and stepped forwards. Mountain-shattering strike. In order to ensure a killing blow, the giant demon High Lord used a martial skill. If he didn't take advantage of this time to kill Lin Ming, then once Lin Ming completed his revolving core, matters would become troublesome. With an explosive banging sound, the ground underneath Lin Ming was chopped apart and the earth ruptured. But in this turbulent flow of demon essence, Lin Ming's body was sent flying up again, all of his clothing torn, and as he dripped with blood all over. He didn't die. The saber-wielding giant demon High Lord was bewildered. He had used a martial skill just now, but had only managed to wound Lin Ming. Just what in the world was this? Lastly, as the Goliath High Lord saw this, his eyes flashed with a sharp light. His body began to emit explosive caw sounds, sky-piercing devil arts. This was a secret arcane skill of the Goliath race used to detonate all of the power within their body. Although this move damaged his body, with it, the Goliath High Lord could put his everything into this attack. After the second attack had failed to kill Lin Ming, a dark and foreboding premonition filled his heart. He thought that if Lin Ming awakened now, the results would be extremely bad for all of them. Lin Ming's current condition was far too weird. Demon essence was drawn from all over his body and began to flow into the Goliath High Lord's staff. He would take this staff and directly smash it into Lin Ming's skull. The skull was a vital point of the human body. The Goliath High Lord didn't believe that Lin Ming could have such a strange and mystical protection on both his chest and head. He would smash apart Lin Ming's head like a sweet watermelon. Wind howled. The staff contained a mass of energy, twisting the space around it. With a shout, the staff came crashing down. But in this instant, all the surrounding heaven and earth origin energy went wild. The demonic clouds of infernal energy in the sky madly funneled towards Lin Ming's dantian. Energy flowed out like a vast and surging stormy sea, rocking the earth. At this moment, Lin Ming's eyes suddenly shot open, his vision like bolts of lightning shooting out. As the Goliath High Lord saw Lin Ming's eyes open, he was incomparably shocked. At this time, it was impossible for him to stop. With an earth-shaking bellow, all of the demon essence was revolved to the point where his meridians were about to break apart, all in order to display the highest power of this staff strike. He estimated that since Lin Ming just woke up, he wouldn't have the time to dodge this attack. The staff whistled as it came crashing down. By the time Lin Ming's eyes had fully opened, the staff was a mere 2 feet from his forehead. Bang! A golden light erupted, and energy surged up in massive waves. The Goliath High Lord only felt his hands shake as the arch of his palm cracked. The staff in his hand seemed to suddenly be stuck in stone, unable to move a single inch. Looking down, he saw that the end of his staff had been firmly grasped by Lin Ming, and underneath Lin Ming, A massive web of cracks extended out in the earth, reaching out to over 1,000 feet, deep fissures in the ground. This web of cracks was obviously created from a great impact force, but Lin Ming had withstood this crushing shock without his arm even bending. This. The Goliath High Lord looked at the end of his staff that was held in Lin Ming's right hand, his lips shaking. His strike that had contained his complete strength was actually received by the unarmed Lin Ming. This staff strike was enough to shatter apart a great mountain. Lin Ming, you... The Goliath martial artist's voice shook. The power of the Lin Ming in front of him had exceeded his scope of understanding. At this time, a thick killing intent spread out from Lin Ming's body. Naturally, the Azura force field had also expanded, with the Goliath High Lord's strength. Facing this force field, even he felt as if resistance was impossible. Run. The Goliath High Lord didn't know what sort of lucky chance Lin Ming had come across, but without a doubt, the truth was that he had no ability to resist the Lin Ming presently in front of him. Without a single word more, he turned around and fled. He didn't bother trying to take back the treasure staff. He knew with absolute clarity that it was impossible for him to take back this staff from Lin Ming's hand. The other two High Lords were not stupid. Seeing the Goliath High Lord run, they also turned around to escape. Not just that, but they both chose different directions. Lin Ming sneered. He reached out his hand to grasp the void, cage of space and time. The three High Lords felt as if they had suddenly slowed down, the space around them becoming incomparably thick. It was like they had fallen into a thick bog. There was simply no way to escape. Lin Ming's cage of space and time was far inferior to that within the king's cage. It couldn't truly lock in someone. It could only slow down their movements. But this was enough. Lin Ming's feet moved, and his body exploded forwards. He didn't take out the purple comet spear, only using the staff in his hand. Using this staff as a spear, he thrust it towards the Goliath High Lord. The Goliath High Lord howled like a crazed madman. He took out another staff from his spatial ring and pounded it towards Lin Ming. This was a strike that was completely offensive without the least bit of defense. The Goliath High Lord was well aware that he was not Lin Ming's match. Before he died, he would either grievously wound Lin Ming or force him to defend. However, his plan was destined to fail. In the moment that the Goliath High Lord attacked, he felt the time around him suddenly slow to a ridiculous rate. As his staff was only halfway out, Lin Ming's staff had already stabbed to his chest. With the battle spirit fused with the staff, there was only a light piercing sound like a chopstick poking into paper. That staff, without any impediment, pierced through the Goliath High Lord's protective demon essence, continuing to pass straight through his body, as if he were made of tofu. The Goliath High Lord only felt a cold feeling in his chest and an emptiness in his soul. As he looked in front of him, Lin Ming had already disappeared. Turning his head down, all he saw was an arm-thick hole gouging directly through him. Because the speed was too quick, blood hadn't begun to gush out yet. To instantly kill the Goliath High Lord, this was simply nothing to the current Lin Ming. Lin Ming suddenly changed directions. The space under his feet seemed to shrink, and with just a few steps, he had caught up to one of the giant demon High Lords. The giant demon High Lord was already horrified, panic etched all over his face as he saw Lin Ming suddenly appear before him. His complexion completely paled. He simply couldn't organize a decent counterattack. In truth, it would have been futile regardless. His attack speed was simply pathetic. With a flash of black light, Lin Ming's staff had already pierced through the giant demon martial artist's throat. Because the speed was too quick, the giant demon martial artist's neck had been severed at the same time, his head falling off. As Lin Ming withdrew his staff, the head flew into the air. Next, as the last High Lord saw his companion miserably die without even being able to put up an iota of resistance, despair filled his heart. When Lin Ming rushed towards him, he died without any surprise. As the staff was thrust into that martial artist's back in that instant, his spine and organs were all twisted to pulp. From the time that Lin Ming had intercepted the staff, it had only taken him 3 breaths of time to kill 3 high lords. To Lin Ming, as he was now, a martial artist on the level of a high lord simply had no ability to resist him. It was as easy as chopping a chicken. Initially, when Lin Ming had been in the road of emperor, he hadn't made a breakthrough in his cultivation, but he had comprehended a battle spirit. Because of this, in truth, his strength had actually surpassed that of a high lord. It was just that he was still inferior to the Tower Master. Now that Lin Ming had broken through to revolving core, his strength had enhanced several times over. Now killing a high lord level martial artist only needed a brief moment. After he killed 3 high lords, Lin Ming felt the thick killing intent in his body begin to gradually fade away. At this moment, a thick infernal energy dispersed outwards above the corpses of the 3 high lords, forming into a 10-winged heavenly demon that clawed at him. To the current Lin Ming, these kinds of heavenly demons formed from infernal energy were just a joke. With a flick of 3 fingers, he attached a wisp of battle spirit to the air, instantly defeating the 3 heavenly demons. After the heavenly demons exploded, they turned into pure infernal energy, quickly gathering into Lin Ming's body and helping to form his heavenly demon tattoo. The 5th pair of wings became increasingly clear. Lin Ming had originally been an early 10-winged heavenly demon, but now, after killing 3 high lords, 2 of which were early 10-winged heavenly demons and 1 a middle 10-winged heavenly demon, his own heavenly demon tattoo had grown, stepping into the middle 10-winged heavenly demon stage. As Lin Ming saw his heavenly demon tattoo grow once more, his eyes sparkled. I'm getting closer and closer to a 12-winged heavenly demon. If it's possible, I should try to condense my 12-winged heavenly demon tattoo here in the eternal demon abyss. This will be my best chance to do so. The heavenly demon martial intent consisted of 3 different force fields: Azura, Death God, and Prime Emperor. As for the Prime Emperor force field, Lin Ming didn't think much of that. With his current strength, it was basically impossible for him to fully cross the road of Emperor. As for the Azura force field, Lin Ming had already obtained it. Now, the only force field he could comprehend was the Death God force field. After forming a full 12-winged heavenly demon tattoo, it would be his. Quietly, he picked up the 3 high lords' spatial rings. As he was about to probe them, he heard Demon Shine's voice in his head. Lin Ming, you are simply a vicious beast in human form. You've left me speechless. Chapter 638, 3,000 Boundless Worlds. Chapter 638, 3,000 Boundless Worlds. Suddenly hearing Demon Shine's praising words, Lin Ming was curious. What sort of degree do the geniuses of the realm of the gods reach? Realm of the gods. Demon Shine was slightly startled. He immediately sighed and slowly said, "The realm of the gods is a terrifying place. It was far too vast and boundless. Even when I followed Master, we only moved within a very minuscule range of the realm of the gods. In the realm of the gods, there are countless masters and countless naturally talented geniuses. Those are truly terrifying existences which people simply cannot compare to." This was the first time that Lin Ming had seen the boastful and loud Demon Shine look so crestfallen and powerless. He couldn't help but ask, just how big is the realm of the gods? Demon Shine said, "I cannot say how large the realm of the gods is, but I will talk of the plains below the realm of the gods first. That is a plain like the one the Sky Spill Continent and Holy Demon Continent exist on. If I'm not wrong, these continents existed on the same planet, but are simply very far from each other, separated by a great ocean. The lower mortal world that the Sky Spill Continent and holy demon continent exist on is called one of the 3,000 boundless worlds, a domain below the realm of the gods. When I say 3,000, this is not what is usually thought of by 3,000, but 3 different thousands multiplied together. How many do you think that is? Lin Ming's eyebrows shot up. 1,000 times 1,000 times 1,000 was 1 billion. 1 billion lower mortal worlds. That was simply difficult to imagine. With so many lower planes and so many living creatures, just how many masters would there be? Demonshine continued. Some of those abnormalities from the realm of the gods are already removed from the scope of humanity. There are some humans and other races that are half-god beasts or even more. The talent of their bloodlines is immeasurable. A half-god beast bloodline. Lin Ming took a deep breath. Initially, when he had inherited just a drop of blood from the ancient phoenix and true dragon, these 2 drops of blood not only strengthened his body, but also changed his true essence properties and increased his talent. If this was the effect of just 1 or 2 drops of a god-beast bloodline, then what would it be like if he were half-god beast? It was unimaginable. Lin Ming recalled that when he entered the divine phoenix mystic realm, he had learned it was a trial ground left behind by the ancient phoenix clan. Could this so-called ancient phoenix clan be one of those god-beast races like Demonshine mentioned? Thinking of this, Lin Ming marveled at how wondrous it was. When he first entered the divine phoenix mystic realm, he had only been able to complete the general level smelting trial. He basically lacked the qualifications to complete the king level trial. As for Mu Qinyu, Mu Bingyun, Mu Fengxian, all of them current or past saintesses of divine Phoenix Island, they had only been able to complete the soldier level smelting trial. To be a soldier in an army, that was the same as being cannon fodder. Realm of the gods. Lin Ming sucked in a deep breath, unconsciously gripping his fists. That broad and endless world was the holy land of all martial arts. So many masters, so many geniuses. This caused Lin Ming's heart to burn with a brilliant fighting spirit. He didn't fear masters, nor did he fear geniuses. If a person did not seek opponents or find a higher peak, they would limit their own potential. Only by entering into a land with countless masters would Lin Ming ever have a chance of reaching the peak of all martial arts. Demonshine, let's go. After a brief silence, Lin Ming finally spoke. The road was beneath his own feet. Whether or not he would be able to rise in glory within the realm of the gods, all of that depended on the current foundation he would build. Let's speed up. Lin Ming already had the contents of the Jade Slips map memorized. As his figure faded, his feet stepped upon golden rock, shattering the void, and he rushed straight towards the eternal demon abyss. Currently, low-level spirits were no longer a threat to Lin Ming, but as for those existences from the eternal demon abyss, Lin Ming still had to be cautious of them. The strength of those old monsters was difficult to imagine. 3 days later, Lin Ming arrived at the 1,500-mile radius zone from the edge of the eternal demon abyss. Without stopping, he zoomed past. On the 4th day, Lin Ming arrived at the 1,200-mile radius zone from the edge of the eternal demon abyss. This was approaching the fatal 1,000-mile life forbidden zone around the eternal demon abyss. Here, the dangers would rise exponentially. Of course, the lucky chances that could be found here were enough to make one go mad with greed. Demonshine, let's look for people. The eternal demon abyss was over 10,000 miles wide and had a circumference of over 30,000 miles. But the truth was that the area most frequently explored by the 12 sky-split towers was a small portion of the southern and northern tip. During every exploration, the northern 6 towers would explore the northern region, and the southern 6 towers would explore the southern region. Thus, the area actually wasn't too large. It wouldn't be difficult for Lin Ming to find others in this core region. Forming a team had its benefits. The greatest was that once they encountered a dangerous situation, there would be people that could act as a shield. Like this, Lin Ming would be able to observe the sneak attacks of the evil spirits and formulate a counterattack. Generally, an evil spirit would first sneak attack the weakest. A weak martial artist understood this reason, but they didn't have any other choice. If they didn't team up with a powerhouse, then the chances of them dying were much higher. In fact, their life might be in danger if they encountered enough low-level spirits. As Lin Ming walked, Demon Shine let loose all of his perception to sense the surroundings, looking for martial artists. At the same time, Lin Ming followed the map notes in his memories and examined the surrounding terrain to stay as far away from danger zones as possible, even as he looked for lucky chances. At this time, 1,000 miles away from Lin Ming, a squad of martial artists was being led by several senior high lords exploring the land. In this area, for a radius of several dozen miles, the sand and rocks were a light blood-red color. Around this area were 2 mountain ranges. Looking from afar, these 2 mountain ranges looked like the horns of a beast surrounding the land around them. This terrain could be called strange to the extreme. Sandlight, are you sure there's an earth step demon god bone buried here? A high lord from Whitestone Tower asked after searching for a long time. The one he was talking to was an imp martial artist that came from 5 Color Tower, High Lord Sandlight. Normally, a High Lord would only stay in his position for a few dozen years. Afterward, because they made a breakthrough to something equivalent to the life destruction realm, they would then leave Skysplit Tower. High Lord Sandlight had already been at the Blood Slaughter Steps for 40 years now and had come to the Eternal Demon Abyss 3 times. This would be his 4th. He could be said to be very experienced, at least not much less than any of the guides. High Lord Sandlight investigated the terrain again and said, "Yes, I should be right. I believe that there is a high-grade blood demon bone buried somewhere around here. If you look at the 2 surrounding mountain ranges, they form a natural cage of infernal energy, causing a massive amount of infernal energy to be sealed in here. This sort of place is easiest for a demon god bone to form. In addition, the ground beneath us is a blood red, which is also a sign of a demon god bone. The demon god bone here is absolutely at the earth step rank, or even near the heaven step rank." Listening to High Lord Sandlight say this, the martial artists were excited. A heaven step demon god bone was simply a legendary treasure, but they didn't expect to find that. They would be satisfied as long as they could find an earth step demon god bone here. As everyone was putting effort into searching, no one saw a strange and greedy light flash in High Lord Sandlight's eyes as he turned around. You're tuning into the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.